Hi, welcome to our brand new Microsoft Azure Fundamental AZ 900 Practice Questions 2022. In this video, we are going to discuss all the dummy questions of Microsoft Azure 900 exam. I am your host Kushal Mehta, and let's get started. Question 127. Which group of data centers are connected by a fast network that is geographically separated in Azure? And the options are option 1, availability zone, option 2, region, option 3, resource group, option 4, geography. And the correct answer is option 2, region. Explanation. Option 2 is the correct answer. A group of data centers connected by a high-speed network that are geographically separated from each other in Azure is called a region. Option 1 is incorrect. An availability zone is a location within a unique physical region. Each zone consists of one or more data centers with independent power supplies, cooling means, and networks. Option 3 is incorrect. Use resource groups to define resources as a group. Resources with the same life cycle can be grouped together on the same resource group. When you delete a resource group, all the resources on it are also deleted. Option 4 is incorrect. Geography in any region of world that contains at least one Azure region. Region defines individual markets and maintain boundaries between data location and compliance. Question 128. True or false? The private cloud must be disconnected from the internet. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. You don't have to disconnect your private cloud from the internet. This is at the user's discretion, whether to disconnect or not. However, after connecting to internet from a private cloud, requests from the internet should be blacklisted with an IP address or network security group. Using a network access control list, you can limit access. You can use virtual machines to further limit traffic from the internet. Question 129. Fill in the blank with appropriate option. All Azure services in public preview dash. Number 1. Are provided without documentation. Number 2. Can only be configured from the Azure CLI. Number 3. Are excluded from service level agreements. And number 4. Can only be configured from the Azure portal. And the correct answer is option 3. Are excluded from service level agreements. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. Azure Public Preview Service is excluded from SLAs. This is clearly stated in terms and conditions provided by Microsoft. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure keeps documentation for all services it provides to its users. Option 2 is incorrect. The Public Preview Azure service can also be configured from the Azure portal. Option 4 is incorrect. The Public Preview Azure service can also be configured from Azure CLI. Question 130. Which cloud format allows users to use services that have already been created for subscription? And the options are option 1, PaaS, option 2, IaaS, option 3, SaaS, and option 4, DaaS. And the correct answer is option 3, SaaS. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. Software as a service is a cloud-based software that allows you to use as many functions and services as you need. It may also refer to software that is available over the internet. Option 1 is incorrect. Platform as a service is a cloud format that provides a set of platforms such as hardware and OS for running application software as a service. Option 2 is incorrect. Infrastructure as a service is a cloud format that allows you to use hardware over the network. Option 4 is incorrect. Desktop as a service is a virtual desktop, a cloud service that provides a desktop virtualization system deployed in a cloud environment. Question 131. True or false? Outbound data traffic from Azure to your on-premises network is always free. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2, False. Explanation. The correct answer is false, as your express route is used to transfer data from your on-premises data center to Azure Public Cloud. When using express route to transfer data from Azure Public Cloud to an on-premises data center, users are charged for outbound data transfer. Question 132. True or false? There is a charge for data transfer between different Azure regions. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 1, true. Explanation. True is the correct answer. There are additional costs for cross-region traffic and Azure AZ traffic. When you transfer data to resources in different regions, Azure charges you for outbound data transfer. Outbound transfers are charged, but inbound transfers are free. Question 133. Which cloud model is used for Azure virtual machines? And the options are option 1, infrastructure as a service, option 2, platform as a service, option 3, software as a service, option 4, none of the above. And the correct answer is option 1, infrastructure as a service. Explanation. Option 1 is the correct answer. Infrastructure as a service is an on-demand computing infrastructure that creates and manages virtual machines over the internet. Option 2 is incorrect. Platform as a service provides hardware and OS for running application software as a service on the internet. Option 3 is incorrect. Software as a service, a form of providing cloud-based applications via the internet. Common examples include email, calendars, and office tools, such as Microsoft Office 365. Question 134. What is the characteristics of cloud that refers to its continuous use, even in the event of failure? And the options are option 1, low latency, option 2, fault tolerance, option 3, dynamic scalability, option 4, pilot light. And the correct answer is option 2, fault tolerance. Explanation. Option 2 is the correct answer. Fault tolerance is the ability to keep a system available in event of failure of one of its components. Azure recommends that you configure your application across multiple data centers to provide fault tolerance. You can easily achieve fault tolerance by using the cloud. Option 1 is incorrect. Low latency is incorrect because this is a characteristic of a system in which users can quickly access it from anywhere. Option 3 is incorrect. Dynamic scalability is incorrect because it means the ability of a system to grow and shrink based on user or system requirements. Option 4 is incorrect. Pilot light is used to prepare a stopped server in another region so that it can be used in the event of a failure. It is one of many services that can be used, but it is not a characteristic and so is not the correct answer. Question 135. Please select the suitable option to fill in the following blank. Dash is a tool that provides guidance and recommendations for improving your Azure environment. Option 1, Azure Advisor. Option 2, Azure Cognitive Services. Option 3, Azure DevOps. Option 4, Azure Application Insights. And the correct answer is option 1, Azure Advisor. Explanation. Option 1 is the correct answer. Azure Advisor is a service that analyzes the configuration and usage of your Azure environment and recommends the optimal configuration. Option 2 is incorrect. Azure Cognitive Services is a service that helps developers build intelligent applications without the need for skills and knowledge of AI and data science. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure DevOps is a service that provides you with the tools you need to plan smarter, collaborate more efficiently, and publish your applications faster. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure Application Insights is a feature of Azure Monitor, an application performance management service. The application performance management service allows you to monitor running applications and automatically detect performance anomalies and use built-in analytics tools to see what your users do on your app. Question 136. You are in Azure subscription for multiple projects. You need to have separate usage reports for each project. Which is the best solution in this case? And the options are option 1, tag settings, option 2, resource group settings, option 3, Azure policy settings, option 4, resource category settings. And the correct answer is option 1, tag settings. Explanation. Option 1 is the correct answer. To separate usage reports by project, assign tags to resources so that you can categorize them by that project's tag. After that, you can create a usage report based on these tags. Option 2 is incorrect. Resource group settings are a mechanism that allows you to organize the life cycle of resources, but it cannot be used to split reports into separate projects. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure policies can grant usage permissions for resources, but they are not used for splitting usage reports into separate projects. Option 4 is incorrect. There is no function called resource categories setting. Question 137. The company plans to build a mission-critical system with Azure virtual machines. Deployment of mission-critical system requires the use of Azure solutions. This solution should guarantee 99.99% availability. What is the minimum number of availability zones and virtual machines to be deployed for this mission-critical system? Select two options. Option 1, 3x virtual machines. Option 2, 2x virtual machines. Option 3, 4x virtual machines. Option 4, 1x AZ. Option 5, 2x AZ. Option 6, 3x AZ. And the correct answer is option 2, 2x virtual machines, and option 5, 2x AZ. Explanation. Option 2 and 5 are the correct answers. Based on the Azure Virtual Machine SLA, the minimum number of availability zones to guarantee 99.99% availability is 2, and at least one virtual machine can be started in each availability zone to create a redundant configuration. SLA 99.99% availability is guaranteed by using two virtual machines, one for each of the two AZ. Question 119. You plan to create about 10 custom virtual machines to develop your web application. These virtual machines are a combination of Windows-based virtual machines with the same configuration and Linux machines with the same configuration. What should be used to streamline the deployment of these instances? And the options are option 1, Azure Load Balancer. Option 2, Azure Web Apps. Option 3, Azure Skill Sets. Option 4, Azure Traffic Manager. And the correct answer is option 3, Azure Skill Sets. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. Azure Skill Sets allows you to create and manage groups of VMs. Load balancing is achieved by automatically increasing or decreasing the number of VM instances according to demand or a predefined schedule. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure Load Balancer is incorrect because it is used to forward traffic to network layer backend virtual machines. Option 2 is incorrect. Azure Web Apps is used to host the application. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure Traffic Manager is used for DNS to improve application responsiveness and reduce the time it takes to deliver content by forwarding customers to Azure endpoints. Question 120. Your company is planning to purchase an Azure support plan. The main reason for this choice is to have access to a dedicated team from Azure to provide architectural support to the company and your new Azure environment creation. Which support plan should you choose to gain access to this? And the options are option 1, Standard. Option 2, Basic. Option 3, Developer. And option 4, Professional Direct. And the correct answer is option 4, Professional Direct. Explanation. Option 4 is the correct answer. Only Professional Direct Advisory Support provides architectural support for Azure environments. This plan provides access to Azure support guidance based on publicly available best practice documentation for Microsoft Azure and information from the Azure forums. ProDirect Advisor support users based on their access to Microsoft-related documentation, Microsoft Azure support engineers, and Microsoft Azure product groups. Question 121. You are building an application using a virtual machine in Azure. Security requirements include protecting your website from attacks and generating detailed reports in the event that an attack does occur. Which is the best solution to meet the above requirements? And the options are: Option 1, Azure Firewall. Option 2, Network Security Group. Option 3, Azure Information Protection. Option 4, DDoS Protection. And the correct answer is Option 4, DDoS Protection. Explanation. Option 4 is the correct answer. DDoS protection is correct because it provides protection against DDoS attacks. It protects your website from a variety of malicious attacks and produces detailed reports on these attacks. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure Firewall is incorrect because Azure Firewall is a cloud-based managed network security service that protects Azure virtual network resources. Option 2 is incorrect. The network security group is incorrect. It is used to filter network traffic to and from Azure resources in an Azure virtual network that has the network security group. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure Information Protection is incorrect because it is a cloud-based solution that helps organizations classify documents and emails by applying labels and can help to protect them. Question 122. You are trying to build a predictive analytics model that uses historical user behavior data. Which service should you use? And the options are: Option 1, Azure Machine Learning. Option 2, Azure Synapse Analytics. Option 3, Azure Functions. Option 4, Azure Cognitive Services. And the correct answer is Option 1, Azure Machine Learning. Explanation. Option 1 is the correct answer. Azure Machine Learning is a development platform for coding machine learning. Developers and data scientists can take advantage of a variety of experiences to build, train, and deploy machine learning models faster. You can use this to build a predictive analytics model that uses past user behavior data. Option 2 is incorrect. Azure Synapse Analytics is incorrect because it is an Azure analytics service that combines both big data analytics and an enterprise data warehouse. This cannot be used for predictive analytics model. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure Functions is an event-driven serverless computing platform that can solve complex orchestration problems. You can use this to develop serverless applications. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure Cognitive Services allows you to incorporate mechanisms such as image identification into your applications from APIs without any machine learning expertise. Question 123. You plan to build an enterprise data warehouse in Azure to perform business data analysis. The requirement is to build an integrated environment that supports the development of end-to-end analytical solutions. Which service should you use for this? The options are: Option 1, Azure Machine Learning. Option 2, Azure Synapse Analytics. Option 3, Azure Database for PostgreSQL. And Option 4, Azure SQL Data Warehouse. And the correct answer is Option 2, Azure Synapse Analytics. Explanation. Option 2 is the correct answer. Azure Synapse Analytics is a data analytics platform that combines data integration and enterprise data warehousing and big data analytics. It is possible to build a data warehouse that can be used for BI and machine learning by integrating data collection, exploration, preparation, and management. Azure Synapse Analytics meets your requirements by significantly reducing the time it takes to develop your project with an integrated experience that supports the development of end-to-end analytics solution. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure Machine Learning is incorrect because it does not provide enterprise DW services. Azure Machine Learning is a development platform for coding machine learning. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure Database for PostgreSQL is a relational database service based on open source Postgres database engine. It is not used to build a data warehouse. A database is a fully managed service that can handle mission critical workloads with predictable performance, security, high availability, and dynamic scalability. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure SQL Data Warehouse is a petabyte scale MPP analytics data warehouse built on SQL Server and running as part of the Microsoft Azure cloud computing platform. However, Azure Synapse Analytics is an older version of Azure Synapse Analytics. Question 124. You are building an application using Azure and you need a service that sends push notifications from the backend. Which solution is best to achieve this? And the options are Option 1, Azure App Service. Option 2, Azure Notification Hubs. Option 3, Azure SignalR Service. Option 4, Azure Cognitive Search. And the correct answer is Option 2, Azure Notification Hubs. Explanation. Option 2 is the correct answer. Azure Notification Hubs is a service that sends push notifications to any platform, even from the backend. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure App Service makes it easy to create high-performance cloud-based web apps. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure SignalR Service makes it easy to add real-time web capabilities. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure Cognitive Search deploys search tools as a fully managed service. Question 125. Your company wants to use cloud storage to manage their data. What are the correct formats for Azure Storage Data Services? Please select two correct formats. The options are Option 1, Block. Option 2, Blob. Option 3, Table. Option 4, File. Option 5, Archive. And the correct answer is Option 2, Blob, and Option 4, File. Explanation. Option 2 is the correct answer. Azure Blob Storage can store blob type data. Blob storage is optimized by storing large amounts of unstructured data, such as text and binary data. Option 4 is the correct answer. Azure Files saves data in a file format. A fully managed file share is provided in the cloud that can be accessed via the industry standard server message block protocol or the network file system protocol. Question 126. Please select the appropriate option to fill in the following blank. Dash is the big data analysis service for machine learning. And the options are Option 1, Azure Databricks. Option 2, Azure Function. Option 3, Azure App Service. Option 4, Azure Application Insights. And the correct answer is Option 1, Azure Databricks. Option 1 is the correct answer. Azure Databricks is a fast, easy-to-use Apache Spark-based big data analytics service designed for data engineering. Option 2 is incorrect. Azure Functions is an event-driven serverless computing platform. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure App Service is a fully managed, fast building, deploying, and scaling service for web applications. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure Application Insights is a feature of Azure Monitor, an application performance management service. This service allows you to monitor running applications and automatically detect performance anomalies, and use built-in analytics tool to view what your users do on your app. Question 109. Which two entities can use Azure Government? And the options are United States Government Agency. Option 2, International Organization. Option 3, US Government Contractor. Option 4, European Government Contractor. Option 5, Japanese Government Agency. And the correct answer is Option 1, United States Government Agency, and Option 3, US Government Contractor. Explanation. Option 1 and 3 are correct. Azure Government is available only to US government agencies or their partners. Azure Government is a special region that provides mission-critical clouds for for US government agencies and their partners. It was created specifically to provide a cloud environment that supports strict security in the United States. Question 110. You need to perform data processing utilizing Hadoop clusters in the cloud. Which solution is the best for this? And the options are: Option 1, Azure Databricks. Option 2, Azure Synapse Analytics. Option 3, Azure HD Insight. Option 4, Azure Database for PostgreSQL. And the correct answer is Option 3, Azure HD Insight. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. Azure HD Insight processes large amounts of data in managed Hadoop clusters on the cloud. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure Databricks integrates the collaborative Apache Spark-based analytics service with other big data services in Azure. Option 2 is incorrect. Azure Synapse Analytics performs large-scale analytics by using a cloud-based enterprise data warehouse that leverages massively parallel processing to quickly perform complex queries on petabytes of data. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure Database for PostgreSQL is a highly available and secure, scalable, fully managed PostgreSQL relational database. Question 111. Which of the following would use the standards-based approach when adding functionality to applications that are targeted by Azure AD? And the options are: Option 1, IT admin. Option 2, app developer. Option 3, the user. Option 4, online service subscribers. And the correct answer is Option 2, app developer. Explanation. Option 2 is the correct answer. Azure AD allows app developers to take standard-based approach when adding functionality to their applications. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure AD allows administrators to control access to applications and resource based on their business requirements. Option 3 is incorrect. Users can manage their identities. For example, self-service password reset allows users to change or reset their passwords without having to contact an IT administrator or help desk. Option 4 is incorrect. Subscribers to Microsoft 365, Microsoft Office 365, Azure, and Microsoft Dynamics CRM Online are already using Azure AD. Question 112. True or false? You cannot move resources between regions. And the options are: Option 1, true. Option 2, false. And the correct answer is Option 2, false. The correct answer is false. You can move Azure resources to another Azure subscription or to another resource group in the same subscription. You can use the Azure portal, Azure PowerShell, Azure CLI, or REST API to move resources. You can also use Azure Resource Mover to move resources to another region. Leverage Azure Global Infrastructure capabilities to seamlessly move resources to the region that best suits your needs. You can streamline your planning process, accelerate your travel, and protect your resources. Question 113. True or false? There are regions that are not available to organizations that have business bases in the United States. And the options are: Option 1, true. Option 2, false. And the correct answer is Option 1, true. The correct answer is true. Organizations that do not have a business based in China will not be able to use the 4 regions of China. Global Azure is operated by Microsoft, but China is not available globally for political reasons. As a result, China Azure operates independently of Global Azure. Question 114. True or false? A region is made up of 3 or more data centers. And the options are: Option 1, true. Option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. A region consists of at least 2 data centers. Azure operates in multiple data centers around the world. These data centers are grouped into geographic regions, giving you flexibility in choosing where to build your applications. You create Azure resources in defined geographic regions like West US, North Europe, and Southeast Asia. You can review the list of regions and their locations. Within each region, multiple data centers exist to provide for redundancy and availability. This approach gives you flexibility as you design applications to create VMs closest to your users and to meet any legal, compliance, or tax purposes. Question 115. True or false? Each region has an independent set of geographically separated data centers. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 1, true. Explanation. The correct answer is true. Each region is located geographically separated. Therefore, it can be used for saving backups in another region as a disaster response. Azure regions and availability zones are designed to help you achieve resiliency and reliability for your business-critical workloads. Azure maintains multiple geographies. These discrete demarcations define disaster recovery and data residency boundaries across one or multiple Azure regions. Maintaining many regions ensures customers are supported across the world. Each Azure region features data centers deployed within a latency-defined perimeter. They are connected through a dedicated regional low-latency network. This design ensures that Azure services within any region offer the best possible performance and security. Question 116. True or false? There are multiple data centers in Azure region that contain the availability zone. Option 1, true. Option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 1, true. Explanation. The correct answer is true. Azure regions represent geographical locations and are set to countries in regions. And the region is a group of data centers that are globally distributed around the world in Azure. Therefore, every region will have multiple data centers. Each Azure region features data centers deployed within a latency-defined perimeter. They are connected through a dedicated regional low-latency network. This design ensures that Azure services within any region offer the best possible performance and security. For regions that include availability zones, multiple data centers are used to make the availability zones redundant. Question 117. True or false? One region is set up in one country. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. There may be more than one region in a country. To ensure resiliency, there are at least 3 AZs in every enabled region. For example, the United States, which has a wide landmass and a large economy, has many regions. Question 118. True or false? The regions are connected by wideband leased line. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. Data centers within a region are connected using a low latency leased region network, but regions are connected via the internet rather than a leased line. True or false? When using SaaS, it is the responsibility of the user to ensure scalability. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. Software as a service is a software solution that users purchase from cloud service providers such as Azure, and it is a form of using already completed software via the internet. Therefore, ensuring scalability is a matter that should be managed by the service provider. Question 90. True or false? It is necessary for the user to set the authority settings of the SaaS solution. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 1, true. Explanation. The correct answer is true. Software as a service is a software solution that users purchase from cloud service providers such as Azure. It is a form in which the already completed software is used via the internet, and the user's authority settings are managed by the user. Question 91. True or false? When using SaaS, there is no responsibility for the user to maintain infrastructure themselves. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 1, true. Explanation. The correct answer is true. Software as a service is a software solution that users purchase from cloud service providers such as Azure, and it is a method of using already completed software via the internet. Therefore, infrastructure maintenance is to be managed by the service provider. Question 92. You plan to build a web application using multiple Azure virtual machines. The requirement is to ensure that the services running on the virtual machine do not stop in the event of a single data center failure. Solution. Deploy virtual machines to 2 or more availability zones. Does this solution meet the requirement? And the options are option 1, yes, option 2, no. And the correct answer is option 1, yes. Explanation. Yes is the correct answer. Deploying virtual machines in multi-AZ mode with multiple availability zones allows virtual machines to be deployed across multiple data centers, preventing a single data center failure to cause an issue to your system. Each availability zone consists of 1 or more data centers with independent power supplies, cooling means, and networks. By using 2 or more AZs, the impact of a single data center failure can be greatly reduced. Question 93. In what units are Azure invoice charges based on? And the options are option 1, Azure account, option 2, Azure user, option 3, Azure subscription, option 4, resource group. And the correct answer is option 3, Azure subscription. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. Azure invoices are charged in units of Azure subscription. You will be required to make payment for each subscription individually within 30 days of the invoice date. You are charged on per subscription basis. Option 1 is incorrect. The account acts as a location where billing and cost management is done, but payments are still made on a per subscription basis. Option 2 is incorrect. There are no invoice payments for Azure users. An invoice will be issued for your Azure subscription. Option 3 is incorrect. No invoice payment is incurred for a resource group. An invoice will be issued for your Azure subscription. Question 94. True or false? On-demand flexibility is one of the benefits of using IaaS on the Azure cloud. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 1, true. Explanation. The correct answer is true. The advantage of the cloud is that you can quickly and flexibly build, delete, or expand infrastructure such as servers as needed. Question 95. True or false? Infrastructure management flexibility is one of the benefits of using IaaS on the Azure cloud? And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. Physical infrastructure management is often not possible on the part of the user. IaaS infrastructure management is inflexible and requires very limited management options for the user. This means infrastructure management flexibility, not cloud flexibility. We cannot access infrastructure which hosts cloud services for us. Question 96. True or false? One of the benefits of using IaaS on the Azure cloud is that it will reduce costs compared to on-premises environments. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. While it is often cheaper to use the cloud, there is no guarantee that it will be cheaper. Extra costs may be incurred if you overuse various services. In addition, having your own infrastructure may reduce costs in the medium to long term. Question 97. True or false? One of the benefits of using IaaS on the Azure cloud is that you can leave all security measures to be handled by the cloud vendor themselves. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. You need to take security measures based on the specific application you have made. The responsibility for managing the security of an application or service depends on the cloud service model, built-in features, and partner solutions that can be deployed to Azure subscriptions. Have features available on Azure platform that cover these responsibilities. In this case, security is still a responsibility of the user. Question 98. Your company is planning to move from an on-premises environment to Azure, and you have decided to develop your application using Docker as the development environment. Which of the following is the best service to use for this scenario? And the options are option 1, Azure App Service, option 2, Azure Container Instances, option 3, Azure Functions, option 4, Azure Virtual Machine. And the correct answer is option 2, Azure Container Instances. Explanation. Option 2 is the correct answer. Azure Container Instances is a service that runs Docker containers on demand within your Azure environment. It can operate inside a separate container without orchestration, run event-driven applications, deploy quickly from the container development pipeline, and run data processing and build jobs. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure App Service is a fully managed platform service for building, deploying, and scaling web apps. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure Functions is an event-driven serverless computing platform that can solve complex orchestration problems. You would use this to develop serverless applications. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure Virtual Machines are incorrect because they are for creating dedicated computing resources in minutes and configuring a server similar to a physical desktop or server computer, which is irrelevant in this scenario. Question 99. Please select the correct option to fill in the following blank. Dash is an Azure service that detects and diagnoses web app anomalies. And the options are option 1, Azure Databricks, option 2, Azure Functions, option 3, Azure App Services, option 4, Azure Application Insights. And the correct answer is option 4, Azure Application Insights. Explanation. Option 4 is the correct answer. Azure Application Insights is a feature of Azure Monitor, an application performance management service. This service allows you to monitor running applications and automatically detect performance anomalies and use built-in analytics tools to view what your users do on your app. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure Databricks is a fast, easy-to-use Apache Spark-based big data analytics service designed for data engineering. Option 2 is incorrect. Azure Functions is an event-driven serverless computing platform. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure App Service is a fully managed, fast-building, deploying, and scaling service for web applications. Question 100. Is the following statement true? Data traffic between Azure services within the same Azure region is always free. And the options are Option 1, yes. Option 2, no. And the correct answer is Option 1, yes. Explanation. The correct answer is yes. For the same Azure service, if you're in the same region, Azure does not charge for data transfers. Question 101. Please select the appropriate option to fill in the following blank. Organizations hosting infrastructure in a dash do not need to manage their own data center. And the options are Option 1, private cloud. Option 2, hybrid cloud. Option 3, public cloud. And Option 4, Hyper-V host. And the correct answer is Option 3, public cloud. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. In the public cloud, the cloud vendor manages the data center, so users of the public cloud do not need a data center. Option 1 is incorrect. The private cloud requires a data center in order to host infrastructure. Option 2 is incorrect. Hybrid clouds also use on-premises data centers, so you can't eliminate data centers that your organization needs to manage on-premises. Option 4 is incorrect. A Hyper-V host is a hypervisor that provides a virtualized environment. Question 102. True or false? Azure Information Protection allows you to encrypt records in Azure SQL database. And the options are Option 1, true. Option 2, false. And the correct answer is Option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. You can't apply Azure Information Protection to data in Azure SQL database. Azure Information Protection is a cloud-based solution. This allows organizations to label content to detect, classify, and protect documents and email. AIP is a part of the Microsoft Information Protection solution. This extends the labeling and classification capabilities provided by Microsoft 365. Question 103. True or false? Azure Information Protection allows you to encrypt the content of your documents and emails. And the options are Option 1, true. Option 2, false. And the correct answer is Option 1, true. Explanation. The correct answer is true. Azure Information Protection can classify and protect documents and emails. Azure Information Protection is a cloud-based solution. This allows organizations to label content to detect, classify, and protect documents and email. AIP is a part of Microsoft Information Protection solution. This extends the labeling and classification capabilities provided by Microsoft 365. Question 104. True or false? Azure Information Protection allows you to encrypt your Azure storage account. And the options are Option 1, true. Option 2, false. And the correct answer is Option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. Azure storage accounts contain Azure storage data objects that cannot be encrypted with Azure Information Protection, such as blobs, files, queues, tables, and disks. You can encrypt stored data using the encryption service implemented in Azure Services Encryption at rest. Question 105. True or false? Azure information protection allows you to encrypt network traffic, and the options are option 1, true, option 2, false, and the correct answer is option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. Network traffic cannot be encrypted with Azure information protection. Azure information protection is a cloud-based solution. This allows organizations to label content to detect, classify, and protect documents and email. It does not have the ability to encrypt network traffic. You need to configure TLS. Question 106. You want to build a serverless application to perform simple application processing. Which is the best solution for this? And the options are option 1, Azure App Service, option 2, Azure Virtual Machine, option 3, Azure Functions, and option 4, Azure Container Instances. And the correct answer is option 3. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. Azure Functions is an event-driven serverless computing platform that can solve complex orchestration problems. You can use this to develop serverless applications. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure App Service allows you to quickly build, deploy, and scale your web applications on a fully managed platform. This is a development platform and does not provide a serverless environment. Option 2 is incorrect. Azure virtual machines are incorrect because they create dedicated computing resources in minutes and configure servers similar to physical desktop or server computer. They are not serverless. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure Container Instances are services that build container-based applications. Container instances also use virtualized environments, not serverless applications. Question 107. In Azure, SLAs are set according to the service. What happens if your SLA target is not achieved? And the options are option 1, credits are provided by Azure based on the actual SLA result compared with the target SLA result. Option 2, you can claim the chargeback set when the SLA is designed. Option 3, future discounts are automatically applied and these discounts are based on the SLA result when compared with the SLA target. Option 4, it will be automatically refunded up to the amount of difference between the SLA result and the SLA target. And the correct answer is option 1. Credits are provided by Azure based on the actual SLA result compared with the target SLA result. Explanation. Option 1 is the correct answer. In the event of a failure in the service that Azure provides to its users, Microsoft will provide service level agreement credits. SLA credits from Microsoft are based on the services affected. For example, if a customer is using the Office 365 suite but has only experienced an outage for SharePoint, SLA credits will only be granted to SharePoint, not the customer's entire plan. Option 2 is incorrect. Users can request credits instead of a chargebacks based on the SLA. Option 3 is incorrect. Instead of automatically applying discounts based on the rate, credits are provided. Option 4 is incorrect. It is not automatically refunded. Question 108. You need to implement an application that leverages Azure to automatically send email notifications. Choose the 2 best solutions for this. And the options are option 1, API management, option 2, Azure Functions, option 3, Azure Marketplace Server Image, and option 4, Azure Logic App. The correct answers are option 2, Azure Functions, and option 4, Azure Logic App. Explanation. Option 2 is the correct answer. Azure Functions is an event-driven serverless computing platform that can solve complex orchestration problems. You can use this to develop an application that sends emails. Option 4 is the correct answer. Azure Logic App is a workflow generation solution that allows you to automate your workflow without writing a single line of code. You can use this to easily implement an application that automatically sends email notifications. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure API Management is a fully managed API gateway service. You can manage APIs collectively. It cannot create applications that perform email processing. Option 3 is incorrect. The server image in Azure Marketplace is incorrect because the server image is a predefined configuration of Azure virtual machines that you can use to host your application based on your need. Question 71. Is the following statement true? The cost of Azure services in private preview decreases as the service becomes publicly available. And the options are option 1, yes. Option 2, no. And the correct answer is option 2, no. Explanation. The correct answer is no. The private preview feature is always free, so this is not a correct statement. Private previews are usually the first release of a product and are to help customers try out the service, provide feedback, verify if the service is actually needed, and shape the future of the product. In general, the number of customers invited to private previews is limited, and these customers are expected to spend time with the product to provide feedback. When the service becomes publicly available, it will be in full production mode, fully supported by SLAs, customer support, and run on production workloads. Since the service is now running normally, you will be charged for it. Question 72. You have been asked to clean up the Azure resources that you are not currently using to avoid incurring extra costs. Which of the following services should you remove to lower the costs? And the options are option 1, private IP address. Option 2, public IP address. Option 3, virtual network. Option 4, network interface. And the correct answer is option 2, public IP address. Explanation. Option 2 is the correct answer. Static public IP addresses in the ARM deployment model and reserved IP addresses in the ASM deployment model begin billing from the second hour after the IP address has been created, taking into account the time needed to properly allocate the IP address. Billing for this ends when you delete the IP address resource. For all other public IP addresses, billing begins when the associated resource is started and ends when the associated resource is deleted or stopped, and then deallocated. Therefore, it is possible to stop billing by deleting unused public IP addresses. Option 1 is incorrect. There is no charge for private IP, whether static or dynamic. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure Virtual Network is free. You can create up to 50 virtual networks in all regions with each subscription. Option 4 is incorrect. The network interface is free to use. Question 73. Which Azure management tools are available for Ubuntu? Please select the 3 most suitable options. And the options are option 1, Azure CLI. Option 2, Azure PowerShell. Option 3, Azure Mac Management. Option 4, Azure Portal. Option 5, Azure Console. And the correct answer is option 1, Azure CLI, option 2, Azure PowerShell, and option 4, Azure Portal. Explanation. Options 1, 2, and 4 are correct answers. Ubuntu is a distribution of operating systems based on the Linux kernel, so you can take advantage of the tools for Linux. The Linux operating system supports Azure management tools. So the Azure CLI, Azure Portal, and Azure PowerShell are the correct answer. Question 74. Is the following sentence true? You can merge two Azure subscriptions into one by creating a support request. And the options are option 1, yes. Option 2, no. And the correct answer is option 2, no. Explanation. The correct answer is no. You can't merge two subscriptions in Azure. It is incorrect because each subscription is a separate entity that cannot be merged. However, you can transfer ownership of a subscription to another account. In this case, you will need to manage two subscriptions with one account. Question 75. Which of the following Azure services provides voice-related features? Please select the two most suitable solutions. And the options are option 1, Azure Functions. Option 2, Azure Bot Services. Option 3, Azure Cognitive Services. Option 4, Azure Machine Learning. And the correct answers are option 2, Azure Bot Services, and option 3, Azure Cognitive Services. Explanation. Option 2 is the correct answer. Azure Bot Service provides core components for creating bots, such as the Bot Framework SDK for developing chatbots. Option 3 is the correct answer. Azure Bot Service integrates powerful AI capabilities with Azure Cognitive Services to enable you to keep up with technological advances without any machine learning experience. Improve the user experience by allowing them to interact with your bot using natural language and voice features. Azure Cognitive Services allows you to incorporate mechanisms such as speech recognition into your applications from APIs without the need for machine learning expertise. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure Functions is an event-driven serverless computing platform that can solve complex orchestration problems. You can use this to develop serverless applications. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure Machine Learning is a development platform for coding machine learning. Developers and data scientists can take advantage of a variety of productivity experiences to build, train, and deploy machine learning models faster. Option 5 is incorrect. Azure IoT Hub is a platform that manages connections with IoT devices. It provides a cloud-hosted solution backend that allows you to connect virtually any device, extend your solution from the cloud to the edge with per-device authentication, built-in device management, and scaled provisioning. Question 76. Which Azure service can be used to collect events from multiple resources into one repository? And the options are option 1, Azure Analysis Services. Option 2, Azure Monitor. Option 3, Azure Log Analytics. And option 4, Azure Event Hubs. And the correct answer is option 4, Azure Event Hubs. Explanation. Option 4 is the correct answer. Azure Event Hubs is a big data streaming platform and event capture service. It can receive and process millions of events per second by using Azure Event Hubs. You can import events from multiple resources into a centralized repository. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure Analysis Services is incorrect because it is the data analysis service used to build the data model. Option 2 is incorrect. Azure Monitor collects monitoring metrics from a variety of on-premises and Azure sources. It does not have the ability to centrally manage events. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure Log Analytics is a service that can collect and analyze logs of Azure services. It does not have the ability to centrally manage events. Question 77. Please select the correct option to fill in the following blank. From Dash, you can track company regulatory standards and regulations such as ISO 27001. And the options are option 1, Azure Cloud Shell, option 2, Microsoft Cloud Partner Portal, option 3, Compliance Manager, option 4, Microsoft Trust Center. And the correct answer is option 3, Compliance Manager. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. Compliance Manager allows you to track, assign, and validate regulatory compliance activities for organizations related to Microsoft Cloud services. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure Cloud Shell is a browser shell for managing Azure resources and is not relevant here. Option 2 is incorrect. The Microsoft Cloud Partner Portal is a collection of common inquiries and response documents. It is not relevant here. Option 4 is incorrect. The Microsoft Trust Center is a web page that contains information and details about how Microsoft supports security, privacy, and compliance and transparency in all Microsoft Cloud products and services, and is not relevant here. Question 78. You want to configure a virtual machine to run a PowerShell script that can create an Azure resource. Solution. Configure a Linux virtual machine to run script from the Azure CLI tools. Will the solution meet the above requirements? And the options are option 1, yes. Option 2, no. And the correct answer is option 1, yes. Explanation. Yes is the correct answer. Users can run PowerShell scripts on Linux operating systems that already have Azure CLI tools installed. Question 79. You're building a process in Azure to store over 30 terabyte of data and perform data analysis with Microsoft Power BI. The amount of data is large, but the frequency of access to the data is low. Choose the two best solutions. And the options are Azure Data Lake, option 2, Azure SQL Database, option 3, Azure Cosmos Database, option 4, Azure Database for PostgreSQL, option 5, Azure Synapse Analytics. And the correct answers are option 1, Azure Data Lake, and option 5, Azure Synapse Analytics. Explanation. Option 1 is the correct answer. Azure Data Lake is a storage repository suitable for holding large amounts of data with 30 terabyte of data stored. The data lake can scale up to terabytes and petabytes of data. Option 5 is the correct answer. Azure Synapse Analytics is a data warehouse that can perform data analysis in cooperation with Azure Data Lake. You can import or export data directly from the Azure Data Lake store to your Azure Synapse Analytics. Option 2 is incorrect. Azure Cosmos DB is incorrect as it is a fully managed NoSQL database service for modern app development. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure SQL database is incorrect because it is a fully managed intelligent relational cloud database. It eliminates the complexity of configuring and managing high availability, tuning, backup, and other database tasks with a fully managed SQL database. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure Database for PostgreSQL is a relational database service in the Microsoft Cloud and is therefore incorrect. Question 80. Multiple Azure virtual machines are hosted in your Azure environment. You want to make a virtual machine named VM1 accessible via HTTP from the internet. Select the two best solutions from the following. Option 1. Change your DDoS protection plan. Option 2. Modify Azure Firewall. Option 3. Change the Azure Traffic Manager profile to US Government. Option 4. Change the network security group. And the correct answers are Option 2. Modify Azure firewall. And Option 4. Change the network security group. Explanation. Options 2 and 4 are correct answers. By setting network security groups and firewalls, you can set communication rules between the internet and Azure resources. You can also set communication rules between Azure resources. For example, you can set the accepted protocols when communicating with Azure resources and the range of access source IP addresses. Option 1 is incorrect. DDoS protection is a service to prevent DDoS attacks and has nothing to do with controlling access to VMs. Option 3 is incorrect. The Traffic Manager profile is a DNS-based load balancer primarily used for traffic distribution across regions and has nothing to do with controlling access to VMs. Question 81. You are using Azure AD Connect to configure single sign-on. For this, you have enabled staging mode, but you need to check the synchronization result between ADs. What would you use to check this? And the options are Option 1, the display of the Azure AD Connect console. Option 2, Azure Monitor. Option 3, run start add sync cycle from Azure PowerShell. Option 4, Synchronization Service Manager. And the correct answer is Option 4, Synchronization Service Manager. Explanation. Option 4 is the correct answer. The Synchronization Service Manager is used to configure the more advanced aspects of synchronization engine and to verify the operational aspects of the service. This allows you to check the synchronization execution details and status. Option 1 is incorrect. You can't see this detail on the display of the Azure AD Connect console. Option 2 is incorrect. Azure Monitor collects monitoring metrics from a variety of on-premises and Azure sources. You cannot view the synchronization details here. Option 3 is incorrect. Start add sync cycle from Azure PowerShell is an execution command that immediately reflects the AD settings. There is no way to view the synchronization status here. Question 82. Is the following statement true? You can download the regulatory compliance report from the Azure Security Center. And the options are Option 1, yes. Option 2, no. And the correct answer is Option 1, yes. Explanation. The correct answer is yes. A new feature in Azure Security Center, the Regulatory Compliance Dashboard, is now available. This compliance dashboard continuously monitors your Azure and hybrid environment against specific compliance requirements. It can also provide security assessments and recommendations as needed. This dashboard also provides actionable information on steps to reduce risk factors in your environment and improve your overall compliance regime. The information generated by the dashboard can be provided to internal and external auditors as evidence of compliance with the standards. Compliance reports can be easily generated and downloaded directly from the compliance dashboard. Question 83. Your company currently has an infrastructure that utilizes 100 servers in an on-premises environment and now requires the flexibility to configure additional servers on top of this. This solution should minimize cost of capital and operating costs. What solution will fit the above requirements? And the options are Option 1, complete migration to the public cloud. Option 2, hybrid cloud with Azure and on-premises environment. Option 3, add server to data center. Option 4, complete migration to private cloud. And the correct answer is Option 2, hybrid cloud with Azure and on-premises environment. Explanation. In this scenario, you need to create flexible environment, meaning that you are able to add additional servers on top of 100 servers you have in your on-premises environment already. As a requirement, you must control costs in terms of both operating costs and capital investment. Therefore, option 2, hybrid cloud, is the correct answer. While utilizing the server in the on-premises environment, you can add cloud server resources, keeping the additional investment costs low. Option 1 is incorrect. A full migration to the public cloud can be quite costly. Option 3 is incorrect. Additional servers in the data center are not suitable because they require a physical server and initial investment is expensive. Option 4 is incorrect. Private clouds provide additional resources to users but are costly to prepare and maintain. Question 84. Please select the option to fill in the following blank. You have an application that consists of an Azure web app with a service level agreement of 99.95% and an Azure SQL database with an SLA of 99.99%. And the options are: option 1. The SLA for this application is the multiplication of both SLAs, which is 99.94%. Option 2. This SLA for this application is the lowest SLA associated with the application, which is 99.95%. Option 3. It is 99.99% because it is the highest of the SLAs associated with this application. And option 4. It is the difference between SLAs of two Azure services, so it is 0.05. And the correct answer is option 1. The SLA for this application is the multiplication of both SLAs, which is 99.94%. Explanation. Option 1 is the correct answer. The option is correct because the application's composite SLA is found by multiplying the individual SLAs of which the application consists of. The application is built on Azure web app and the Azure SQL database. The individual SLAs are 99.95% and 99.99%. And so the overall application SLA is a product of these composite SLAs, 99.95 into 99.99, which equals to 99.94. Question 85. Is the following statement true? Companies can extend their internal network by adding their physical servers to the public cloud. And the options are: option 1, yes; option 2, no. And the correct answer is option 2, no. Explanation. The correct answer is no. According to the responsibility sharing model, physical servers are hosted and maintained by the cloud service provider, in this case Azure. Companies can extend their internal network to the public cloud, but they cannot add physical servers to the public cloud. Question 86. Please select the correct option to fill in the following blank. Dash allows you to view users who have shut down certain virtual machines in the last 14 days. And the options are: option 1, Azure Monitor; option 2, Azure Event Hubs; option 3, Azure Activity Log; option 4, Azure Service Health. And the correct answer is option 3, Azure Activity Log. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. You can get this record by using the Azure Activity Log, letting you track who has shut down virtual machines in the last 14 days. The Activity Log is an Azure platform log that provides analytics for subscription-level events. This includes information such as when resources change or when a virtual machine is started. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure Monitor is incorrect because it is used for detecting and diagnosing problems throughout the application. It is also used to collect and analyze data from the Azure public cloud and on-premises environments. Option 2 is incorrect. Azure Event Hubs is an event capture service and is incorrect as a method to record VM changes. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure Service Health is incorrect because it is for providing health checks of the various Azure services and resources in your Azure subscription. Question 87. Is the following statement true? Inbound data traffic from your on-premises network to Azure is always free when using Azure Express Route connections. And the options are option 1, yes, option 2, no. And the correct answer is option 1, yes. Explanation. The correct answer is yes. Azure Express Route is used to transfer data from your on-premises data center to Azure public cloud. When you use Express Route to transfer data from your on-premises data center to the Azure public cloud, you are not charged for inbound data transfer. Question 88. True or false? When using SaaS, it is the user's responsibility to configure high availability. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. Software as a service is a software solution that users purchase from cloud service providers such as Azure, and it is a form of using already completed software via the internet. Therefore, a high availability configuration should be managed by the service provider. Question 65. You need to be aware of the latest Azure security standards to protect your data. Which of the following services should you use to ensure this? And the options are option 1, Azure Government, option 2, Online Terms of Service, option 3, Trust Center, option 4, Azure Compliance Documentation. And the correct answer is option 3, Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. The Trust Center implements Microsoft's principles for maintaining data integrity in the cloud, and Microsoft implements security, privacy, compliance, and transparency in all Microsoft Cloud products and services. The Trust Center is an important part of the Microsoft Trusted Cloud initiative, providing support and resources regarding the legal information and compliance. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure Government is another Microsoft Azure service. It addresses the security and compliance needs of US federal agencies, state and local governments, and their solution providers. Azure Government provides physical isolation from non-US government agencies and has the ability to screen US personnel. Option 2 is incorrect. The Online Terms of Service is a legal agreement between Microsoft and you. The OST details obligations of both parties regarding the processing and security of customer and personal data. Option 4 is incorrect. The Azure Compliance document provides detailed documentation on Azure legal and regulatory standards and compliance. You can also see the reference blueprints that can be applied directly to your Azure subscription. Question 66. Which solution should you use to assess whether your Azure environment meets security regulatory requirements? And the options are option 1, Knowledge Center website, option 2, Azure Advisor, option 3, Compliance Manager, option 4, Azure Security Center. And the correct answer is option 4, Azure Security Center. Explanation. Option 4 is the correct answer. Azure Security Center is a support service that helps you prevent, detect, and respond to threats by visualizing and controlling the security of your Azure resources. The Security Center continually views new resources deployed throughout your workload, evaluates whether they are configured according to security best practices, and flags them otherwise. It also provides a prioritized list of recommendations for the corrections needed to protect your machine. It provides integrated security monitoring and policy management across subscriptions and assess whether your Azure environment meets regulatory requirements. Option 1 is incorrect. The Knowledge Center is incorrect because it is a website for question and answer that provides all the commonly sought after answers relating to Azure services. Option 2 is incorrect. Advisor is a personalized cloud consultant that you use to help follow best practices in optimizing your Azure deployment. Option 3 is incorrect. Compliance Manager is a workflow-based risk assessment tool listed on Microsoft Service Trust portal. Compliance Manager allows you to track, assign, and validate regulatory compliance activities for organizations related to Microsoft professional services such as Microsoft Office 365, Microsoft Dynamics 365, and Microsoft Azure, as well as Microsoft Cloud Services. Question 67. Is this statement true? Azure pay-as-you-go pricing is an example of CapEx. And the options are Option 1, yes. Option 2, no. And the correct answer is Option 2, no. Explanation. The correct answer is no. CapEx refers to capital expenditures and capital investment made to improve businesses' productivity and increase assets. Therefore, Azure pay-as-you-go plans are not an example of CapEx and is not the correct answer. OpEx is the various expenses required to operate a business. Pay-as-you-go is an example of OpEx, a type of subscription in which you pay for what you use. Question 68. Is the following statement true? Azure Security Center can monitor both Azure resources and on-premises resources. And the options are Option 1, yes. Option 2, no. And the correct answer is Option 1, yes. Explanation. The correct answer is yes. Azure Security Center is an integrated infrastructure security management system that enhances the security structure of your data center. It has advanced threat protection that protects your entire hybrid workload in the cloud and on-premises, whether in Azure or not. You can also see the status of your resources and whether they are secure. So it's the correct answer. Question 69. Which cloud service format allows users to use services that have already been created and pay for them in the form of subscription model? And the options are Option 1, PaaS, Option 2, IaaS, Option 3, SaaS, and Option 4, DaaS. And the correct answer is Option 3, SaaS. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. Software as a service is a cloud-based software that allows you to use features and services as needed. Option 1 is incorrect. Platform as a service is a cloud format that provides a set of platforms such as hardware and OS for running the application software as a service. Option 2 is incorrect. Infrastructure as a service is a cloud format that allows you to use the hardware required to use servers, etc. over the network. Option 4 is incorrect. Desktop as a service is a virtual desktop, a cloud service that provides a desktop virtualization system deployed in a cloud environment. Question 70. You are developing an application in a resource group using Azure Virtual Network and Azure App Service. Based on compliance standards, you should prevent the creation of new virtual machines within this resource group from sources other than Azure App Services. Which of the following would you use to maintain this standard? And the options are Option 1, Azure Policy, Option 2, role. Option 3, tag. Option 4, lock. And the correct answer is option 1, explanation. Option 1 is the correct answer. You can restrict the creation, update, deletion of resources with Azure policy. Azure policy allows you to apply your organization's standard and assess compliance on a large scale. You can use Azure policies to apply rules to management or resource groups which can limit the space available for creating resources. This policy applies to all subscriptions and resources under that management group by only allowing the creation of resources in that region. Users in each office can only define and evaluate policies in Azure resources in the region of the country where each office is located. Option 2 is incorrect. Roles provide the ability to manage permissions on resources, so you cannot restrict the creation of resources with these. Option 3 is incorrect. Tags are used only for resource identification purposes. Option 4 is incorrect. Locks are used to prevent changes to Azure subscriptions, resource groups, or resources, and you can't limit the creation of resources. Question 57. True or false? When you delete a resource group, all the resources in the resource group are deleted. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 1, true. Explanation. The correct answer is true. Deleting a resource group deletes all resources in the resource group. A resource group is a collection of Azure resources with specified requirements and is a logical container for all Azure resources in your Azure subscription. Therefore, when a resource group is deleted, all resources in the resource group are also deleted. Question 58. True or false? Resource groups can only contain resources from the same Azure region, and the options are option 1, true, option 2, false, and the correct answer is option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. A resource group can contain resources from multiple Azure regions. After the Create Resource Group page is displayed, you need to enter an appropriate resource group name and select a region. Question 59. True or false? A resource group can contain resources from multiple Azure regions. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 1, true. Explanation. The correct answer is true. A resource group can contain resources from multiple Azure regions. When creating an Azure resource using the portal or CLI commands, users can choose from multiple regions in which to create. The resources in a resource group can be located in different regions than the resource group. When you create a resource group, you need to provide a location for that resource group. You may be wondering, why does a resource group need a location? And if the resources can have different locations than the resource group, why does the resource group location matter at all? The resource group stores metadata about the resources. When you specify a location for the resource group, you are specifying where the metadata is stored. For compliance reasons, you may need to ensure that your data is stored in a particular region, except in global resources like Azure Content Delivery Network, Azure DNS, Azure Traffic Manager, and Azure Front Door. If a resource group's region is temporarily unavailable, you can't update resources in the resource group because the metadata is unavailable. The resources in other regions will still function as expected, but you can't update them. Question number 60. You are using Azure app to develop multiple web applications. Which of the following URLs are used to manage the web application on Azure app? And the options are option 1, portal.microsoft.com. Option 2, azure.portal.com. Option 3, portal.azure.net. Option 4, portal.azure.com. And the correct answer is option 4, portal.azure.com. Explanation. Option 4 is the correct answer. If you need to create and manage an Azure web app, you can do it from the Azure portal as shown below. The URL for the Azure portal is portal.azure.com. Option 1 is incorrect. This URL is the Microsoft portal screen, not the admin screen for the Azure web app. Option 2 and 3 are incorrect. The URL does not exist. Question 61. As an operations manager, you are in charge of managing each service in Azure. You are looking to find advice about maintenance-related events for Azure resources. Which service located on the Azure portal would you use? And the options are option 1, Azure Advisor. Option 2, Security Center. Option 3, Help and Support. Option 4, Cost Management and Billing. And the correct answer is option 2, Security Center. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. You can find more information about maintenance in the Help and Support on the Azure portal. Planned maintenance information can be found on Service Health page. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure Advisor is a feature that provides only recommendations on cost, security, performance, operational excellence, high availability, and more. Option 2 is incorrect. The Security Center is a feature that provides details about policies and compliance, threat protection, and more. Option 3 is incorrect. Cost Management and Billing is a feature that provides only billing coverage and cost management details. Question 62. You have just created an Azure account and are preparing to deploy Azure services. Which of the following should be created next? And the options are option 1, Virtual Network. Option 2, Free Account. Option 3, Subscription. Option 4, Azure AD. And the correct answer is option 3, Subscription. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. After creating an Azure account, you first need to create a subscription and then configure resource groups, etc. Within that subscription, you can set up multiple subscriptions for one account. Question 63. You are preparing a server for application development using Azure. To do this, you need to create an Azure virtual machine using your Android laptop. Solution. Use Bash with Azure Cloud Shell. Will this achieve the goal? And the options are option 1, yes. Option 2, no. And the correct answer is option 1, yes. Yes is the correct answer. You can use Bash from Cloud Shell by logging into the Azure portal from your Android laptop. Then you can create a new virtual machine from Bash with CLI. Cloud Shell is a management machine for Azure, managed by Microsoft. Azure Cloud Shell gives you the flexibility to choose the best shell operation for your business. Both Bash and PowerShell are possible options for this. Question 64. Your company has 500 virtual machines hosted on a Hyper-V host in an on-premises environment. You plan to move all of these to Azure. What will the spending model of your company be after migrating to Azure? And the options are option 1, capital expenditure. Option 2, operating expenditure. Option 3, elasticity. Option 4, scalability. And the correct answer is option 2, operating expenditure. Explanation. Option 2 is the correct answer. With Azure, you pay only for what you use, and there is no initial cost. Details of capital expenditure and operating expenditure are as follows. Capital expenditure. Capital expenditure incurs the cost of physical infrastructure in advance, to which tax deductions can be made over a period of time. Capital expenditure has an initial cost and will decrease in value over time. Operating expenses. Operating expenses is the amount you are currently spending on services and products and is frequently billed for. These costs will be deducted from the tax claim for that same year. There is no initial cost. You pay as you use a service or product. In other words, spending on cloud services like Azure match closer to concept of operating expenditure as opposed to CapEx. Which of the following explanations about Azure usage costs is correct? And the options are: Option 1. Azure provides flexibility for capital expenditure and operating expenditure. Option 2. If you create two Azure virtual machines of the same size, the monthly usage fee for each virtual machine will be exactly the same. Option 3. If you stop the Azure virtual machine, you don't have to pay for the storage associated with the virtual machine. Option 4. You can see the unused resources that can be deleted by Azure support. And the correct answer is Option 1. Azure provides flexibility for capital expenditure and operating expenditure. The correct answer is Option 1. Cloud services like Azure provides flexibility between capital expenditure and operational expenditure. This makes it possible to convert capital expenditures, which are equipment costs such as data centers, into operating costs. Option 2 is incorrect. Two Azure virtual machines of the same size do not always generate the same monthly cost. This is because it also depends on the region where the virtual machine is located, as each has a different cost. Option 3 is incorrect. If your Azure virtual machine goes down, you will continue to pay for storage if you don't end this. Option 4 is incorrect. Running Azure Advisor will let you know which unused resources you can or might want to remove. Question number 48. True or false? Maintaining performance during load fluctuations is an example of cloud flexibility. And the options are: Option 1, true; Option 2, false. And the correct answer is Option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. Maintaining performance during load fluctuations is an example of cloud scalability. In the cloud, high scalability is also one of the advantages, since the settings of the cloud can be changed on the web via the internet. Changes can be made easily and instantly according to the environment, such as increasing the number of servers used. This is called cloud scalability. Next question. True or false? The flexibility to adjust resource allocation is an example of cloud flexibility. And the options are: Option 1, true; Option 2, false. And the correct answer is Option 1, true. Explanation. The correct answer is true. Being able to use as much cloud resources as you need as your system grows is an example of cloud flexibility. The cloud allows you to freely use and stop services according to your needs, and you will pay a fee according to the time you use it. Question 50. True or false? The ability to continue the usage of service in the event of a failure is an example of cloud flexibility. And the options are: Option 1, true; Option 2, false. And the correct answer is Option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. Continuing service in the event of a failure is an example of cloud resiliency. Each Azure region has at least 3 separate zones to ensure resiliency. As a result, services can be made redundant and recovery in the event of a failure can be facilitated. This is important when compared to having only physical infrastructure. Question 51. True or false? The ability to maintain a DR, disaster recovery, configuration in other regions is an example of cloud flexibility. The options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. Maintaining a DR configuration in other regions is an example of cloud resiliency. For example, in Azure, you can use Azure Site Recovery to continuously replicate virtual machines and physical servers at your on-premises primary site and replicate them to your secondary site's servers in the event of a failure to quickly recover. Question 52. True or false? In order to move to a hybrid cloud, we need to move from a private cloud. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. To implement a hybrid cloud model, it is possible to migrate from the public cloud model or the private cloud model. You can choose the migration method according to your company's needs and current cloud model usage. Question 53. True or false? You can use the public cloud to expand the capacity of your internal network. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 1, true. Explanation. The correct answer is true. Companies can use the public cloud to expand the capacity of their internal network. If your enterprise needs additional resources, you can deploy them inside the public cloud network, which allows you to extend your internal network. Question 54. True or false? In order to move to a hybrid cloud, we need to move from a public cloud. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. To implement a hybrid cloud model, it is possible to migrate from a public cloud model or a private cloud model. You can choose the migration method based on your company's needs and the current cloud model type. Next question. True or false? The public cloud only allows guest users from within the company to access resources in the cloud. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2. Explanation. The correct answer is false. The public cloud is accessible to guest users within the company, but it is also accessible to legitimate users such as employees. By linking your Azure account and AD, you can grant Azure access to those who have been given a user ID by AD in the company. Question 56. True or false? Azure resources can only access other resources in the same resource group. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2, false. The correct answer is false. Access to resources within another resource group is not restricted. A resource group is a container that holds related resources for your Azure solution. A resource group can contain all resources of the solution or only the resources that you want to manage as a group. You can specify how to allocate resources to resource groups based on your organization needs. In general, you add resources that share the same lifecycle to the same resource group so that you can easily deploy, update, and delete them as a group. A resource group is a mechanism for managing resources collectively and is not used for controls such as access control. Next question. You are considering migrating from your on-premises environment to Azure. You need to estimate the cost savings over time when running your solution on Azure. Which is the best solution for that? And the options are option 1, price calculation tool, option 2, TCO calculation tool, option 3, Azure Advisor, option 4, Azure Reservations. And the correct answer is option 2, TCO calculation tool. Explanation. Option 2 is the correct answer. You can use the TCO calculator to estimate the cost of running your solution in Azure instead of in your on-premises data center over time? Option 1 is incorrect. Pricing tools can estimate the cost of running a basic web application in Azure. This is a tool used for detailed quotations when using individual services, not for a cloud migration. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure Advisor provides recommendations on how to reduce the cost of running Azure virtual machines. Option 4 is incorrect. With Azure Reservations, you get discounted rates for certain Azure services. Save up to 70% on pay-as-you-go rates with Azure bookings. Next question. True or false? When you stop on Azure virtual machine, you will continue to pay for the storage costs associated with the virtual machine. And the options are Option 1, true. Option 2, false. And the correct answer is Option 1, true. Explanation. The correct answer is true. If you shut down from outside of Azure portal, that is from the OS or the VM itself, the virtual machine according to the specified procedure, it will be stopped. In this state, the virtual machine incurs charges for CPU and memory allocation but not for the license. When the VM is shut down from the Azure portal, it goes into a stopped state and the VM will not incur charges for VM compute resources. However, you still have to pay for the OS and data storage disks connected to the VM. Therefore, the correct answer is true. Next question. Even if Azure resources are available in all regions, not all regions are available to users. And the options are Option 1, true. Option 2, false. And the correct answer is Option 1, true. Explanation. The correct answer is true. Even if Azure resources are available in all regions, not all regions are available to users. For example, there is an availability zone that is specifically assigned to the US government and has restricted general usage. Next question. Please select the correct option to fill in the following blank. Azure services are available to all Azure users during dash. And the options are Option 1, public preview. Option 2, private preview. Option 3, development. Option 4, enterprise agreement subscription. And the correct answer is Option 1, public preview. Explanation. Option 1 is the correct answer. The public preview service is available to all users. Option 2 is incorrect. The private preview is only available to some users. Option 3 is incorrect. Not all users have access to Azure services during development. Option 4 is incorrect. Enterprise agreement subscriptions are only available to some users. Next question. You are preparing a server for application development using Azure. To do this, you need to create an Azure virtual machine using your Android laptop. Solution. Use the Power Apps portal. Will this solution achieve the goal? And the options are Option 1, yes. Option 2, no. And the correct answer is Option 2, no. No is the correct answer. You can only create new VMs from the Azure portal, not from the Power Apps portal. You would use the Power Apps portal to create external websites that allow users outside your organization to sign in with different identities, create and view data in Microsoft Dataverse, and browse content anonymously. This is not the service to use when creating a virtual machine. Next question. Your company is planning to move from an on-premises environment to Azure, but you are only able to use the PaaS solutions. Solution. Use Azure App Service and have Microsoft SQL Server installed. Does this solution meet the requirements? And the options are Option 1, yes. Option 2, no. And the correct answer is Option 2, no. Explanation. No is the correct answer. It is possible to build applications using Azure App Services, but Microsoft SQL Server needs to work with Azure resources in IaaS. Azure App Service is a fully managed platform and platform service for building, deploying, and scaling web apps. Azure App Service allows you to quickly build, deploy, and scale web apps and APIs. You can use .NET, .NET Core, Node.js, Java, Python, PHP running inside a container or on Windows or Linux. Next question. Your company requires that when an Azure Active Directory user connects to Azure AD from the internet using an anonymous IP address, the user must automatically request a password change. Which Azure service do you need to use to do this? And the options are Option 1, Azure AD Connect Health. Option 2, Azure AD Privileged ID Management. Option 3, Azure Advanced Threat Protection. And option 4, Azure AD Identity Protection. And the correct answer is option 4, Azure AD Identity Protection. Explanation. Option 4 is the correct answer. Azure AD Identity Protection requires users who sign from the internet with an anonymous IP address to change their password and self-heal. Identity protection is a tool that allows organizations to perform three main tasks: automate identity-based risk detection and action, investigate risk using portal data, export risk detection data to third-party utilities for further analysis. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure AD Connect Health is incorrect because it is used to monitor identity governance or identity infrastructure for on-premises resources or servers. You can use the Azure AD Connect Health portal to view alerts, performance monitoring, usage analysis, and other information. Option 2 is incorrect. Privileged identity management in Azure AD is incorrect. This is used to provide just-in-time access, prevent malicious activity, and provide a fully integrated review of privileged roles in real time. It also helps you manage privileged administrator roles across Azure resources and Azure AD. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure Advanced Threat Protection, as the name implies, is used to detect threats from an on-premises resources. It is incorrect because the question is not regarding internal sources. Next question. Please select the option to fill in the following blank. If the resource group named My Resource Group has a delete lock, dash. And the options are Option 1. Only members of the Global Administrators Group can delete My Resource Group. Option 2. The delete lock must be released in order for the administrator to delete the My Resource Group. Option 3. Administrator needs to change Azure policy in order to delete My Resource Group. Option 4. Administrator needs to add an Azure tag in order to delete My Resource Group. And the correct answer is Option 2. The delete lock must be released in order for the administrator to delete the My Resource Group. Explanation. Option 2 is the correct answer. When you lock a resource group, the lock applies to all resources in the target group. Therefore, if the administrator wants to delete the target resource, the deletion lock must be released. If a resource group has a lock applied to it, even the administrator cannot delete the resource group. Option 1 is incorrect. Even global administrators cannot delete resource groups as long as locks are in effect. Option 3 is incorrect. Policies are used to apply compliance and organizational rules to resources and are not related to locks. Option 4 is incorrect. Tags are used for logical grouping of resources and are not related to locks. Next question. You have created a resource group named Resource 1 in Azure Resource Manager. What settings do you need to prevent accidental deletion of resource 1's resources? And the options are option 1, deletion protection settings. Option 2, lock settings. Option 3, Azure policy settings. Option 4, property abstinence. And the answer is option 2, lock settings. Explanation. Option 2 is the correct answer. Once the lock is applied at the resource group level, the resources in the group cannot be deleted. Administrators may need to lock subscriptions, resource groups, or resources to prevent other users in your organization from accidentally deleting or modifying critical resources. The lock level can be set to cannot delete or read only. In the portal, these locks are listed as delete and read only, respectively. Option 1 is incorrect. There is no feature called delete protection for resource groups. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure policy is a function that allows you to define and evaluate rules for using Azure. This does not prevent the removal of resources from the resource group. Option 4 is incorrect. The property abstinence is incorrect. This provides details for a particular resource group and does not prevent the deletion of resources within the resource group. Question 35. True or false? Azure Advisor provides advice on improving the security of your on-premise Active Directory environment. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. Azure Advisor provides a way to improve the security of your Azure resources, but it doesn't provide a way to improve the security of your on-premise Active Directory, which is Azure AD environment. Azure Advisor integrates with Azure Security Center, which can provide security recommendations to Azure AD and all Azure resources. Azure Advisor is a personalized cloud consultant that optimizes your Azure deployment according to the best practices. Resource configuration and usage statistics are analyzed to recommend solutions that help improve the cost effectiveness, performance, reliability, formerly high availability, and security of Azure resources. Next question. True or false? Azure Advisor is where you can file a cap relaxation request for resource limits. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2, false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. Azure Advisor is a service that provides solutions that help you improve cost effectiveness, performance, reliability, and security, and you cannot file a cap relaxation request for resource limits here. Question 37. True or false? Azure Advisor provides cost-cutting recommendations. And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 1, true. The correct answer is true. Azure Advisor provides recommendations on how to reduce the cost of running Azure virtual machines. Advisors provide relevant best practices to help you improve reliability, security, performance, achieve operational excellence, and reduce costs. Configure the advisor to target specific subscriptions and resource groups, focusing on critical optimizations. You can access the advisor using the Azure portal, the Azure command line interface, or the Azure API. Alternatively, configure alerts to automatically notify you of new recommendations. Next question. True or false? Azure Advisor is available for free, and the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 1, true. Explanation. The correct answer is true. Azure Advisor is a service that provides solutions that help you improve cost effectiveness, performance, reliability, and security, and is available for free. Next question. Your company needs to run 10 Windows Server 2016 and 20 Linux virtual machines on a regular basis and remove them after their task processing is finished. Which Azure service should you use to minimize the administrative effort required to deploy and delete these virtual machines? And the options are: Option 1, Microsoft Virtual Desktop. Option 2, Azure Reserved VM Instances. Option 3, Azure DevTest Labs. Option 4, Azure Virtual Machine Scale Set. And the correct answer is Option 3, Azure DevTest Labs. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. You can use Azure DevTest Labs to build a fast, easy development or test environment. It is possible to set the number of virtual machines by using the Azure Resource Manager template to configure the required number of virtual machines in settings in advance. Option 1 is incorrect. Microsoft Virtual Desktop is a desktop and app virtualization service that runs in the cloud. Option 2 is incorrect. Azure Reserved VM Instances launches virtual machines of any size in the reserved instance size group. So you can't specify and launch an instance of a particular size. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure Virtual Machine Scale Sets allow you to create and manage groups of virtual machines and distribute the load within the same group, which is used when building large-scale services. Question 25. You need to create an Azure support request. Choose the two best solutions. And the options are: Option 1, Azure Support Ticket REST API. Option 2, Azure Portal. Option 3, Knowledge Center. Option 4, Security and Compliance Center. Option 5, support.microsoft.com. And the correct answer is Option 1, Azure Support Ticket REST API, and Option 2, Azure Portal. Explanation. Option 1 and 2 are correct answer. You can make a support request from the Azure Portal. You can also use the Azure Support Ticket REST API to programmatically create and manage requests. Option 3 is incorrect. Knowledge Center is incorrect. Knowledge Center is a collection of common questions and answers about Azure. Option 4 is incorrect. The Security and Compliance Center only provides operations related to security and regulatory compliance. Option 5 is incorrect. Support requests are made from the Azure portal instead of support.microsoft.com. Question 26. You plan to build your application with an Azure virtual machine. Redundancy must be ensured so that the services running on the virtual machine are available in the event of a single data center failure. Solution. Deploy the virtual machine to 2 or more AZs or more AZs. Does this solution meet the requirements? And the options are: Option 1, yes. Option 2, no. And the correct answer is Option 1, yes. Explanation. Yes is the correct answer. Deploying VMs to more than one availability zone can keep them available in the event of a single data center failure. Question 27. You want to collaborate on application development with high-performance pipelines and GIT repositories. Which is the best Azure solution for that? And the options are: Option 1, Azure DevTest Labs. Option 2, Azure Teams. Option 3, Azure DevOps. Option 4, Visual Studio Team Services. And the correct answer is Option 3, Azure DevOps. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. Azure DevOps uses development collaboration tools such as high-performance pipelines, free private GIT repositories, configurable Kanban boards, and extensively automated cloud-based load testing. Option 1 is incorrect. Dev Test Labs is for quickly creating Windows and Linux environments as needed to test or demo your applications directly from the deployment pipeline. Option 2 is incorrect. There is no service called Azure Teams. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure DevOps was formerly known as Visual Studio Team Services. This is the old service name. Question 28. Your company has an on-premises environment and multiple servers and databases. They plan to migrate multiple servers to Azure in the future. Which tasks are alleviated in your administrative work compared to your on-premises environment? Please select 2. The options are: Option 1, Physical Server Replacement. Option 2, Server Operating System Update. Option 3, Operational Document Management. Option 4, Access Authority Management. Option 5, Applying security patches for physical servers. And the correct answer is Option 1, Physical Server Replacement. Explanation: Option 1 and 5 are correct answers. According to Azure Responsibility Sharing Model, the Azure site will be responsible for managing all physical hardware. Therefore, in the event of a hardware server failure, it is Azure's responsibility to replace them as needed. Replacing the physical server and applying security patches for the physical server are management tasks that should be performed on the data center side, so they cannot be performed on the user side. Option 2 is incorrect. When using an Azure virtual machine, it is required that the user perform work such as updating the OS. Option 3 is incorrect. It is required for the user to create and manage the user's own operation document for sharing the Azure Operation Management Policy among the user members. Option 4 is incorrect. Access management is a matter that should be managed on the user side using Azure AD. Question 29. True or false? The availability zone consists of a single data center. And the options are: Option 1, true. Option 2, false. And the correct answer is Option 2, false. Explanation: the correct answer is false. Availability zones are unique physical locations within your Azure region. Each zone consists of one or more data centers with independent power supplies, cooling means, and networks. Question number 30. True or false? Availability zones are used to replicate data and applications to multiple regions. And the options are: Option 1, true. Option 2, false. And the correct answer is Option 2, false. Explanation: the correct answer is false. By default, Azure availability zones are used to replicate applications and data only within an Azure region. Availability zones are physically separated within a region, so you can protect your applications and data in the event of a data center failure. Zone redundancy services replicate applications and data across availability zones to protect against a single point of failure. In availability zones, Azure delivers the industry's highest 99.99% VM uptime SLAs. Question 31. True or false? Each region has at least 3 separate zones. And the options are: Option 1, true. Option 2, false. And the correct answer is Option 2. Explanation: the correct answer is false. Not all regions have availability zones. Regions that support availability zones have a minimum of 3 separate zones to ensure resiliency. So it is not necessarily true that all regions will have 3 availability zones. Next question. Please select the option to fill in the following blanks. After you create a virtual machine, you need to change the dash to allow the virtual machine to connect to TCP port 8080. And the options are: Option 1, Network Security Group NSG. Option 2, Virtual Network Gateway. Option 3, Virtual Network. Option 4, Route Table. And the correct answer is Option 1, Network Security Group NSG. Explanation. Option 1 is the correct answer. By default, all inbound connections are not allowed on L4. So unless you have a network interface, you need to modify the rules of the network security group so that all inbound connections from port 80/8080 can reach the VM. Option 2 is incorrect. The Azure Virtual Network Gateway is a VPN device in the Azure Virtual Network that is used to set up a site-to-site VPN connection between the Azure Virtual Network and the local network, or a VNet to VNet VPN connection. Option 3 is incorrect. A virtual network is nothing more than a private isolated network in Azure, because it is used to enable Azure resources such as virtual machines to communicate securely with other Azure resources, the internet, and resources in your on-premises network. Option 4 is incorrect. The Azure route table is incorrect because it only contains a set of rules that specify how packets are routed in the virtual network. Question 15. Which of the following Azure management tools are available for Mac OS? Please select the three most appropriate tools, and the options are Option 1, Azure CLI. Option 2, Azure PowerShell. Option 3, Azure Mac Management. Option 4, Azure Portal. Option 5, Azure Console. And the answers are Option 1, 2 and 4. Explanation. Options 1, 2 and 4 are correct answers. You can use the Azure CLI, Azure Portal, and Azure PowerShell for Mac OS. The Mac OS operating system is supported by the Azure CLI, Azure Portal, and Azure PowerShell. Starting with PowerShell 6.0, PowerShell Core can run PowerShell on Mac OS and Linux. Question 16. You need a database to store JSON formatted documents. This database needs to be accessed and used from multiple regions at the same time. Which database is best for this? And the options are Option 1, Azure Cosmos DB. Option 2, Azure Synapse Analytics. Option 3, Azure SQL Database. Option 4, Azure Cache for Redis. And the answer is Option 1. Explanation. Option 1 is the correct answer. Azure Cosmos DB is a fully managed NoSQL database service for modern app development. It has guaranteed single-digit millisecond response time in 99.999% availability. Azure Cosmos DB can store JSON documents. Option 2 is incorrect. Azure Synapse Analytics is a fully managed cloud data warehouse. You can get query results in short time across terabytes and petabytes of data. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure SQL Database is fully managed, intelligent, relational cloud database. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure Cache for Redis, a fast, fully managed in-memory data store. It is not suitable for storing JSON documents. Question 17. You want to deploy multiple virtual machines using ARM templates. It is necessary to maintain strong security of credentials such as usernames and passwords outside of the template itself. Please select the best service for this. Option 1, Azure Key Vault. Option 2, Vault Lock. Option 3, Network Security Group. Option 4, User Data. And the answer is Option 1. Explanation. Option 1 is the correct answer. You can manage secrets by using Azure Key Vault. You can securely store tokens, passwords, certificates, API keys, and other secrets, and have tight control over the access to them. Question 18. True or false? all Azure resources deployed in a single resource group must share the same Azure region? And the options are option 1, true, option 2, false. And the correct answer is option 2. Explanation. The correct answer is false. A resource group, a container that holds related resources for an Azure solution, can contain resources from different regions. Question 19. You want to create a resource group named Resource 1 in Azure Resource Manager. What settings would you need to prevent accidental deletion and overwriting of Resource 1's resources? And the options are option 1, set a read-only lock on the resource. Option 2, set a delete lock on a resource. Option 3, set operation locks for resources. And option 4, set delete and update locks on the resources. And the answer is option 1. Explanation. Administrators can lock subscriptions, resource groups, or resources to prevent accidental deletion or modification of critical resources. The following looks can be performed. Delete locks allow legitimate users to read and modify resources but cannot delete them. Read-only locks allow legitimate users to read resources but cannot update or delete resources. Therefore, option 1 is the correct answer. Question 20. True or false? Azure virtual machines can belong to multiple resource groups. True or false? And the answer is false. Explanation. False is the correct answer. Azure virtual machines are resources that cannot be deployed to multiple resource groups within an Azure subscription. It can only belong to one resource group at a time. Therefore, this is incorrect. Question 21. True or false? All features of Azure Security Center are free. True or false? And the answer is false. Explanation. The correct answer is false. Azure Security Center offers free and paid services. The free tier only provides security policies, ongoing security assessments, and practical security features that help protect your Azure resources. Paid services extend the free tier functionality and add threat protection. It has built-in behavioral analytics and machine learning to identify attacks and zero-day exploits, and uses access and application control to reduce exposure to network attacks and malware. In addition, it has a virtual machine vulnerability scan. Question 22. What are the characteristics of the cloud that allow cloud-based applications to continuously provide a user experience in the event of a problem without incurring downtime? Number 1, reliability. Number 2, scalability. Number 3, elasticity. Number 4, agility. And the answer is option 1. Explanation. Option 1 is the correct answer. Reliability depends on the service level agreement you choose, but in the event of a problem, your cloud-based application will continue to provide the user experience without any obvious downtime. Option 2 is incorrect. Scalability means that applications in the cloud can be scaled or increased in two distinct ways, which are in-out and up-down. Option 3 is incorrect. Elasticity means that cloud-based applications can be configured to always have the resources they need at the moment. Option 4 is incorrect. Agility is cloud-based resources that can be quickly deployed and configured as application requirements change. Question 23. Your company plans to migrate mission-critical systems to Azure virtual machines. The application is being built should guarantee 99.99% availability. What is the minimum number of virtual machines you need to use to maintain this availability? Option 1, 1. Option 2, 2. Option 3, 3. Option 4, 4. And the answer is option 2. Option 2 is the correct answer. Based on the VM's SLA, deploying at least 2 VMs on 2 AZs guarantees 99.99% availability. Therefore, the minimum number of virtual machines is 2. Question 24. You are planning to provision infrastructure as a service resources in Azure. Which of the following resources is an example of IaaS? And the options are: Option A, Azure Web Apps. Option 2, Azure Virtual Machine. Option 3, Azure Logic Apps. And Option 4, Azure SQL Database. And the answer is Option 2. Explanation. The correct answer is Option 2. The Azure Virtual Machine is correct here because the Azure VM is based on IaaS. This gives users more control over their environment and the ability to customize their hosting or development environment. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure Web Apps are incorrect as PaaS used to build applications on the Azure platform without deploying, configuring, and maintaining their own Azure virtual machines. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure Logic Apps is incorrect because it is a PaaS that helps you schedule, automate, and coordinate tasks, business processes, and workflows when you need to integrate apps, data, systems, and services across your enterprise or organization. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure SQL is also PaaS, so it's incorrect. SQL acts as a relational database in the cloud that allows users to host data without worrying about the infrastructure. Question 8. Which of the following statements is correct? And the options are: Option 1. Data stored in Azure storage account will have at least 2 copies in the primary region. Option 2. Data stored in your Azure storage account will have at least 3 copies in the secondary region. Option 3. Data stored in your Azure storage account will have at least 2 copies in the secondary region. And Option 4. Data stored in your Azure storage account will have at least 3 copies in the primary region. And the correct answer is Option 4. Option 4 is the correct answer. Data in your Azure storage account is always replicated 3 times in the primary region. The Azure storage account copies the data 3 times within the primary region and keeps things synchronous with each other. It is also asynchronously copied to the secondary region. An Azure storage account contains all Azure storage data objects, blobs, files, queues, tables, and disks. Option 1 is incorrect. Data in your Azure storage account is always replicated 3 times in the primary region. Option 2 and 3 are incorrect. Data replication to the secondary region requires optional settings, and this means it does not always retain a copy. This shouldn't be assumed in the above scenario. Question 9. Your company leverages multiple regions to deploy Azure virtual machines. Users in each office are required to create Azure resources only in the region of the country in which their office is located. Which is the best solution from the below options to make sure that these rules are being followed correctly? Number 1, resource group. Number 2, compliance policy. Number 3, Azure policy. Number 4, Azure rules. And the answer is Option 3. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. Azure policy allows you to apply your organization standards and assess compliance with them on a large scale. You can use Azure policies to apply policies to management groups or resource groups that limit the space available for creating resources. This policy applies to all subscriptions and resources under that management group by only allowing the creation of resources in that region. You can define policies used to limit use of Azure resources to only the region in which each office is located. Question 10. You plan to build a web application using multiple Azure virtual machines. The requirement is to ensure that the services running on the virtual machine do not stop in the event of a single data center failure. Proposed solution: deploy virtual machines in 2 or more regions. In this, the most appropriate solution to meet the above requirements. Number 1, yes. Number 2, no. And the answer is option 2. Explanation: no is the correct answer. A single region is made up of multiple availability zones. Therefore, to prevent a single data center failure, you only need to use multiple availability zones and do not need to have a multi-region configuration. In addition, multi-region support is not optimal in terms of architectural configuration because it is difficult to link virtual machines across regions. Question 11. Which services provides network traffic filtering for multiple Azure subscriptions and virtual networks? Number 1, Azure Firewall. Number 2, Application Security Group. Number 3, Azure DDoS Protection. Number 4, Network Security Group. And the answer is option 1. Explanation: option 1 is the correct answer. Azure Firewall allows you to limit traffic to different virtual networks with multiple subscriptions. Option 2 is incorrect. Application security groups are services for grouping virtual machines and managing access within a virtual network. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure DDoS Protection is a service that prevents distributed denial of service attacks. Option 4 is incorrect. A network security group is a service that manages access within a virtual network. Question 12. Which deployment method should you choose to reduce downtime for the application you are deploying? And the options are: option 1, multi-AZ deployment; option 2, multi-region deployment; option 3, single AZ deployment; option 4, multi-subnet deployment. And the correct answer is option 1. Explanation: option 1, Azure's architectural configuration is built around regions and availability zones. Each region is a separate geographical area. Each region is further made up of multiple availability zones. A multi-AZ configuration can increase availability so that downtime does not occur, even if one data center fails. Therefore, multi-AZ is the correct answer. Question 13. What are the security benefits of storing data in the Azure public cloud? And the options are: option 1, Azure staff can protect your data; option 2, users have full control over their data; option 3, data content can be monitored on the Azure side; and number 4, protection is automatically implemented without the need for users to manage their own data security measures. And the correct answer is option 2. Explanation: option 2 is the correct answer. In Azure, all the data used in applications is completely controlled by the user, and Azure themselves do not have the authority to access the data. Options 1 and 3 are incorrect. Azure does not have permission to access the data. Option 4 is incorrect. Users are required to take measures such as data encryption themselves. Question 14. Please fill in the blank. Your company should use dash to automatically add watermarks to Microsoft Word documents that contain credit card information. And the options are: number 1, Azure Policy; number 2, Azure DDoS Protection; number 3, Azure Information Protection; and number 4, Azure Active Directory Identity Protection. And the correct answer is option 3. Explanation: option 3 is the correct answer. Azure Information Protection can label content to detect, classify, and protect documents and emails. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure policies are for applying organizational rules and checking compliance of resources. It does not have document protection features. Option 2 is incorrect. Azure DDoS Protection is a service to prevent distributed denial of service attacks and does not have document protection features. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure Active Directory Identity Protection is used for identity-based risk analysis using data from Azure portal and has no document protection capabilities. Question 1. You are building an application using a virtual machine in Azure. As a security requirement, it is necessary to apply Azure multi-factor authentication based on certain conditions. Which Azure service should you choose? And the options are: Option 1, Azure Monitor. Option 2, Azure Security Center. Option 3, Azure Active Directory ID Protection. Option 4, Azure Advanced Threat Protection. And the answer is Option 3. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. This is because Azure Active Directory ID Protection allows you to apply MFA with conditions. It is also used to detect risks such as anonymous IP address logins, unfamiliar sign-ins, and credential leaks. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure Monitor is incorrect because this is for collecting what is known as application monitoring data, data about the performance and functionality of the code you write, regardless of platform. Option 2 is incorrect. Azure Security Center is an integrated infrastructure security management system that enhances the security structure of data center. It's an advanced threat protection feature that protects your entire hybrid workload, both on the cloud and on premises. With this option, you can't use MFA. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure ATP is incorrect because it is used to monitor and analyze user activity and information across the network, such as permissions and group membership. Question 2. Fill in the blank. Dash provides a command platform for deploying objects to your cloud infrastructure and maintaining consistency throughout your Azure environment. The options are: Number 1, Azure Policy. Number 2, Resource Group. Number 3, Azure Resource Manager. Number 4, Management Group. And the answer is Option 3. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. Azure Resource Manager is a service that provides a management layer that allows you to create, update, and delete Azure resources, all while maintaining consistency across your Azure environment. Option 2 is incorrect. A resource group is a group that manages related resources in an Azure solution. Option 4 is incorrect. A management group is a group for managing multiple subscriptions. Question 3. You are planning to extend your company's network to Azure and create a hybrid cloud configuration. In the on-premises environment, a VPN appliance that has the IP address of 136.168.103.1 is used, and it is necessary to identify this on the Azure side. Which is the best solution for this situation? And the options are: Number 1, Route Table. Number 2, Application Gateway. Number 3, Local Network Gateway. Number 4, Network Interface. And the correct answer is Option 3. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. The Local Network Gateway can be used to specify the IP address and the VPN device in the virtual network. This allows Azure to identify VPN appliances that use the IP address of 136.168.103.1. Option 1 is incorrect. The routing table is the route information recorded in the router itself. It is the table to be referred to when performing the routing process, but it does not identify the IP address of the VPN appliance. Option 2 is incorrect. Application gateways are used to load balanced traffic to various web applications. It does not identify the IP address of the VPN appliance. Option 4 is incorrect. The network interface allows Azure VMs to communicate with Internet, Azure, and on-premises resources. It does not identify the IP address of the VPN appliance. Question 4. Which of the following Azure regions is available to Japanese government agencies? Number 1. Azure Global. Number 2. Azure Government. Number 3. Azure Local. Number 4. Azure Japan. And the answer is option 1. Option 1 is the correct answer. The Azure region available to Japanese government agencies is Azure Global. Azure Global is a publicly available region that the average user will use. There is no region dedicated to Japanese government agencies, so Azure Global should be used in this case. Option 2 is incorrect. Azure Government is a mission-critical cloud that delivers breakthrough innovations to US government customers and their partners. Only the US federal government, state governments, local governments, tribal governments, and their partners have access to this dedicated instance, and operations are managed by the selected US citizens. Option 3 is incorrect. There is no region called Azure Local. Option 4 is incorrect. There is no region called Azure Japan. There are Azure China and Azure Germany. Question 5. There is an Azure virtual network named VNET-A in a resource group named My Resource Group. VNET-A dash when you assign an Azure policy that says that My Resource Group is not allowed to create or update virtual networks. And the options are: number 1 is automatically deleted. Number 2 is automatically moved to another resource group. Number 3 will continue to function normally. And number 4 becomes a read-only object. And the answer is option 3. Explanation. Option 3 is the correct answer. Azure policies do not affect the pre-apply configuration. Therefore, VNet-A works fine because it was already created before the Azure policy was created. However, My Resource Group does not allow you to create any more VNETs. Question 6. Your company wants to use a serverless application to automate the data registration process. Which Azure service should you use? And the options are: number 1, Azure App Service. Number 2, Azure Functions. Number 3, Azure DevOps. Number 4, Azure Monitor. And the answer is option 2. Explanation. Option 2 is the correct answer. Azure Functions is an event-driven serverless computing platform that can solve complex orchestration problems. You can use this to develop serverless applications. Option 1 is incorrect. Azure App Service is a fully managed development platform for building, deploying, and scaling web apps. Option 3 is incorrect. Azure DevOps is a development and operations service that enables smarter planning and DevOps working using the latest set of development services. Option 4 is incorrect. Azure Monitor is a monitoring service for applications, infrastructures, and networks on Azure. Question 7. You want to deploy multiple web servers and multiple database servers in Azure. As a security measure, you need to limit the connection to the database server to be only from web server. Which solution should you use for this? Number 1, Azure Service Bus. Number 2, Azure DDoS Protection. Number 3, Route Filter. Number 4, Network Security Group. And the answer is option 4. Explanation. Option 4 is the correct answer. You can use Azure Network Security Groups to filter network traffic to and from Azure resources in your Azure virtual network. Network security groups contain security rules that allow or deny inbound or outbound network traffic to many types of Azure resources. You can specify the source, destination, port, and the protocol for each rule. Option 1 is incorrect. Microsoft Azure Service Bus is a fully managed enterprise integration message broker with message queues and publish or subscribe topics. Option 2 is incorrect. DDoS protection is a service that provides constant monitoring and automatic network attack mitigation. It protects your Azure resources from distributed denial of service attacks. Option 3 is incorrect. Route filtering is a way to take advantage of a subset of the services support through Microsoft peering.
Hi, welcome to our brand new Microsoft Azure Fundamental AZ 900 Practice Questions 2022. In this video, we are going to discuss all the dummy questions of the Microsoft AZ 900 exam. I'm your host Neetu Rai from updegree, and let's get started. Question 1. Which feature of Azure AD allows you to restrict access to a resource based on the geographical location of the user? Now, the options are: Option A, Directory Roles. Option B, Privileged Identity Management. Option C, Role-Based Access Control. Option D, Conditional Access. And the correct answer is Option D, Conditional Access. Explanation: Conditional access allowed administrators to create rules around who is and is not allowed access to a resource based on a number of available signals. Question 2. Your company has a set of virtual machines configured in Azure. The company management asked you to explore the options to cut down VM running cost. Which of the following options would you consider for cutting down the VM running cost? Select 3 options. Now, the options are: Option A, replace the VM with reserved instances. Option B, reduce the size of the virtual machines. Option C, change region the virtual machine is located in. Option D, change the data center the virtual machine is located in. Option E, deallocate the public IP address from the virtual machine. And the correct answer is Option A, replace the VM with reserved instances. Option B, reduce the size of the virtual machines. Option C, change region the virtual machine is located in. Explanation: Option A is correct. You can consider buying reserved instances to get discounts on the virtual machine's running cost. Option B is correct. Right VM sizing will help to reduce the cost. Option C is correct. Regions where the VM is deployed will impact the pricing. Option D and E are incorrect. Data center and public IP address will not impact the pricing. Question 3. What software using an intuitive interface can be downloaded for Windows, Mac OS or Linux that helps you manage your Azure cloud storage resources from your desktop? Now, the options are: Option A, Azure Storage Explorer. Option B, Azure Portal. Option C, Azure File Sync. Option D, Azure Data Box. And the correct answer is Option A, Azure Storage Explorer. Explanation: Azure Storage Explorer can help you upload, download, and manage Azure storage blobs, files, queues, and tables, as well as Azure Data Lake storage entities and Azure Managed Disk. Configure storage permissions and access controls, tiers, and rules. Question 4. A company deployed an application on Azure. Now, they want to implement disaster recovery for the application. Which of the following aspects of Azure could be used for disaster recovery purposes? Now, the options are: Option A, Azure Data Centers. Option B, Azure Resource Groups. Option C, Azure Subscriptions. Option D, Azure Regions. And the correct answer is Option D, Azure Regions. Explanation: You can deploy your resources across multiple regions. In an event of a disaster and one region goes down, you will still have the other reason available. Option A is incorrect. Data centers are pertinent to just a reason and can't be used for disaster recovery purposes. Option B is incorrect. Azure resource groups are used to logically group resources. Option C is incorrect. Azure subscriptions are used for billing purposes. Question 5. How do you invite a person who is not an employee of your company to use one of your applications protected by Azure Active Directory? Now, the options are: Option A. Invite them as a guest user. Option B. Azure AD conditional access. Option C. Add them as a user. Option D. External users cannot be managed by Azure Active Directory. And the correct answer is option A. Invite them as a guest user. Explanation: with Azure AD B2B collaboration, you can invite anyone to collaborate with your organization using their own work, school, or social account. Question 6. Select yes or no for the following statement. A company is planning to deploy an application on a set of Azure virtual machines. They have set up an Azure subscription and an Azure AD tenant. Would the addition of an Azure load balancer to the application architecture increase its overall availability? Now, the options are: Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: with the Azure load balancer, you can increase the overall availability of your applications. Question 7. What are the resource groups? Now, the options are: Option A. Automatically assign groups of resources that all have the same type. Option B. A folder structure in Azure in which you organize resources like databases, virtual machines, virtual networks, or almost any resource. Option C. Within Azure security model, users are organized into groups, and then those groups are granted permissions to resources. Option D. Based on the tag assigned to a resource by the deployment script, it is assigned to a group. And the correct answer is option B. A folder structure in Azure in which you organize resources like databases, virtual machines, virtual networks, or almost any resource. Explanation: resource groups, a folder structure in Azure in which you organize resources like databases, virtual machines, virtual networks, or almost any resource. Question 8. Which of the following services allows events generated by Azure resources to be sent to applications? Now, the options are: Option A, Azure Event Grid. Option B, Azure Notification Hubs. Option C, Azure Event Hubs. Option D, Azure Logic Apps. And the correct answer is option A, Azure Event Grid. Explanation: Azure Event Grid is the right service for this requirement. Azure Event Grid is a complete event routing service actively running on top of the Azure Service Fabric. Event Grid issues events from various services like Azure Storage Blobs to different handlers like Azure Functions. Azure Event Grid was invented to build event-based and serverless applications on Azure at an ease. Question 9. Paying per GB for an unmanaged storage account is an example of what type of cloud pricing model? Now, the options are: Option A, spot pricing. Option B, consumption model. Option C, reservations. Option D, hybrid benefit. And the correct answer is option B, consumption model. Explanation: in the consumption model, you are charged for only what you use. For an unmanaged storage account, you pay per GB used. You can save money by deleting files. Question 10. You are planning to implement Azure multi-factor authentication. Which of the following is the recommended policy? Now, the options are: Option A, enable per user. Option B, enable per session. Option C, enable conditional access. Option D, enable security defaults. And the correct answer is option C, enable conditional access. Explanation: to secure user sign-in events in Azure AD, you can require multi-factor authentication. Enabling Azure AD multi-factor authentication using conditional access policies is the recommended approach to protect users. Conditional access is an Azure AD Premium P1 or P2 feature that lets you apply rules to require MFA as needed in certain scenarios. Option A is incorrect, as it is not advised per user. Also, it would be time consuming and difficult to maintain for a large number of users. Option B is incorrect because the session is per user login and policy is not applied to a user session. Option D is incorrect because it is applicable for a free tier by default. Question 11. True or false? Azure Tenant is a dedicated and trusted instance of Azure Active Directory that's automatically created when your organization signs up for a Microsoft Cloud Service subscription. Now, the options are: Option A, false. Option B, true. And the correct answer is Option B, true. Explanation: yes, Azure Tenant is a dedicated and trusted instance of Azure AD that's automatically created when your organization signs up for a Microsoft Cloud Service subscription. Question 12. You want to deploy a virtual machine scale set to Azure. Could you deploy the scale set using the Azure command line interface? Now, the options are: Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is Option A, yes. Explanation: a virtual machine scale set allows you to deploy and manage a set of auto-scaling virtual machines. You can scale the number of VMS in the scale set manually or define rules to auto-scale based on resource uses like CPU, memory demand, or network traffic. An Azure load balancer then distributes traffic to the VM instances in the scale set. In this quick start, you create a virtual machine scale set and deploy a sample application with the Azure CLI. Question 13. What is the most common and recommended type of storage account? Now, the options are: Option A, Premium Block Blobs. Option B, Standard General Purpose V1. Option C, Premium Page Blobs. Option D, General Purpose V2. And the correct answer is Option D, General Purpose V2. Explanation: General Purpose V2 is the standard storage account type for blobs, file shares, queues, and tables. Recommended for most scenarios using Azure storage. Question 14. Select yes or no for the following statement. Azure Synapse Analytics can be used to visualize the data in the warehouse with Power BI. Now, the options are: Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is Option A, yes. Explanation: yes, Synapse can be leveraged to visualize the data. Azure Synapse Analytics is a limitless analytics service that brings together data integration, enterprise data warehousing, and big data analytics. It gives you the freedom to query data on your terms, using either serverless or dedicated options at scale. Azure Synapse brings these worlds together with a unified experience to ingest, explore, prepare, transform, manage, and serve data for immediate BI and machine learning needs. Question 15. When deploying a virtual machine into an availability set, how does Azure treat that VM differently? Now, the options are: Option A. It will auto-scale the VM, adding and removing instances as demand increases and decreases. Option B. It will place the VM on a physically separate server and roll out Azure updates to it in a staggered manner. Option C. It will place the VM on the same physical server as the other VMS in the set. Option D. It will place the VM in another data center as other VMS in the set. And the correct answer is option B. It will place the VM on a physically separate server and roll out Azure updates to it in a staggered manner. Explanation: An availability set is a logical grouping of VMS that allows Azure to understand how your application is built to provide for redundancy and availability. Each virtual machine in your availability set is assigned an update domain and a fault domain by the underlying Azure platform. Fault domains define the group of virtual machines that share a common power source and network switch. By default, the virtual machines configured within your availability set are separated across up to 3 fault domains. While placing your virtual machines into an availability set does not protect your application from operating system or application specific failures, it does limit the impact of potential physical hardware failures, network outages, or power interruptions. Question 16. A company is planning to set up a series of Azure SQL databases. If the databases have unpredictable uses, which of the following features can reduce the overall cost? Now, the options are: Option A. Azure reservation. Option B. Elastic pools. Option C. Single databases. Option D. Clustered databases. And the correct answer is option B. Elastic pools. Explanation: You can use elastic pools to make more efficient use of the cost when having databases with unpredictable usage demands. Azure SQL Database Elastic Pools are a simple and cost-effective solution for managing and scaling multiple databases that have varying and unpredictable usage demands. The databases in an elastic pool are on a single server and share a set number of resources at a set price. Elastic pools in Azure SQL Database enable SaaS developers to optimize the price performance for a group of databases within a prescribed budget, while delivering performance elasticity for each database. Question 17. Your company is planning to create a Cosmos DB account. Which of the following is used to measure the cost of Cosmos DB? Select two options. Now the options are: Option A. Storage. Option B. Number of clusters. Option C. Number of nodes. Option D. Throughput. And the correct answer is option A and D. Storage and throughput. Explanation: You will be charged on the basis of the amount of throughput you assign for the Cosmos DB account and also the storage. Question 18. What two advantages does cloud computing elasticity give to you? Pick two options. Now, the options are: Option A. You can serve users better during peak traffic periods by automatically adding more capacity. Option B. Servers have become a commodity and Microsoft doesn't even need to even fix servers that fail within Azure. Option C. You can save money. Option D. You can do more regular backups and you won't lose as much when that backup gets restored. And the correct answer is option A. You can serve users better during peak traffic periods by automatically adding more capacity. And option C. You can save money. Explanation: Elasticity saves you money during slow periods and also allows you to handle the highest peak of traffic. Question 19. Your company is planning on creating several policies in the Azure Policy Service. These policies are all meant to achieve a particular goal. Which of the following could be used to organize these policies into one group? Now, the options are option A, management groups, option B, initiative definition, option C, resource groups, option D, subscriptions, and the correct answer is option B, initiative definition. Explanation: initiatives enable you to group several related policy definitions to simplify assignments and management because you work with a group as a single item. For example, you can group related tagging policy definitions into a single initiative. Rather than assigning each policy individually, you apply the initiative. Question 20. What are the groups of subscriptions called? Now, the options are option A, management groups, option B, Azure policy, option C, subscription groups, option D, ARM groups, and the correct answer is option A, management groups. Explanation: subscriptions can be nested and placed into management groups to make managing them easier. Question 21. A company is planning to implement an Azure DDoS protection standard plan. The company has multiple subscriptions. The total number of resources across subscriptions is more than 100. Which of the following statement is correct based on the given requirements? Now, the options are option A, DDoS protection standard plan does not meet the first requirement. Option B, DDoS protection standard plan does not meet the second requirement. Option C, DDoS protection standard plan meets both the requirements. And the correct answer is option B, DDoS protection standard plan does not meet the second requirement. Explanation: DDoS protection standard plan cannot support more than 100 resources. Since the requirement needs to support more than 100 resources. Option B is an accurate statement. Option A is incorrect because DDoS protection standard plan can be used across multiple subscriptions. Option C is incorrect. DDoS protection standard plan cannot support the second requirement. It can support only up to 100 resources. Question 22. If you wanted to get an alert every time a new virtual machine is created, where could you create that? Now, the options are option A, Azure dashboard, option B, Azure policy, option C, subscription settings, option D, Azure monitor, and the correct answer is option D, Azure monitor. Explanation: the best place to track events at the resource level is Azure Monitor. Question 23. Your company has implemented Azure Information Protection. However, a newly joined user is unable to access it. Which two of the following roles would give the user access to Azure Information Protection? Select two options. Now, the options are option A, Information Protection Administrator, option B, Cloud Application Administrator, option C, Group Administrator, option D, Security Administrator, and the correct answer is option A, Information Protection Administrator, and option D, Security Administrator. Explanation: in Azure Active Directory, if another administrator or non-administrator needs to manage Azure AD resources, you assign them an Azure AD role that provides the permissions they need. Option A is correct. Information Protection Administrator role can create and manage all aspects of app registrations. Option D is correct. Security Administrator can manage all aspects of the Cloud App Security product. Option D is incorrect because Cloud Application Administrator is part of Application Administrators. Option C is incorrect because Group Administrator has access to administrative features. Question 24. Fill in the blanks. Dash is the strategy of layering multiple security defenses on top of each other to provide a stronger protection than any single defensive mechanism alone. Now, The options are Option A, Defense in Depth. Option B, Azure Firewall. Option C, Network Access Control. Option D, Azure AD Conditional Access. And the correct answer is option A, Defense in Depth. Explanation. A common cybersecurity approach used by organizations to protect their digital assets is to leverage a defense in depth strategy. The SANS Institute defines defense in depth as protecting a computer network with a series of defensive mechanisms such that if one mechanism fails, another will already be in place to thwart an attack. Question 25. A company wants to implement a security solution for the users who are on-premises Active Directory and has the following requirements. Monitor user login or logout. Monitor Active Directory user account changes. Monitor machine account. Which is the best resource option to satisfy this requirement? Now, the options are Option A, Azure AD Password Protection. Option B, Azure AD Identity Protection. Option C, Azure AD Privileged Identity Management. Option D, Microsoft Defender for Identity. And the correct answer is option D, Microsoft Defender for Identity. Explanation. Microsoft Defender for Identity is a cloud-based security solution that leverages your on-premises Active Directory signals to identify, detect, and investigate advanced threats, compromised identities, and malicious insider actions directed at your organization. Defender for Identity enables SecOps analysts and security professionals struggling to detect advanced attacks in hybrid environments to monitor users, entity behavior, and activities with learning-based analytics, protect user identities and credentials stored in Active Directory, identify and investigate suspicious user activities, and advanced attacks throughout the kill chain provide clear incident information on a simple timeline for fast triage. Option A is incorrect. Azure AD Password Protection only provides password protection features. Option B is incorrect. Azure AD Identity Protection is used only for identity protections. Option C is incorrect. Azure AD Privileged Identity Management is used only for important resources protection. Question 26. Which feature of Azure AD allows you to restrict access to a resource based on the geographical location of the user? Now, the options are Option A, Directory Roles. Option B, Privileged Identity Management. Option C, Role-Based Access Control. Option D, Conditional Access. And the correct answer is option D, Conditional Access. Explanation. Conditional access allows administrators to create rules around who is and is not allowed access to a resource based on a number of available signals. Question 27. You are planning to implement Azure multi-factor authentication. Which of the following is the recommended policy? Now, the options are Option A, Enable per user. Option B, Enable per session. Option C, Enable conditional access. Option D, Enable security defaults. And the correct answer is option C, Enable conditional access. Explanation. To secure user sign-in events in Azure AD, you can require multi-factor authentication. Enabling Azure AD multi-factor authentication using conditional access policies is the recommended approach to protect users. Conditional access is an Azure AD Premium P1 or P2 feature that lets you apply rules to require MFA as needed in certain scenarios. Option A is incorrect, as it is not advised per user. Also, it would be time-consuming and difficult to maintain for a large number of users. Option B is incorrect, because the session is per user login and policy is not applied to a user session. Option D is incorrect, because it is applicable for a free tier by default. Question 28. Deploying Azure App Services applications consists of what two components? Pick two options. Now, the options are: Option A, managing operating system updates. Option B, configuration. Option C, packaged code. Option D, database scripts. And the correct answer is option B, configuration. And option C, packaged code. Explanation: Azure App Services platform as a service consists of code and configuration. Question 29. You are planning to purchase an Azure support plan. Which of the following is the most cost-effective plan that has the following embedded into the plan? Access to the full set of Azure Advisor recommendations. Business hours access to support engineers via email. Now, the options are: Option A, Basic. Option B, Developer. Option C, Standard. Option D, Professional Direct. And the correct answer is option B, Developer. Explanation: The developer plan is the most cost effective to satisfy these requirements. Question 30. Select yes or no for the following statement. With Azure free account, you can access the Azure Knowledge Center. Now, the options are: Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: Yes, Azure Knowledge Center is free to everyone. Question 31. How does Azure calculate the availability for all services? Now the options are: Option A, in a daily billing cycle. Option B, in a weekly billing cycle. Option C, in a monthly billing cycle. Option D, in a yearly billing cycle. And the correct answer is option C, in a monthly billing cycle. Explanation: The billing for the service level agreement is done over a monthly period. Question 32. Which Azure service will help you to build applications that would have some basic level of artificial intelligence modules? Now the options are: Option A, Azure Machine Learning Studio. Option B, Azure Cognitive Services. Option C, Azure HD Insights. Option D, Azure App Services. And the correct answer is option B, Azure Cognitive Services. Explanation: Azure Cognitive Services are cloud-based services with REST APIs, client library SDKs, and user interfaces available to help you build cognitive intelligence into your applications. You can add cognitive features to your applications without having artificial intelligence, AI, or data science skills. Cognitive services comprises various AI services that enable you to build cognitive solutions that can see, hear, speak, understand, and even make decisions. Question 33. Which Azure service could help you to meet the below requirements? Create virtual machines from pre-created custom images that have all the software and tools already installed. Set auto shutdown and auto start schedules on virtual machines. Now the options are: Option A, Azure DevOps. Option B, Azure Logic Apps. Option C, Azure Functions. Option D, Azure Dev Test Labs. And the correct answer is option D, Azure Dev Test Labs. Explanation: Azure Dev Test Lab is a service that enables developers to efficiently self-manage virtual machines and platform as a service resources without waiting for approvals. Dev Test Labs creates labs consisting of pre-configured bases or Azure Resource Manager templates. Question 34. What type of documents does the Microsoft Service Trust Portal provide? Now, the options are: Option A, documentation on the individual Azure services and solutions. Option B, a list of standards that Microsoft follows, pen test results, security assessments, white papers, FAQs, and other documents that can be used to show Microsoft's compliance efforts. Option C, specific recommendations about your uses of Azure and ways you can improve. Option D, a tool that helps you manage your compliance to various standards. And the correct answer is option B, a list of standards that Microsoft follows, pen test results, security assessments, white papers, FAQs, and other documents that can be used to show Microsoft's compliance efforts. Explanation: a list of standards that Microsoft follows, pen test results, security assessments, white papers, FAQs, and other documents that can be used to show Microsoft's compliance efforts. Question 35. Which of the following services would not be considered infrastructure as a service? Now, the options are: Option A, Virtual Network Interface Card (NIC). Option B, Virtual Network. Option C, Azure Functions App. Option D, Virtual Machine. And the correct answer is option C, Azure Functions App. Explanation: functions are small pieces of code that you give to Azure to run for you, and you have no access to the underlying infrastructure. Question 36. What software is used to synchronize your on-premises AD with your Azure AD? Now, the options are: Option A, LDAP. Option B, AD Connect. Option C, Azure AD Federation Services. Option D, Azure AD Domain Services. And the correct answer is option B, AD Connect. Explanation: AD Connect is used to synchronize your corporate AD with Azure AD. Question 37. Select yes or no for the following statement. You are planning to use the IoT Hub services in Azure. Does this service capable of communicating from a device to the cloud and from the cloud to the device? Now, the options are: Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: yes, this is possible with IoT Hub. IoT Hub is a managed service hosted in the cloud that acts as a central message hub for communication between an IoT application and its attached devices. You can connect millions of devices and their backend solutions reliably and securely. Almost any device can be connected to an IoT hub. Question 38. Your company has users all over the world. You are asked to prepare a solution that can distribute content to users around the world with minimal latency. Which of the following could you use for this requirement? Now, the options are: Option A, Azure Content Delivery Network. Option B, Azure Load Balancer. Option C, Azure Application Gateway. Option D, Azure Virtual Network. And the correct answer is option A, Azure Content Delivery Network. Explanation: Azure Content Delivery Network is a global CDN solution for delivering high bandwidth content. With Azure CDN, you can cache static objects loaded from Azure Blob Storage, a web application, or any publicly accessible web server by using the closest point of presence server. Question 39. Select yes or no for the following statement. Azure tags can be applied to Azure resources, resource groups, and subscriptions, which will help to logically organize the resources into a taxonomy. Now, the options are: Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: yes, tags can be leveraged to organize the resources and categorize the billing. According to Azure documentation, you apply tags to your Azure resources, resource groups, and subscriptions to logically organize them into a taxonomy. Each tag consists of a name and a value pair. For example, you can apply the name environment and the value production to all the resources in production. Question 40. Your company has an Azure subscription. They have created a virtual network and also launched a set of virtual machines in the virtual network. Now, they wanted to change the way the traffic is routed in the virtual network. Which of the following concept could be used to satisfy this requirement? Now, the options are: Option A, Azure Management Groups. Option B, User-Defined Routes. Option C, Network Security Groups. Option D, Application Security Groups. And the correct answer is option B, User-Defined Routes. Explanation: Azure automatically creates a route table for each subnet within an Azure virtual network and adds system default routes to the table. To learn more about virtual networks and subnets, see Virtual Network Overview. You can override some of Azure system routes with custom routes and Add additional custom routes to route table. Azure routes outbound traffic from a subnet based on the routes in a subnet's route table. Question 41. What advantage does an application gateway have over a load balancer? Now, the options are: Option A. Application gateway can be scaled so that 2, 3 or more instances of the gateway can support your application. Option B. Application gateway is more like an enterprise grade product. You should not use a load balancer in production. Option C. Application gateway understands the HTTP protocol and can interpret the URL and make decisions based on the URL. And the correct answer is option C. Application gateway understands the HTTP protocol and can interpret the URL and make decisions based on the URL. Explanation: Application gateway can make load balancing decisions based on the URL path, while a load balancer can't. Question 42. Which type of Azure storage supports the server message block SMB protocol and the network file system NFS protocol for accessing files? Now, the options are: Option A. Storage Explorer. Option B. General Purpose V2. Option C. Azure File Storage. Option D. Azure Table Storage. And the correct answer is option C. Azure File Storage. Explanation: Azure Files offers two industry standard file system protocols for mounting Azure file shares: the server message block protocol and the network file system protocol, allowing you to pick the protocol that is the best fit for your workload. Question 43. Which of the following are one of the advantages of running your cloud in a private cloud? Now, the options are: Option A. Assurance that your code, data and applications are running on isolated hardware and on an isolated network. Option B. Private cloud is significantly cheaper than the public cloud. Option C. You own the hardware, so you can change private cloud hosting providers easily. And the correct answer is option A. Assurance that your code, data and applications are running on isolated hardware and on an isolated network. Explanation: Private cloud generally means that you are running your code on isolated computing, not mixed in with other companies. Question 44. True or false? Azure Monitor allows you to monitor activity logs from Azure Active Directory. Now, the options are: Option A. False. Option B. True. And the correct answer is option A. False. Explanation: You can route Azure Active Directory, Azure AD, activity logs to several endpoints for long-term retention and data insights. Using this feature, you can send Azure AD activity logs to Azure Monitor logs to enable rich visualization, monitoring, and alerting on the connected data. Question 45. Which Azure governance tool allows you to implement compliance audits to find instances of Azure resources that do not follow the company policy or even prevent those resources from being created? Now the options are: Option A. Role-based access control. Option B. Identity and access management. Option C. Resource logs. Option D. Azure policy. And the correct answer is option D. Azure policy. Explanation: Azure policy helps to enforce organizational standards and to access compliance at scale. Through its compliance dashboard, it provides an aggregated view to evaluate the overall state of the environment, with the ability to drill down to the per resource, per policy granularity. It also helps to bring your resources to compliance through bulk remediation for existing resources and automatic remediation for new resources. Question 46. With Azure Public Cloud, anyone with a valid credit card can sign up and get services immediately, subject to geography restrictions. Now the options are: Option A. False. Option B. True. And the correct answer is option B. True. Explanation: Yes, Azure Public Cloud is open to the public in all countries that Azure supports. Question 47. Your company has a virtual network and the networking team wants to implement the following requirements: to create 2 subnets and 2 VMS in each subnet, to create a user-defined route to enable the 2 subnet resources to communicate,
Can a user-defined route be created without creating a subnet? Now the options are: Option A. UDR cannot be created without creating subnet. Option B. There is no relation between root and subnet. Option C. UDR can be created without creating subnet. Option D. At least one UDR is required to create a subnet. And the correct answer is option C. UDR can be created without creating subnet. Explanation: UDR can be created prior to the creation of the subnet, but it would be effective only once the root is associated with subnet. Option A is incorrect. There is no mandatory validation to have a subnet while creating a UDR. Option B is incorrect. UDR is relevant when resources of the subnets communicate with each other. Option D is incorrect. UDR is required to associate with subnet. It is not required during the creation.
Question 48. As a cloud solutions architect, the company management asked you to check how aligned its company's security posture is with Microsoft's best practice recommendations for security. Which security feature would help to identify the current identity practices and advise improvements? Now the options are: Option A. Azure Information Protection. Option B. Azure AD Identity Protection. Option C. Security Center. Option D. Azure AD Identity Secure Score. And the correct answer is option D. Azure AD Identity Secure Score. Explanation: Azure AD Identity Secure Score helps in identifying the identity secure score to provide the recommendations. The Identity Secure Score is a percentage that functions as an indicator for how aligned you are with Microsoft's best practice recommendations for security. Each improvement action in Identity Secure Score is tailored to your specific configuration. Option A is incorrect because AIP is used primarily for classifying and protecting documents and emails. Option B is incorrect because Azure AD Identity Protection helps in identifying the vulnerabilities related to identity. Option C is incorrect. Security Center primarily accesses the environment and workloads and provides recommendations for threat prevention. Question 49. A company wants to implement Azure AD Identity Protection. Following are the key requirements: prompt users if the credentials are compromised. Identify suspicious login attempts. Which of the following policies implement the above requirements? Select two options. Now the options are: Option A. User Risk Policy. Option B. Azure Policy. Option C. Sign-in Risk Policy. Option D. MFA Registration Policy. And the correct answer is Option A. User Risk Policy. And Option C. Sign-in Risk Policy. Explanation: Option A is correct. It is used if the credentials are compromised. Option C is correct. It is considered for any suspicious sign-ins like multiple incorrect login attempts. Option B is incorrect. It is a service to create policies in Azure. Option D is incorrect. It ensures that the user registers for MFA. Question 50. What is the significance of the Azure reason? Why is it important? Now the options are: Option A. Even though you have to choose a reason when creating resources, there's generally no consequence of what you select. You can create a network in one region and then create virtual machines for that network in another region. Option B. You must select a region when creating most resources, and the region is the area of the world where those resources will be physically located. Option C. Once you select a region, you cannot create resources outside of that region. So, selecting the right region is an important decision. Option D. Region is just a folder structure in which you organize resources much like file folders on a computer. And the correct answer is Option B. You must select a region when creating most resources, and the region is the area of the world where those resources will be physically located. Explanation: the region is the area of the world where resources get created. You can create resources in any region that you have access to, but There are sometimes restrictions when creating a resource in one region that related resources like networks must also be in the same region for logical reasons. Question 51. Where can you go to see what standards Microsoft is in compliance with? Now the options are: Option A, Azure Privacy Page. Option B, Azure Security Center. Option C, Azure Service Health. Option D, Trust Center. And the correct answer is option D, Trust Center. Explanation: the list of standards that Azure has been certified to meet is in the Trust Center. For more info. Question 52. Which of the following is not one of the factors of multi-factor authentication (MFA)? Now the options are: Option A, something you know. Option B, something you have. Option C, something you are. Option D, something you can do. And the correct answer is option D, something you can do. Explanation: something you can do is not one of the factors of multi-factor authentication. Question 53. Which of the following is true when it comes to SaaS, software as a service? Now the options are: Option A, you are responsible for the scalability of the solution. Option B, you are responsible for the maintenance of the underlying hardware. Option C, you are responsible for configuring the application settings for client-specific customization. Option D, you are responsible for the high availability of the solution. And the correct answer is option C, you are responsible for configuring the application settings for client-specific customization. Explanation: SaaS provides a complete software solution that you purchase on a pay-as-you-go basis from a cloud service provider. You rent the use of an app for your organization and your users connect to it over the internet, usually with a web browser. All of the underlying infrastructure, middleware, app software, and app data are located in the service provider's data center. The service provider manages the hardware and software, and with the appropriate service agreement, will ensure the availability and the security of the app and your data as well. SaaS allows your organization to get quickly up and running with an app at minimal upfront cost. Question 54. True or false? Through Azure Active Directory, one can control access to an application but not the resources of the application. Now, the options are: Option A, true. Option B, false. And the correct answer is option B, false. Explanation: Azure AD can control the access of both the apps and the app resources. Question 55. Select yes or no for the following statement. Is the standard support plan included with an Azure free account by default? Now the options are: Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation: no. The basic support plan is the default, which is associated with all Azure accounts. The standard support plan must be purchased separately. Question 56. Which Azure service can be enabled to enable multi-factor authentication for administrators, but not require it for regular users? Now, the options are: Option A, Advanced Threat Protection. Option B, Privileged Identity Management. Option C, Azure AD B2B. Option D, Azure Firewall. And the correct answer is option B, Privileged Identity Management. Explanation: Privileged Identity Management can be used to ensure privileged users have to jump through additional verification because of their role. Question 57. Select yes or no for the following statement. Does the Azure free account allow you to host production-based resources? Now, the options are: Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: yes, you can, although you need to understand that you will need to pay for any extra charges that don't come under the free account conditions. Question 58.
A company is planning to purchase Azure AD Tier Premium P2 for its Azure account. Does the Azure AD Premium P2 tier come with an SLA of any Azure AD service 99.99%? Now the options are option A, yes, option B, no, and the correct answer is option A, yes. Question 59. You plan to host your applications on Azure using serverless components. However, you don't want to manage the underlying infrastructure. Which of the following could be used to implement a workflow that would run over a serverless infrastructure? Now, the options are option A, Azure Logic Apps, option B, Azure Service Bus, option C, Azure Function App, option D, Azure Storage. And the correct answer is option A, Azure Logic Apps. Explanation. Azure Logic Apps is a cloud-based platform for creating and running automated workflows that integrate your apps, data, services, and systems. With this platform, you can quickly develop highly scalable integration solutions for your enterprise and business to business B2B scenarios. Option B is incorrect. Azure Service Bus is used as a messaging service in Azure. Option C is incorrect. Azure Function App, this is used to host functions in Azure. Option D is incorrect. Azure Storage is used as a storage service in Azure. Question 60. Which of the following are one of the advantages of running your cloud in a private cloud? Now, the options are option A, assurance that your code, data, and applications are running on isolated hardware and on an isolated network. Option B, private cloud is significantly cheaper than the public cloud. Option C, you own the hardware, so you can change private cloud hosting providers easily. And the correct answer is option A, assurance that your code, data, and applications are running on isolated hardware and on an isolated network. Explanation. Private cloud generally means that you are running your code on isolated computing, not mixed in with other companies. Question 61. Select yes or no for the following statement. Azure services in public preview come with a service level agreement SLA. Now the options are option A, yes, option B, no, and the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation. No, resources in the public review don't come with an SLA. That is the reason why resources under public review were not recommended for production load. Question 62. What is the advantage of passwordless authentication over password plus multi-factor authentication? Now the options are option A, availability, option B, convenience, option C, security, option D, performance, and the correct answer is option B, convenience. Explanation. Passwordless authentication provides a higher level of convenience over the password or MFA style of authentication. Security is similar between them. Question 63. Which Azure management tool analyzes your uses of Azure and makes suggestions specifically targeted to help you optimize your uses of Azure regarding cost, security, and performance? Now the options are option A, Azure mobile app, option B, Azure Service Health, option C, Azure Advisor, option D, Azure Firewall, and the correct answer is option C, Azure Advisor. Explanation. Azure Advisor analyzes your specific uses of Azure and makes helpful suggestions on how it can be improved. Question 64. A company plans to set up a solution in Azure. The solution must meet the following requirements. Provide a digital online assistant for speech support. What is the best option for this requirement? Now the options are option A, Azure Machine Learning, option B, Azure IoT Hub, option C, Azure Bot Service, option D, Azure Functions, and the correct answer is option C, Azure Bot Service. Explanation. Azure Bot Service is a managed bot development service that helps you seamlessly connect to your users via popular channels. Pay only for messages delivered using premium channels, which allow your bot to communicate with users within your own application or on your website. Question 65. Select yes or no for the following statement. When the virtual machine is stopped, does the storage attached to it incur cost? Now the options are option A, yes, option B, no, and the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation. Yes, the disk attached to a virtual machine have different costs associated with them. Question 66. True or false? You can create a virtual machine without attaching it to a virtual network. Now, the options are option A, false, option B, true, and the correct answer is option A, false. Explanation. All virtual machines must be associated with at least one virtual network subnet using a network interface card. Question 67. Your company has users all over the world. You are asked to prepare a solution that can distribute content to users around the world with minimal latency. Which of the following could you use for this requirement? Now, the options are option A, Azure Content Delivery Network, option B, Azure Load Balancer, option C, Azure Application Gateway, option D, Azure Virtual Network, and the correct answer is option A, Azure Content Delivery Network. Explanation. Azure Content Delivery Network (CDN) is a global CDN solution for delivering high bandwidth content. With Azure CDN, you can cache static objects loaded from Azure Blob Storage, a web application, or any publicly accessible web server by using the closest point of presence (POP) server. Question 68. Select yes or no for the following statement. Azure tags can be applied to Azure resources, resource groups, and subscriptions, which will help to logically organize the resources into a taxonomy. Now, the options are option A, yes, option B, no, and the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation. Yes, tags can be leveraged to organize the resources and categorize the billing. According to Azure documentation, you apply tags to your Azure resources, resource groups, and subscriptions to logically organize them into a taxonomy. Each tag consists of a name and a value pair. For example, you can apply the name environment and the value production to all the resources in production. Question 69. Select the ways to increase the security of a traditional user ID and password system. Choose all that apply. Now, the options are option A, require longer and more complex passwords. Option B, use multi-factor authentication which requires an additional device, something you have, to verify identity. Option C, do not allow users to log into an application except using a company registered device. Option D, require users to change their passwords more frequently. And the correct answer is option A, B, C, and D. All are correct. Explanation. All of these are ways to increase the security on an account. Question 70. One of the three core principles of the Zero Trust model of security is, now, the options are option A, block all external network ports. Option B, verify explicitly. Option C, use a firewall on the network perimeter. Option D, always encrypt data stored on the hard disk. And the correct answer is option B, verify explicitly. Explanation. The three principles of Zero Trust are verify explicitly, use least privilege access, and assume breach. Question 71. Your company has an Azure subscription. They have created a virtual network and also launched a set of virtual machines in the virtual network. Now, they wanted to change the way the traffic is routed in the virtual network. Which of the following concepts could be used to satisfy this requirement? Now, the options are option A, Azure Management Groups. Option B, User-Defined Routes. Option C, network security groups. Option D, application security groups. And the correct answer is option B, user defined routes. Explanation: Azure automatically creates a route table for each subnet within an Azure virtual network and adds system default routes to the table. You can override some of the Azure system routes with custom routes and add additional custom routes to route tables. Azure routes outbound traffic from a subnet based on the routes in a subnet's route table. Question 72. Your company has a virtual network and the networking team wants to implement the following requirements. To create 2 subnets and 2 VMS in each subnet. To create a user-defined route to enable the 2 subnet resources to communicate. Can a user-defined route be created without creating a subnet? Now, the options are: Option A, UDR cannot be created without creating subnet. Option B, there is no relation between root and subnet. Option C, UDR can be created without creating subnet. Option D, at least one UDR is required to create a subnet. And the correct answer is option C, UDR can be created without creating subnet. Explanation: UDR can be created prior to the creation of the subnet, but it would be effective only once the root is associated with subnet. Option A is incorrect. There is no mandatory validation to have a subnet while creating a UDR. Option B is incorrect. UDR is relevant when resources of the subnets communicate with each other. Option D is incorrect. UDR is required to associate with subnet. It is not required during the creation. Question 73. What is the concept of availability? Now, the options are: Option A, a system that has a single point of failure. Option B, the percentage of time a system responds properly to request, expressed as a percentage over time. Option C, a system that can scale up and scale down depending on customer demand. Option D, a system must have 100% of time to be considered available. And the correct answer is option C, a system that can scale up and scale down depending on customer demand. Explanation: Availability: what percentage of time does a system respond properly to request, expressed as a percentage over time. For more information on reason and availability zones. Question 74. What is the benefit of using PowerShell over CLI? Now, the options are: Option A, cheaper. Option B, quicker to deploy VMS. Option C, more powerful commands. Option D, no benefit, it is the same. And the correct answer is option D, no benefit, it is the same. Explanation: there is no benefit, only a matter of personal choice. Question 75. As a cloud solutions architect, the company management asked you to check how aligned this company's security posture is with Microsoft's best practice recommendations for security. Which security feature would help to identify the current identity practices and advise improvements? Now, the options are: Option A, Azure Information Protection. Option B, Azure AD Identity Protection. Option C, Security Center. Option D, Azure AD Identity Secure Score. And the correct answer is option D, Azure AD Identity Secure Score. Explanation: Azure AD Identity Secure Score helps in identifying the identity secure score to provide the recommendations. The identity secure score is a percentage that functions as an indicator for how aligned you are with Microsoft's best practice recommendations for security. Each improvement action in Identity Secure Score is tailored to your specific configuration. Question 76. A company is planning to set up a solution in Azure. They have the following key requirement. Give the ability to process data from millions of sensors. Which of the below Azure services can be used for this purpose? Now, the options are: Option A, Azure Machine Learning. Option B, Azure IoT Hub. Option C, Azure AI Bot.
Option D. Azure Functions. And the correct answer is option B. Azure IoT Hub. Explanation. Azure IoT Hub is Microsoft's Internet of Things connected to the cloud. It's a fully managed cloud service that enables reliable and secure bidirectional communications between millions of IoT devices and a solution backend. Question 77. A company is planning to use Azure Cloud for hosting resources. Which of the following is the key advantage of hosting resources in the Azure public cloud? Now, the options are: Option A. All users across the world can access the resources in your Azure account. Option B. High reliability. A vast network of servers ensures against failure. Option C. Only privileged users can have access to resources in your Azure account. Option D. You pay a capital upfront cost when using resources in the public cloud. And the correct answer is option B. High reliability. A vast network of servers ensures against failure. Explanation. Advantages of public clouds. Lower cost. No need to purchase hardware or software and you pay only for the service you use. No maintenance. Your service provider provides the maintenance. Near unlimited scalability. On-demand resources are available to meet your business needs. High reliability. A vast network of servers ensures against failure. Question 78. You have set up an Azure subscription and an Azure tenant. Now, you want to start deploying resources on the Azure platform. Which solution could help you to group the resources logically? Now, the options are: Option A. Availability zones. Option B. Azure resource groups. Option C. Azure Resource Manager. Option D. Azure regions. And the correct answer is option B. Azure resource groups. Explanation. This can be done with the help of resource groups. A resource group is a container that holds related resources for an Azure solution. The resource group can include all the resources for the solution or only those resources that you want to manage as a group. Question 79. Which two features does virtual machine scale sets provide as part of the core product? Pick two options. Now, the options are: Option A. Automatic installation of supporting apps and deployment of custom code. Option B. Content delivery network. Option C. Load balancing between virtual machines. Option D. Firewall. Option E. Auto scaling of virtual machines. And the correct answer is option C. Load balancing between virtual machines. And option E. Auto scaling of virtual machines. Explanation. VMSS provides auto scale features and has a built-in load balancer. You still need to have a way to deploy your code to the new servers, as you do with regular VMS. Question 80. What data format are ARM templates created in? Now, the options are: Option A. YAML. Option B. XML. Option C. HTML. Option D. JSON. And the correct answer is option D. JSON. Explanation. ARM templates are created in JSON. Question 81. Which of the following is used as an identity management solution in Azure? Now, the options are: Option A. Azure AD. Option B. Azure Advisor. Option C. Azure Security Center. Option D. Azure Monitor. And the correct answer is option A. Azure AD. Explanation. Azure Active Directory is Microsoft's multi-tenant, cloud-based identity and access management service. Option B is incorrect. Azure Advisor, this is used to provide recommendations. Option C is incorrect. Azure Security Center is used to protect resources in Azure. Option D is incorrect. Azure Monitor is used to monitor resources in Azure. Question 82. Azure has just been introduced to a company and they have set up resources as part of their subscription. Now, the company management wants to know the estimated cost of the resources in the cloud. To get this information, they decide to use the pricing calculator. Would this satisfy the requirement? Now, the options are option A, yes, option B, no, and the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: Azure Pricing Calculator is a free cost management tool that can help you estimate your cloud cost for new Azure deployments or variations of your existing workloads. Using the calculator, reducing Azure storage cost with cloud volumes on tap. Question 83. You want to try out some services which Azure is offering in preview. Does Microsoft provide a separate portal to work with preview features? Now, the options are option A, yes, option B, no, and the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: Yes, we can see all previews of Azure in a separate portal. Question 84. An organization wants to create a virtual machine on Azure as part of its subscription. Is it possible to assign the Azure virtual machine to multiple resource groups? Now, the options are option A, yes, option B, no, and the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation: A resource in Azure can only be a part of a single resource group. When you define a resource such as an Azure virtual machine, it would be part of a single resource group. Question 85. Select yes or no for the following statement. General Data Protection Regulation (GDPR) defines data protection and privacy rules. Now, the options are option A, yes, option B, no, and the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: The entire idea of the General Data Protection Regulation is to define the way personal data is collected and managed by organizations. Companies are required to perform data protection impact assessments to ensure that they comply with the regulation. Question 86. Which of the following Azure services falls under serverless computing? Now, the options are option A, Azure Virtual Machines, option B, Azure SQL Database, Elastic Pool, option C, Azure Functions, option D, Availability Sets, and the correct answer is option C, Azure Functions. Explanation: Azure Function is an example of serverless computing. Here, the underlying compute infrastructure is managed by the service itself. Option A is incorrect. Virtual machine service is an infrastructure as a service. Option B is incorrect. Azure SQL Database, Elastic Pool is a platform as a service. Option D is incorrect. Availability sets is used to manage the availability of virtual machines. Question 87. Which of the following resources are not considered compute resources? Now, the options are option A, virtual machines, option B, function apps, option C, virtual machine scale sets, option D, load balancer, option E, Azure batch, and the correct answer is option D, load balancer. Explanation: A load balancer is a networking product and does not execute your code. Question 88. On which Azure website are you likely to find the results of pen tests and security assessments conducted by third parties regarding Azure? Now, the options are option A, Azure Portal, option B, LinkedIn, option C, Service Trust Portal, option D, Microsoft Docs, and the correct answer is option C, Service Trust Portal. Explanation: The Service Trust Portal hosts the Compliance Manager application and is Microsoft's public site for publishing audit reports and other compliance-related information related to Microsoft's cloud services. STP users can download audit reports produced by external auditors and gain insight from Microsoft-authored white papers that provide details on how Microsoft builds and operates their cloud services. Question 89. True or false? Azure PowerShell scripts and Command Line Interface CLI scripts are entirely compatible with each other. Now, the options are option A, true, option B, false. And the correct answer is option B, false. Explanation: no. PowerShell is its own language, different than CLI. Question 90. You are planning on hosting resources using Azure services. Which of the following would you use for the below requirement? Provide a service that is used to add artificial intelligence features to applications. Now, the options are: option A, Azure Cognitive Service; option B, Azure DevOps; option C, Azure Bot Service; option D, Azure Synapse Analytics. And the correct answer is option A, Azure Cognitive Service. Explanation: you can use the Azure Cognitive Service to build applications with artificial intelligence capabilities. There are a number of services available in Azure Cognitive Services based on the following categories. Azure Cognitive Services are cloud-based services with REST APIs and client library SDKs available to help you build cognitive intelligence into your applications without having artificial intelligence AI or data science skills. Option B is incorrect. Azure DevOps is a set of tools used for implementing DevOps. Option C is incorrect. Azure Bot Service is used to build intelligent bots with an application. Option D is incorrect. Azure Synapse Analytics is used to host a data warehouse. Question 91. Your company is planning to set up an Azure subscription and an Azure tenant using Azure Active Directory. Would the company need to implement domain controllers on Azure virtual machines to use the Azure AD service? Now, the options are: option A, yes; option B, no; and the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation: Azure Active Directory is a completely managed service. You don't need to provision any infrastructure to implement Azure Active Directory. Question 92. Which tool within the Azure portal will make specific recommendations based on your actual uses for how you can improve your use of Azure? Now, the options are: option A, Azure Service Health; option B, Azure Advisor; option C, Azure Dashboard; option D, Azure Monitor. And the correct answer is option B, Azure Advisor. Explanation: Azure Advisor, a tool that will analyze your use of Azure and make you specific recommendations based on your uses across availability, security, performance, and cost categories. Question 93. Fill in the blanks. Dash is a service that offers a Windows 10 or Windows 11 virtual machine that runs in the cloud for use as your workstation. Now, the options are: option A, Azure Virtual Desktop; option B, VPN Gateway; option C, Azure Web Apps; option D, Express Route. And the correct answer is option A, Azure Virtual Desktop. Explanation: Azure Virtual Desktop is a desktop and app virtualization service that runs on the cloud. Question 94. You want to use the Azure Key Vault service to store certificates in the Azure cloud. Would this service meet the requirement? Now, the options are: option A, yes; option B, no; and the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: yes, this is the right service to use for this requirement. With the help of the Azure Key Vault service, you can store secrets, encryption keys, and certificates. Question 95. Which Azure service can be used to meet the following requirement? Be able to organize resources for billing purposes. Now the options are: option A, Azure Resource Logs; option B, Azure Policies; option C, Azure Blueprints; option D, Azure Resource Tags. And the correct answer is option D, Azure Resource Tags. Explanation: Azure Resource Tags logically organize the resources into a taxonomy. Each tag consists of a name and a value pair. Option A is incorrect. Azure Resource Lock is used to protect from the accidental deletion of resources. Option B is incorrect. Azure Policies is used as a governance service for your resources. Option C is incorrect. Azure Blueprints is used to orchestrate the deployment of resources. Question 96. What is an Azure subscription? Now, the options are: Option A. Each user account is associated with a unique subscription. If you need more than one subscription, you need to create multiple user accounts. Option B. It is the level at which services are built. All resources created under a subscription are billed to that subscription. And the correct answer is option B. It is the level at which services are built. All resources created under a subscription are billed to that subscription. Explanation. Subscription is the level at which things get built. Multiple users can be associated with a subscription at various permission levels. Question 97. Fill in the blanks. Dash is a command line utility that you can use to copy blobs or files to or from a storage account. Now the options are: Option A. Azure Data Factory. Option B. Azure Cloud Shell. Option C. AZ Copy. Option D. SFTP. And the correct answer is option C. AZ Copy. Explanation. AZ Copy is a command line utility that you can use to copy blobs or files to or from a storage account. Question 98. Which of the following is used as a secured high-level application platform with built-in communication and security features for internet-connected devices? Now, the options are: Option A. Azure Synapse. Option B. Azure Sphere. Option C. Azure Databricks. Option D. Azure HD Insight. And the correct answer is option B. Azure Sphere. Explanation. Azure Sphere is a secured high-level application platform with built-in communication and security features for internet-connected devices. Question 99. Select yes or no for the following statement. Your company is planning on hosting a set of virtual machines in Azure. They want to save on the running compute cost for the virtual machines. Can they consider using reserved instances for this requirement? Now, the options are: Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation. Yes. By using reserved instances, they can get discounts when it comes to cost for Azure virtual machines. Reserved instances significantly reduce cost, up to 72% when compared to pay-as-you-go prices. Question 100. Your company wants to deploy a set of Azure virtual machines. They also want to increase the availability of the underlying machines. As a solutions architect, you plan to deploy the machines across multiple subscriptions. Does this meet the requirement? Now, the options are: Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation. Subscriptions cannot be used for improving availability. They are used more from a billing aspect for Azure resources. They have to deploy multiple availability zones to improve the availability. Question 101. Select yes or no for the following statement. You want to make sure that the virtual machine services in your Azure account are still available in the event of a data center failure. In order to achieve this, you decide to deploy the virtual machines across 2 or more availability zones. Would this fulfill the requirement? Now the options are: Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation. Yes. Availability zones can be used in the case of data center wide failure. Question 102. How does multi-factor authentication make a system more secure? Now the options are: Option A, it allows the user to log in without a password because they have already previously been validated using a browser cookie. Option B, it doesn't make it more secure. Option C, it is another password that a user has to memorize, making it more secure. Option D, it requires the user to have access to their verified phone in order to log in. And the correct answer is option D. It requires the user to have access to their verified phone in order to log in. Explanation. Multi-factor authentication (MFA), the concept of having something additional to a password that is required to log in. Passwords are findable or guessable, but having your mobile phone on you
to receive a phone call. Text or run an app to get a code is harder for an unknown hacker to get. Question 103. A company needs to deploy a set of virtual machines on their Azure environment. The security team mandated that the servers have to be deployed on a separate network segment. Which of the following could be used to deploy the server so that it meets the company's needs? Now the options are: Option A, a separate resource group. Option B, a separate virtual network. Option C, a separate network interface for the server. Option D, a separate account for the server. And the correct answer is option B, a separate virtual network. Explanation: if the server needs to be isolated, then consider deploying a new virtual network for the server. Question 104. You are planning to create an Azure free account. Which of the following is correct when it comes to the Azure free account? Select two options. Now the options are: Option A, you get free access to all services for 12 months. Option B, you get USD 200 worth of credit that you can spend during the first 30 days of sign up. Option C, after the 30-day period or USD 200 worth of credit is over, you need to convert to a pay-as-you-go account. Option D, you only need to have a valid mobile number to sign up for the account. And the correct answer is option B. You get USD 200 worth of credit that you can spend during the first 30 days of sign up. And option C, after the 30-day period or USD 200 worth of credit is over, you need to convert to a pay-as-you-go account. Explanation: Azure free accounts are available to all new Azure customers who haven't had a free account previously and received a $200 credit. Option A is incorrect because you don't get free access to all products, just the popular ones. Option D is incorrect because you also need to have a credit card or Microsoft account in hand. Question 105. A company is planning to set up a solution on the Azure platform. The solution has the following main key requirement: be able to collect events from multiple sources and then relay them to an application. Which of the following would be best suited for this requirement? Now the options are: Option A, Azure Event Grid. Option B, Azure DevOps. Option C, Azure Kubernetes. Option D, Azure DevTest Labs. And the correct answer is option A, Azure Event Grid. Explanation: Azure Event Grid allows you to easily build applications with event-based architectures. Event Grid has built-in support for events coming from Azure services like storage blobs and resource groups. Event Grid also has support for your own events using custom topics. Question 106. Select yes or no for the following statement. Is it possible to manage external partners using the business-to-business B2B feature of Azure AD? Now the options are: Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: with Azure AD, you can manage external partners while maintaining control over your own corporate data. Question 107. Choose the appropriate category for the following Azure services: Azure Kubernetes, Business Intelligence BI services. Now the options are: Option A, Software as a Service. Option B, Platform as a Service. Option C, Infrastructure as a Service. Option D, Hardware as a Service. And the correct answer is option B, Platform as a Service. Explanation: Kubernetes and BI services come under the Platform as a Service category. Question 108. A company wants to make use of Azure Service Health. Is it possible for the company administrator to prevent service failures from affecting a selected Azure virtual machine by only using this service? Now the options are: Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation: the Azure Service Health service is used to monitor the health of the underlying infrastructure that is used to host Azure-based services. You cannot use this service to prevent the service failure of an Azure virtual machine. If you want to increase the availability of your virtual machines, consider deploying the virtual machines across an availability set or an availability zone.
Question 109. How many minutes per month downtime is 99.99% availability? Now the options are option A 1, option B 4, option C 100, option D 40, and the correct answer is option B 4. Question 110. Which style of computing is easiest when migrating an existing hosted application from your own data center into the cloud? Now, the options are option A, IaaS, option B, PaaS, option C, FaaS, option D, serverless, and the correct answer is option A, IaaS. Explanation. Infrastructure as a service is the easiest to migrate into from an existing hosted app lift and shift. Question 111. Fill in the blanks. Dash allows you to use your own domain names for your internal private Azure virtual machines. Now the options are option A, Azure DNS private zones, option B, Azure Bastion, option C, Azure Traffic Manager, option D, Azure Load Balancer. And the correct answer is option A, Azure DNS Private Zones. Explanation. Azure DNS Private Zones provide a simple, reliable, secure DNS service to manage and resolve names in a virtual network without the need to create and manage a custom DNS solution. Use your own domain names and get name resolution for virtual machines within and between virtual networks. Additionally, configure zone names with a split horizon view to allow a private and a public DNS zone to share the same name. Question 112. You are planning to set up a solution on the Azure platform. The solution has the following key requirement. Provide capabilities to perform big data analytics over data stored on Azure Blob Storage. Which of the following would be best suited for this requirement? Now the options are option A, Azure Data Lake Storage, option B, Azure Application Gateway, option C, Azure Storage Accounts, option D, Azure SQL Data Warehouse, and the correct answer is option A, Azure Data Lake Storage. Explanation. This can be achieved by the Azure Data Lake Storage Service. Azure Data Lake is a cloud platform designed to support big data analytics. It provides unlimited storage for structured, semi-structured, or unstructured data. It can be used to store any type of data of any size. Question 113. Select yes or no for the following statement. Does the Cosmos DB service provide the ability to access data using different types of APIs such as MongoDB and Cassandra? Now the options are option A, yes, option B, no, and the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation. Cosmos DB is a multi-model database. The Azure Cosmos DB Cassandra API is compatible with Cassandra query language. The Azure Cosmos DB API for MongoDB makes it easy to use Cosmos DB as if it were a MongoDB database. You can leverage your MongoDB experience and continue to use your favorite MongoDB drivers, SDKs, and tools by pointing your application to the API for MongoDB accounts connection string. Question 114. Select yes or no for the following statement. A company decided to store application-related user data in the Azure file service. Is this the ideal service for the storage of user-related data? Now, the options are option A, yes, option B, no, and the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation. No, file service is not the right option. Azure File Service, also known as Azure Files, is a part of the Microsoft Azure Cloud Platform that allows organizations to share files on premises and in the cloud using server, message block, SMB, protocol, and APIs. Question 115. You have defined an Azure Virtual Network in a resource group. Now, you intend to assign a policy that specifies that virtual networks are not an allowed resource type in the resource group. Once the policy is applied, what happens to the existing network? Now, the options are option A, the network is automatically deleted. Option B, the network is moved to a different resource group. Option C, the network resources would become a read-only resource. Option D, the virtual network would continue to exist as it is. And the correct answer is option D, the virtual network would continue to exist as it is. Explanation: the virtual network would continue to exist as it is, but Azure policies would show the resources as non-compliant resources. Question 116. Select yes or no for the following statement. Does Azure Active Directory provide authentication services for services hosted in Azure and Microsoft Office 365? Now the options are option A, yes, option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: you can use Azure Active Directory to authenticate to both Azure-based resources and also to Microsoft Office 365. Question 117. A company currently has the following unused resources as part of its premium subscription: 10 user accounts in Azure AD, 5 user groups in Azure AD, 10 public IP address, 10 network interfaces. They want to reduce the cost for resources hosted in Azure. They decide to remove the user accounts from Azure AD. Would this meet the requirement? Now the options are option A, yes, option B, no, and the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation: when you look at the pricing for Azure Active Directory, you can create 50,000 objects as part of the free version. These objects include both users and groups. For the premium subscription, there are no object limits. Question 118. A company is planning to deploy a web application to the Azure App Service. Would the company administrative team have full control over the underlying machine hosting the web application? Now the options are option A, yes, option B, no, and the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation: the Azure Web App Service is a platform as a service. Here the underlying infrastructure is completely managed by Azure. Question 119. You need to create a virtual machine in Azure. You are using a Windows desktop along with the Azure command line interface. Which of the following would let you use the Azure command line interface? Select two options. Now the options are option A, PowerShell, option B, File and Print Explorer, option C, Command Prompt, option D, Control Panel. And the correct answer is option A, PowerShell, and option C, Command Prompt. Explanation: you can launch the Azure command line interface from the command prompt or PowerShell. Question 120. Select yes or no for the below statement. A company is planning to set up an Azure free account. Does the standard support plan come along with the Azure free account? Now the options are option A, yes, option B, no, and the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation: the basic support plan is the default one, which is associated with all Azure accounts. In order to have a standard support plan, it needs to be purchased. Question 121. What is the main management tool used for managing Azure resources with a graphical user interface? Now the options are option A, PowerShell, option B, Azure Portal, option C, Azure Storage Explorer, option D, Remote Desktop Protocol RDP, and the correct answer is option B, Azure Portal. Explanation: Azure Portal is the website used to manage your resources in Azure. Question 122. What is the most number of virtual machines that can be managed under a single virtual machine scale set? Now the options are option A, 100, option B, 10, option C, 1000, option D, 1, and the correct answer is option C, 1000. Explanation: up to 1000 virtual machines can be managed under a single VMSS. Question 123. What are Azure availability zones? Now the options are option A, a folder structure in Azure in which you organize resources like databases, virtual machines, virtual networks, or almost any resource. Option B, this is the same as a region. Option C,
a feature of Azure that allows you to manually specify into which data center your virtual machines are placed, which allows you to achieve higher availability than any other option. Option D. Within each individual data center, certain racks of servers have been architected by Azure to have higher uptime than the others. If you place your apps onto in this rack, you will get higher uptime than if you let Azure do it. And the correct answer is option C, a feature of Azure that allows you to manually specify into which data center your virtual machines are placed, which allows you to achieve higher availability than any other option. Explanation: availability zones, unique physical locations within an Azure region, made up of one or more data centers. There is a minimum of 3 zones in each region. You can manually place your resources in an availability zone for highest availability. Question 124. A company is planning to set up a solution in Azure. The solution would have the following key requirement. Give the ability to detect and diagnose anomalies in web apps. Which of the following would be best suited for this requirement? Now, the options are: Option A, Azure Monitor. Option B, Azure HD Insight. Option C, Azure Databricks. Option D, Azure Application Insights. And the correct answer is option D, Azure Application Insights. Explanation: Application Insights, a feature of Azure Monitor, is an extensible application performance management (APM) service for developers and DevOps professionals. Use it to monitor your live applications. It will automatically detect performance anomalies and includes powerful analytics tools to help you diagnose issues and to understand what users actually do with your app. It's designed to help you continuously improve performance and usability. Question 125. Which of the following options is related to the statement given below? A European policy that regulates data privacy and data protection. Now, the options are: Option A, Azure Government. Option B, GDPR. Option C, ISO. Option D, NIST. And the correct answer is option B, GDPR. Explanation: The General Data Protection Regulation (GDPR) introduces new rules for organizations that offer goods and services to people in the European Union. Question 126. A company is planning to host a web application and also container-based solutions in Azure. Which of the following is best suited for this requirement? Select 2 options. Now, the options are: Option A, Azure Data Lake Analytics. Option B, Azure Load Balancers. Option C, Azure Kubernetes. Option D, Azure App Service. And the correct answer is option C, Azure Kubernetes. And option D, Azure App Service. Explanation: You can use Azure Kubernetes for managing container-based solutions. Azure App Service uses the Docker container technology to host both built-in images and custom images. Option A is incorrect. Azure Data Lake Analytics is used for big data solutions. Option B is incorrect. Azure Load Balancers is used for load balancing virtual machines. Question 127. You are planning to set up a solution in Azure. The solution would have the following key requirement. Provide an isolated environment for hosting virtual machines. Which of the following would be best suited for this requirement? Now, the options are: Option A, Azure Data Lake Analytics. Option B, Azure Virtual Machine Scale Sets. Option C, Azure Virtual Network. Option D, Azure App Service. And the correct answer is option C, Azure Virtual Network. Explanation: Azure Virtual Network (VNet) is the fundamental building block for your private network in Azure. Azure Virtual Network enables Azure resources to securely communicate with each other, the internet, and on-premises networks. Question 128. A company has set up a virtual machine as part of their purchase subscription. They now want to move the virtual machine to another subscription. Is this possible? Now, the options are: Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: Yes, you can move Azure resources between subscriptions. Question 129. True or false?
Azure has the responsibility to manage the hardware in the infrastructure as a service model. Now, the options are option A, true, option B, false. And the correct answer is option A, true. Explanation. Yes, Azure still manages the hardware itself, the hypervisor and all the physical elements behind the scenes. Question 130. Which Azure website tool is available for you to estimate the future cost of your Azure products and services by adding products to a shopping basket and helping you calculate the costs? Now, the options are option A, Azure Advisor, option B, Microsoft Docs, option C, Azure Pricing Calculator. And the correct answer is option C, Azure Pricing Calculator. Explanation. Azure Pricing Calculator lets you attempt to calculate your future bill based on resources you select and your estimate of uses. Question 131. Which two ways can be used to connect virtual network subnets in two different regions? Each is a complete solution. Choose only two options. Now, the options are option A, Network Security Groups NSG, option B, Azure Firewall, option C, VNet Peering, option D, Network Gateway. And the correct answer is option C, VNet Peering, and option D, Network Gateway. Explanation. Virtual networks can be connected by either peering or with installing network gateway devices on each. Question 132. A company wants to implement an IoT solution using the service available in Azure. Which of the following would meet the below requirement? Analyze data on end user devices. Now, the options are option A, IoT Hub, option B, IoT Central, option C, IoT Edge, option D, Azure Time Series Insights. And the correct answer is option C, IoT Edge. Explanation. Azure IoT Edge extends IoT Hub. Analyze device data locally instead of in the cloud to send fewer data to the cloud, react to events quickly, and operate offline. Question 133. Which storage access tier is the least expensive to store files per GB? Now the options are option A, Hot tier, option B, Premium tier, option C, Archive tier, option D, Cool tier. And the correct answer is option C, Archive tier. Explanation. Archive storage tier is around $0.002 per GB at the current time, well below the $0.02 per GB of the hot tier. Question 134. Select yes or no for the following statement. Azure Advisor alone is able to give recommendations on how to improve the security of the Azure AD environment. Now the options are option A, yes, option B, no, and the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation. Azure Advisor integrates with Security Center to give the security recommendations. Question 135. For machine learning, you want to host a big data analysis service in your Azure account. Which of the following would be best suited for this requirement? Now the options are option A, Azure Databricks, option B, Azure App Service, option C, Azure Logic Apps, option D, Azure Application Insights. And the correct answer is option A, Azure Databricks. Explanation. Azure Databricks is a data analytics platform optimized for the Microsoft Azure Cloud Services platform. Question 136. What benefit does a Content Delivery Network CDN provide its users? Now, the options are option A, allows you to keep temporary session information on the web visitor such as their login ID or their name. Option B, allows you to reduce the traffic coming into a web server for static, unchanging files such as images, videos, and PDFs. Option C, allows you to store data that can be retrieved later in an extremely fast and inexpensive manner. Option D, for a small fee, Azure will take over management of your virtual machine, perform OS updates, and ensure it's running well. And the correct answer is option B, allows you to reduce the traffic coming into a web server for static, unchanging files such as images, videos, and PDFs. Explanation. Content Delivery Network allows you to improve web performance by removing the burden of serving static, unchanging files from the main server to a network of servers around the globe. A CDN can reduce traffic to a server by 50% or more which means you can serve more users or serve the same users faster. Question 137. Azure Virtual Desktop is, now the options are: Option A, a customizable dashboard which tracks the health of your Azure services in the regions where you use them. Option B, a comprehensive solution for collecting, analyzing, and acting on telemetry from your cloud and on-premises environments. Option C, a service that scans your Azure configuration and recommends changes to optimize deployments, increase security, and save you money. Option D, a Windows 10 or Windows 11 desktop instance in the cloud, which allows a user to log in from almost any device and access their work computer. And the correct answer is option D, a Windows 10 or Windows 11 desktop instance in the cloud, which allows a user to log in from almost any device and access their work computer. Explanation: Virtual desktop is like a Windows 10 or 11 desktop, but it runs in the cloud. Question 138. What is the name of Azure's hosted SQL database service? Now, the options are: Option A, Cosmos DB. Option B, Azure SQL Database. Option C, Table Storage. Option D, SQL Server in a VM. And the correct answer is option B, Azure SQL Database. Explanation: SQL Database is a SQL Server compatible option in Azure, a database as a service. Question 139. Your management wants to get an idea of the cost that would be incurred when hosting resources in Azure. You recommend using the pricing calculator to get the required costing of the resources. Would this recommendation fit the requirement? Now, the options are: Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: the pricing calculator is the perfect tool for estimating the price of hosting resources in Azure. Question 140. What service does Azure provide as an optional upgrade to protect against DDoS attacks? Now, the options are: Option A, Azure DDoS Protection Basic. Option B, Advanced Threat Protection ATP. Option C, Azure protects against DDoS as part of its basic offering and there is no service you can upgrade to. Option D, Azure DDoS Protection Standard. And the correct answer is option D, Azure DDoS Protection Standard. Question 141. A company is planning to host an application on a set of virtual machines in Azure. They want to ensure that the application recovers from a region-wide failure in Azure. Which of the following concept needs to be considered to meet this requirement? Now, the options are: Option A, Scalability. Option B, Disaster Recovery. Option C, Agility. Option D, Elasticity. And the correct answer is option B, Disaster Recovery. Explanation: disaster recovery is the process of restoring application functionality in the wake of a catastrophic loss. Question 142. You are planning to host an application on a set of virtual machines. The virtual machines are going to be running for a longer period. Which of the following should be considered to reduce the overall cost of virtual machine uses? Now, the options are: Option A, Premium Disk. Option B, Virtual Machine Scale Sets. Option C, Azure Reservations. Option D, Azure Resource Groups. And the correct answer is option C, Azure Reservations. Explanation: Azure Reservations help you save money by committing to 1 year or 3-year plans for multiple products. Committing allows you to get a discount on the resources you use. Reservations can significantly reduce your resource cost by up to 72% from pay-as-you-go prices. Reservations provide a billing discount and don't affect the runtime state of your resources. After you purchase a reservation, the discount automatically applies to matching resources. Option A is incorrect. Using premium disk is an expensive option. Option B is incorrect. Virtual machine scale sets is used for the scalability of your virtual machines. Option D is incorrect. Azure Resource Groups is used for grouping your Azure resources. Question 143. Select yes or no for the below statement. You can manage the user privileges effectively with Azure policies. Now the options are: Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation: Azure policies are used from more of a governance aspect. The Microsoft documentation mentions the following on Azure policies. Question 144. A company is planning to host two virtual machines in Azure. Would both the virtual machines always generate the same monthly cost? Now, the options are option A, yes, option B, no, and the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation: the cost for a virtual machine depends on the region where it is hosted. Question 145. Can you give someone else access to your Azure subscription without giving them your username and password? Now, the options are option A, yes, option B, no, and the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: yes, anyone can create their own Azure account and you can give them access to your subscription with granular control as to permissions. Question 146. Fill in the blanks. Dash allows your private virtual network to access Azure services such as storage, Cosmos DB, and SQL database privately, allowing you to disable public access. Now the options are option A, site to site VPN, option B, private endpoints, option C, SQL firewall, option D, public endpoints. And the correct answer is option B, private endpoints. Explanation: a private endpoint is a network interface that uses a private IP address from your virtual network. This network interface connects you privately and securely to a service that's powered by Azure Private Link. By enabling a private endpoint, you are bringing the service into your virtual network. Question 147. Outlook 365 is what type of hosting model? Now, the options are option A, IaaS, option B, SaaS, option C, PaaS, and the correct answer is option B, SaaS. Question 148. A company is planning to set up a solution in Azure. The solution would have the following key requirement: provide a cloud service that helps to transform data and provide valuable insights into the data itself. Which of the following would be best suited for this requirement? Now the options are option A, Azure Data Lake Analytics, option B, Azure Virtual Machine Skill Sets, option C, Azure Virtual Network, option D, Azure Data Factory. And the correct answer is option A, Azure Data Lake Analytics. Explanation: Azure Data Lake Analytics is an on-demand analytics job service that simplifies big data. Instead of deploying, configuring, and tuning hardware, you write queries to transform your data and extract valuable insights. The analytics service can handle jobs of any scale instantly by setting the dial for how much power you need. You only pay for your job when it's running, making it cost effective. Option B is incorrect. Azure Virtual Machine Skill Sets let you create and manage a group of load balanced VMs. The number of VM instances can automatically increase or decrease in response to demand or a defined schedule. Option C is incorrect. Azure Virtual Network is a logical isolation of the Azure cloud dedicated to your subscription. Option D is incorrect. Azure Data Factory is a fully managed ETL, extract, transform, and load service. Question 149. Who is responsible for the security of the physical servers in an Azure data center? Now the options are option A, I am responsible for securing the physical data centers. Option B, Azure is responsible for securing the physical data centers. And the correct answer is option B, Azure is responsible for securing the physical data centers. Question 150. The term dash is used to describe a relationship between two regions within the same geographic region for disaster recovery purposes. Now the options are option A, geo, option B, availability zone, option C, availability set, option D, region pair, and the correct answer is option D, region pair. Explanation: Azure pairs each region with another region to provide additional high availability options for customers. You are not restricted to storing your backups in other regions, but if you choose to do so in the region paired to your main region, you will get some benefits. Question 151. Which of the following Azure features is most likely to deliver the most immediate savings when it comes to reducing Azure cost? Option A, auto shutdown of development and QA servers overnight and on weekends. Option B,
changing your storage accounts from globally redundant GRS to locally redundant LRS. Option C. Using Azure reserved instances for most of your virtual machines. Option D. Using Azure policy to restrict the user of expensive VM SKUs. And the correct answer is option C. Using Azure reserved instances for most of your virtual machines. Explanation. Reserved instances often offer 40% or more savings off the price of pay-as-you-go virtual machines. Next question. You are planning to set up a solution in Azure. The solution would have the following key requirement. Use past training to provide predictions that have a high probability. Which of the following would be best suited for this requirement? Option A. Azure Machine Learning. Option B. Azure IoT Hub. Option C. Azure AI Bot. Option D. Azure Functions. And the correct answer is option A. Azure Machine Learning. Explanation. Azure Machine Learning is a cloud service for accelerating and managing the machine learning project lifecycle. Next question. Which Azure service provides serverless computing capabilities? Option A. Azure Machine Learning. Option B. Azure IoT Hub. Option C. Azure AI Bot. Option D. Azure Functions. And the correct answer is option D. Azure Functions. Explanation. Azure Functions is a serverless solution that allows you to write less code, maintain less infrastructure, and save on cost. Instead of worrying about deploying and maintaining servers, the cloud infrastructure provides all the up-to-date resources needed to keep your applications running. Next question. Select yes or no for the below statement. Azure services in public preview are available only to a selective portion of customers. Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation. The public preview is available to all Azure customers. Next question. A company is planning to host a set of resources in its Azure subscription. They are aware that most Azure services provide an SLA of 99.9%. Which of the following approaches could be used to increase Azure resources availability? Option A. Adding resources to multiple regions. Option B. Adding resources to the same data center. Option C. Adding resources to the same resource group. Option D. Adding resources to the same subscription. And the correct answer is option A. Adding resources to multiple regions. Explanation. By having an additional reason for your resources, you have more options if the primary reasons go down for any reason. This can increase the availability of your entire application and hence give a better uptime on the SLA. Next question. A company is planning to set up a solution in Azure. The solution would have the following key requirement. Allows the hosting of web-based applications. Which of the following would be best suited for this requirement? Option A. Azure Databricks. Option B. Azure Logic Apps. Option C. Azure App Service. Option D. Azure Application Insights. And the correct answer is option C. Azure App Service. Explanation. Azure App Service is a fully managed platform for building web applications. The app service offers a range of plans to meet the needs of your app. Next question. A company plans to create Azure resources for different departments. Additionally, they want to make sure they receive the bills according to departments. Which of the following should you consider implementing to meet this requirement? Option A. Azure Logs. Option B. Azure Tags. Option C. Azure Monitor. Option D. Azure Advisor. And the correct answer is option B. Azure Tags. Explanation. Azure Tags are name value pairs that are used to organize resources in Azure portal. You can apply tags for individual resources or tag the resource group that they are part of. Next question. A virtual machine is called what type of hosting model? Option A. SaaS. Option B. PaaS. Option C. IaaS. And the correct answer is option C. IaaS. Explanation. Virtual machines are infrastructure as a service. IaaS. Next question. True or false? Azure is a public cloud and has no private cloud offerings. Option A. True. Option B. False. And The correct answer is option B, false. Explanation. Some aspects of Azure are not open to the public and require a private agreement with Microsoft, such as Azure Government and DoD services. Next question. If you wanted to simply use Azure as an extension of your own data center, not primarily hosting anything there, but using it for extra storage or taking advantage of some services, what hosting model is that called? Option A, public cloud. Option B, hybrid cloud. Option C, private cloud. And the correct answer is option B, hybrid cloud. Explanation. The hybrid cloud is a mixture between private services, like your self-hosted applications, and public ones, like extra storage. Next question. You are planning to set up a private cloud network. Which of the following is an advantage of setting up a private cloud network? Option A. The private cloud provides higher reliability than public cloud. Option B. The private cloud environment can only support a platform as a service model. Option C. The private cloud environment has a higher level of security and also provides additional control. Option D. The private cloud environment can be rolled out to the general public. And the correct answer is option C. The private cloud environment has a higher level of security and also provides additional control. Explanation. Private cloud computing gives businesses many of the benefits of a public cloud, including self-service, scalability, and elasticity, with the additional control and customization available from dedicated resources over a computing infrastructure hosted on premises. In addition, private clouds deliver a higher level of security and privacy. Next question. You are planning to set up an Azure account and spin up resources in the purchased subscription. When it comes to the service level agreement, does Microsoft provide an SLA of 99.99% of the time for storage account read, access geo-redundant storage, RAGRS, and SLA of 99.9% for cool access tier? Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation. Yes, Azure provides the following SLA. Next question. You are planning on hosting virtual machines across multiple availability zones. Which of the following you can achieve with this implementation? Option A, better elasticity. Option B, reduction in cost. Option C, better availability. Option D, disaster recovery. And the correct answer is option C, better availability. Explanation. By deploying the VMS across multiple availability zones, you can achieve better availability. Option A is incorrect. Elasticity can be used as a concept used for the ability to quickly expand or decrease computer processing, memory, and storage resources to meet demand. Option B is incorrect. There will be additional cost for more virtual machines and the bandwidth communication between the virtual machines. Option D is incorrect. This is a concept used to recover against region-wide failures. Next question. A company wants to make use of Azure Service Health. Would it be possible for the company administrator to use this service to send alerts when an Azure service fails? Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation. With Service Health, one can go to the Health Alerts section and create a Service Health alert. Next question. What feature of a system makes it elastic? Option A, the ability to increase and reduce capacity based on actual demand. Option B, the ability to withstand denial of service attacks. Option C, the ability to heal itself after a crash. Option D, the ability to stay up available while updates are being made to the system. And the correct answer is option A, the ability to increase and reduce capacity based on actual demand. Explanation. Elasticity. The ability of a system to automatically grow when maximum capacity is reached and automatically shrink to minimize waste. Question 166. Which phase does the Azure Resource Manager model provide to deploy resources? Choose all that apply. Option A, PowerShell. Option B, REST API or SDK. Option C, Azure Portal. Option D, CLI. And the correct answer is option A, option B, option C, and option D. All are correct answers. Explanation.
All of those ways can be used to deploy or manage resources using ARM. Next question. True or false? A virtual network must be in the same region as the resources attached to it. Option A, false. Option B, true. And the correct answer is option A, false. Explanation. Yes, you can only attach a virtual machine to a virtual network in the same region as it. Next question. What is the basic way of protecting an Azure Virtual Network subnet? Option A, Azure Firewall. Option B, Azure DDoS Standard Protection. Option C, Application Gateway with WAF. Option D, Network Security Group. And the correct answer is option D, Network Security Group. Explanation. Network Security Group NSG, a fairly basic set of rules that you can apply to both inbound traffic and outbound traffic that lets you specify what sources, destinations, and ports are allowed to travel through from outside the virtual network to inside the virtual network. Next question. Select yes or no for the below statement. Azure services in the public preview can only be used via the Azure command line interface. Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation. This is not necessarily true. Services in the public preview can be accessed through the Azure portal as well. Next question. Your company is planning on hosting resources using Azure services. For the following requirement, which Azure service would you choose? Provide a service that can be used to host a data warehouse. Option A, Azure Cognitive Service. Option B, Azure DevOps. Option C, Azure Bot Service. Option D, Azure Synapse Analytics. And the correct answer is option D, Azure Synapse Analytics. Explanation. Azure Synapse Analytics can be used to host a data warehouse. You can host your big data warehouse and also perform big data analytics. Option A is incorrect. Azure Cognitive Service is used to build cognitive intelligence in applications. Option B is incorrect. Azure DevOps is a set of tools used for implementing DevOps. Option C is incorrect. Azure Bot Service is used to build intelligent bots within applications. Next question. You want to host a set of Azure virtual machines. Also, you want to ensure that virtual machines are hosted on the underlying physical server. Which of the following would you make use of for this requirement? Option A, Azure App Service. Option B, Azure Kubernetes. Option C, Azure Functions. Option D, Azure Dedicated Host. And the correct answer is option D, Azure Dedicated Host. Explanation. With Azure Dedicated Host, you can be allocated the underlying physical server as a resource. You can then host virtual machines on the underlying physical server. Next question. Your company is planning to move its big data solution related on-premises resources to Azure. You are asked to provide a business justification for moving to Azure. Where does the following expense fit? New on-premises performance cluster to host a big data solution. Option A, primary expenditure. Option B, capital expenditure. Option C, secondary expenditure. Option D, operating expenditure. And the correct answer is option B, capital expenditure. Explanation. This expense comes under the capital expense category. Capital expenditures or CapEx is defined as funds used by organizations to obtain, upgrade, and maintain physical assets such as data centers. These expenditures are generally non-recurring and result in the acquisition of permanent assets. Azure Reserved Instances is an example of a CapEx model. Next question. Which Azure service satisfies the below requirement? Ensure that resources in a resource group can't be accidentally deleted. Option A, Azure Resource Logs. Option B, Azure Policies. Option C, Azure Blueprints. Option D, Azure Active Directory Rules. And the correct answer is option A, Azure Resource Logs. Explanation. Resource logs can be used to prevent the accidental deletion of resources. Please refer Azure document below for more details. Next question. A startup company is planning to set up an Azure free account. Which of the following is correct when it comes to what is offered as part of the Azure free account? Option A, $200 free credit to use after 30 days. Option B, free access to popular Azure products before the 12 months expiration period, even after the free trial is over. Option C. Free access to popular Azure products after the 12 months expiration period, even after the free trial is over. Option D. Access to all products that are always free. And the correct answer is option B. Free access to popular Azure products before the 12 months expiration period, even after the free trial is over. Explanation. As you are aware, not all services are completely free from the first 12-month duration. For instance, you get 750 hours of Windows Virtual Machine for free, which can be spent over 12 months or before. Once the limit is completed, you are charged based on uses. Option A is incorrect. The reason we get $200 credits only for the first 30 days. Option C is incorrect. Reason, on completion of 12 months trial, the services used are charged based on the uses. Option D is incorrect. Reason, only a few services like Cosmos DB and App Service, etc. are free for certain limitations. Next question. Which feature within Azure collects all of the logs from various resources into a central dashboard, where you can run queries, view graphs, and create alerts on certain events? Option A. Storage account or event hub. Option B. Azure Security Center. Option C. Azure Monitor. Option D. Azure Portal Dashboard. And the correct answer is option C. Azure Monitor. Explanation. Azure Monitor, a centralized dashboard that collects all the logs, metrics, and events from your resources. Next question. Which Azure networking solution supports the highest speed connection between your corporate office and an Azure region near you? Option A. Site-to-site VPN. Option B. Edge computing. Option C. Express route. Option D. Point-to-site VPN. And the correct answer is option C. Express route. Explanation. Express route is a direct private connection from your data center into Azure. Next question. Fill in the blanks. Dash allows you to manage Windows and Linux machines running on premises or in other cloud providers as if they were Azure VMS. Option A. Azure Resource Manager. Option B. Azure Cloud Shell. Option C. Azure Arc. Option D. Log Analytics. And the correct answer is option C. Azure Arc. Explanation. Azure Arc enabled servers lets you manage Windows and Linux physical servers and virtual machines hosted outside of Azure on your corporate network or other cloud provider. This management experience is designed to be consistent with how you manage native Azure virtual machines, using standard Azure constructs such as Azure Policy and applying tags. Next question. A company is looking at the possibility of using the Azure government to develop its cloud-based solutions. Which of the following customers are allowed to use Azure government? Option A. Canadian government contractor. Option B. European government contractor. Option C. United States government entity. Option D. A European government entity. And the correct answer is option C. United States government entity. Explanation. US government agencies or their partners interested in cloud services that meet government security and compliance requirements can be confident that Microsoft Azure Government provides world-class security and compliance. Azure Government delivers a dedicated cloud-enabling government agencies and their partners to transform mission-critical workloads to the cloud. Azure Government services can accommodate data that is subject to various US government regulations and requirements. Azure Government delivers a dedicated cloud-enabling government agencies and their partners to transform mission-critical workloads to the cloud. Azure Government services handle data that is subject to various government regulations and requirements. Next question. A company is planning to set up a solution in Azure. The solution would have the following key requirement. The number of VM instances can automatically increase or decrease in response to demand or a defined schedule. Which of the following would be best suited for this requirement? Option A. Azure Data Lake Analytics. Option B. Azure Virtual Machine Scale Sets. Option C. Azure Virtual Network. Option D. Azure App Service. And the correct answer is option B. Azure Virtual Machine Scale Sets. Explanation. Azure Virtual Machine Scale Sets let you create and manage a group of load-balanced VMS The number of VM instances can automatically increase or decrease in response to demand or a defined schedule. Since this is a clear feature of the tool, all other options are incorrect. Next question. You are planning to migrate the on-premise file system to Azure. Which of the following storage service is used to migrate your on-premises files to Azure? Option A. Blob service. Option B. Azure Files. Option C. Azure Tables. Option D. Azure Queues. And the correct answer is option B. Azure Files. Explanation. Azure File Storage enables you to migrate your on-premises file or file shared based applications to Azure without having to provision or manage highly available file server VMS. Question 181. Which of the following is a feature of the cool access tier for Azure storage? Option A. Significant delays in accessing your data up to several hours. Option B. Most expensive option when it comes to bandwidth cost to access your files. Option C. Cheapest option when it comes to bandwidth cost to access your files. Option D. Much cheaper to store your files than the hot access tier. And the correct answer is option D. Much cheaper to store your files than the hot access tier. Explanation. Cool access tier offers cost savings when you expect to store your files and not need to access them often. Next question. What feature within Azure will make recommendations to you about reducing cost on your account? Option A. Azure Advisor. Option B. Azure Security Center. Option C. Azure Service Health. Option D. Azure Dashboard. And the correct answer is option A. Azure Advisor. Explanation. Azure Advisor analyzes your account uses and makes recommendations for you based on its set rules. Next question. What is single sign-on? Option A. The ability to use an existing user ID and password to sign in other applications and not have to create or memorize a new one. Option B. When you sign in to an application, it remembers who you are the next time you go there. Option C. When an application outsources federates its identity service to a third-party platform. And the correct answer is option A. The ability to use an existing user ID and password to sign in other applications and not have to create or memorize a new one. Explanation. Single sign-on. The ability to use the same user ID and password to log into every application that your company has, enabled by Azure AD. Next question. True or false? You can create your own policies if built-in Azure policy is not sufficient to your needs. Option A. True. Option B. False. And the correct answer is option A. True. Explanation. True. You can create custom policies using JSON. Next question. True or false? A resource group must be in the same region as the resources inside of it. Option A. True. Option B. False. And the correct answer is option B. False. Explanation. No. A resource group does not have to be in the same region as the resources inside of it. A resource group is a logical grouping, not a physical one. Next question. Which Azure service is meant to be a security dashboard that contains all the security and threat protection in one place? Option A. Azure Key Vault. Option B. Azure Security Center. Option C. Azure Portal Dashboard. Option D. Azure Monitor. And the correct answer is option B. Azure Security Center. Explanation. Azure Security Center. Unified security management and threat protection. A security dashboard inside Azure portal. Next question. What hardware device is required to exist or be installed on your company network in order to set up a site-to-site VPN? Option A. Virtual machine. Option B. Virtual network. Option C. VPN gateway. Option D. Application gateway. And the correct answer is option C. VPN gateway. Explanation. A VPN gateway needs to be configured to connect to Azure for a private network to be established. Next question. What type of container is used to collect log and metric data from various Azure resources? Option A. Managed storage. Option B. Append blob storage. Option C. Azure Monitor account. Option D. Log Analytics Workspace. And the correct answer is option D. Log Analytics Workspace. Explanation. Log Analytics Workspace is required to collect logs and metrics. Next question.
What is Azure's preferred identity or authentication service? Option A, Live Connect. Option B, Network Security Group. Option C, Azure Active Directory. Option D, Facebook Connect. And the correct answer is option C, Azure Active Directory. Next question. What Azure tool gives you the ability to manage multiple subscriptions into nested hierarchies? Option A, Management Groups. Option B, RBAC. Option C, Resource Groups. Option D, Azure Active Directory. And the correct answer is option A, Management Groups. Explanation. Management groups, a hierarchy of subscriptions, can have many subscriptions and group them and put those groups into other groups. Next question. What makes a system highly available? Option A, must have a minimum of 2 VMS. Option B, it's not possible to make a highly available system. Option C, if it maintains 100% availability. Option D, a system is specifically designed to be resilient with no single point of failures. And the correct answer is option D. A system is specifically designed to be resilient with no single point of failures. Explanation. High availability. A system is specifically designed to be resilient when some component of the system fails. Next question. One of the benefits of the cloud is agility. What does that mean in the context of the cloud? Option A, the ability to spin up new resources within minutes. Option B, the ability to respond to and drive market change quickly. Option C, the ability to recover from a big reason-wide failure in a short amount of time. Option D, the ability of a system to grow its capacity easily when it reaches full capacity. And the correct answer is option B, the ability to respond to and drive market change quickly. Explanation. Agility. The ability to respond to change rapidly based on changes to market or environment, ensuring fast time to market. Next question. A company currently has the following unused resources as part of their subscription. 10 user accounts in Azure AD, 5 user groups in Azure AD, 10 public IP address, 10 network interfaces. They want to reduce the cost for resources hosted in Azure. They decide to remove the public IP addresses. Would this fulfill the requirement? Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation. Yes, this can reduce the cost since there is a price for public IP addressing as given in the Microsoft documentation below. Next question. The application is deployed on a set of virtual machines configured in an Azure scale set. During the application launch, the load on underlying VMS reached above 90%, and the scale set spun up more instances to deal with the load. Which of the following Azure cloud benefits would ensure that the underlying application infrastructure is cost-effective and efficient? Option A, high availability. Option B, elasticity. Option C, disaster recovery. Option D, fault tolerance. And the correct answer is option B, elasticity. Explanation. Scale set and dynamic scaling based on the load is a perfect example for elasticity. Next question. You are planning to deploy a set of Azure virtual machines in your company Azure account. Your company management asked to take all possible measures to increase the availability of the underlying machines. You decide to deploy the machines across multiple resource groups. Would this meet the requirement? Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation. Resource groups are used for the logical grouping of resources. For availability, you can choose to deploy either across scale sets or availability zones. Question 196. Your company has just set up an Azure account. They also have resources deployed in their on-premises data center. They want to connect their Azure virtual network to their on-premises data center. Can they consider using Azure Express Route for this requirement? Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation. Azure Express Route is an Azure service that lets you create private connections between Microsoft data centers and infrastructure that's on your premises or in a colocation facility. Next question. Your company has a set of resources and resource groups defined as part of a subscription. Can you nest resource groups in Azure? Option A, yes. Option B, no.
And the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation: no, you cannot nest resource groups together. Next question. Select yes or no for the following statement. Can you migrate SQL Server workloads to Azure Cosmos DB? Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: yes, you can migrate SQL Server workloads to Azure Cosmos DB. Next question. A company wants to deploy a set of Azure Windows virtual machines. They want to ensure that the services on the virtual machines are still accessible even if a single data center goes down. They decide to deploy the set of virtual machines to two or more regions with the required traffic configurations in place. Would this meet the requirement? Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: for the high availability of applications, we can have VMS deployed in one or more regions. Next question. You are planning to make use of the Azure Storage Account service. Towards that, you have provisioned a general purpose V2 storage account. Which of the following services in the storage account is used to store hard disk files for Azure virtual machines? Option A, file. Option B, blob. Option C, queue. Option D, table. And the correct answer is option B, blob. Explanation: this can be accomplished with the use of the blob service. With the blob service, you can store hard disk files for your virtual machines. Blob allows users to store large amounts of unstructured data such as images and multimedia files, other regular files. Option A is incorrect. File is used for the storage of files that can be accessed via the server message block protocol. Option C is incorrect. Queue is used as messaging service. Option D is incorrect. Table is used for the storage of key or value pairs. Next question. You are planning to deploy resources to Azure. Which of the following in Azure provides a platform for defining the dependencies between resources so that they are deployed in the correct order? Option A, Azure Resource Groups. Option B, Azure Policies. Option C, Azure Management Groups. Option D, Azure Resource Manager. And the correct answer is option D, Azure Resource Manager. Explanation: Azure Resource Manager is the deployment and management service for Azure. It provides a management layer that enables you to create, update, and delete resources in your Azure account. You use management features like access control, locks, and tags to secure and organize your resources after deployment. Option A is incorrect. Azure Resource Groups provides a way to categorize resources deployed to Azure. It's not a platform. Option B is incorrect. Azure Policies allow you to govern Azure resources. Option C is incorrect. Azure Management Groups allows you to efficiently manage access, policies, and compliance for those subscriptions. Next question. Your company is looking to improve the security of the application deployed on Azure. Which of the following Azure service is a cloud-based network security service that helps to protect the resources that are stored in an Azure virtual network? Option A, Azure Sentinel. Option B, Azure Key Vault. Option C, Azure Dedicated Host. Option D, Azure Firewall. And the correct answer is option D, Azure Firewall. Explanation: Azure Firewall is a managed cloud-based network security service that protects your Azure virtual network resources. You can centrally create, enforce, and log application and network connectivity policies across subscriptions and virtual networks. Option A is incorrect. Azure Sentinel is used for threat detection. Option B is incorrect. Azure Key Vault is used for storing secrets, encryption keys, and certificates. Option C is incorrect. Azure Dedicated Host is used for providing a physical server as a resource. Next question. Which of the following is the right Azure Cloud Service benefit that matches the following description? Even if a fault occurs, a cloud service remains available. Option A, high availability. Option B, disaster recovery. Option C, dynamic scalability. Option D, low latency. And the correct answer is option A, high availability. Explanation: This corresponds to high availability or resiliency. Next question. Which storage access tier is the most expensive to store files per GB? Option A. Archive tier. Option B. Premium tier. Option C. Hot tier. Option D. Cool tier. And the correct answer is option B. Premium tier. Explanation. Premium storage tier is around 0.15 per GB dollar at the current time, well above the 0.02 per GB dollar of the hot tier. Next question. Which Azure storage migration option involves Microsoft shipping you a hard drive for you to copy your files to, after which you ship the hard disk back to them for them to upload to your account? Option A. Azure Data Box. Option B. Azure File Sync. Option C. Azure Storage Explorer. Option D. AZ Copy. And the correct answer is option A. Azure Data Box. Explanation. Use DataBox family of products such as DataBox, DataBox Disk and DataBox Heavy to move large amounts of data to Azure when you are limited by time, network availability or cost. Next question. True or false? You cannot have more than one Azure subscription per company. Option A. False. Option B. True. And the correct answer is option A. False. Explanation. You can have multiple subscriptions as a way to separate out resources between billing units, business groups, or for any reason you wish. Next question. Why would someone prefer a consumption-based pricing model as opposed to a time-based pricing model? Option A. It is always cheaper to pay for consumption than to pay by the hour. Option B. You can save a lot of money if you don't use the resource often as opposed to having it available for use 24/7. Option C. The pricing model is simpler and easier to understand. Option D. You can easily predict the cost of the service into the future. And the correct answer is option B. You can save a lot of money if you don't use the resource often as opposed to having it available for use 24/7. Explanation. Consumption-based model, paying for something based on how much you used, as opposed to paying for something no matter if you use it or not. Next question. Who is responsible for the security of your Azure storage account access keys? Option A. I am responsible for securing the access keys. Option B. Azure is responsible for securing the access keys. And the correct answer is option B. Azure is responsible for securing the access keys. Explanation. Customers are responsible to secure the access keys they are given and regenerate them if they are exposed. Next question. What is a DDoS attack? Option A. An attempt to guess a user's password through brute force methods. Option B. A denial of service attack that sends so much traffic to a network that it cannot respond fast enough. Legitimate users become unable to use the service. Option C. An attempt to send SQL commands to the server in a way that it will execute them against the database. Option D. An attempt to read the contents of a web page from another website, thereby stealing the user's private information. And the correct answer is option B. A denial of service attack that sends so much traffic to a network that it cannot respond fast enough. Legitimate users become unable to use the service. Explanation. Distributed denial of service attacks, DDoS, a type of attack that originates from the internet that attempts to overwhelm a network with millions of packets of bad traffic that aims to prevent legitimate traffic from getting through. Next question. An IT administrator has the requirement to control access to a specific app resource using multi-factor authentication. What Azure service satisfies this requirement? Option A. Azure Authorization. Option B. Azure Function. Option C. Azure AD. Option D. Azure Authentication. And the correct answer is option C. Azure AD. Explanation. You can use Azure AD to control access to your apps and your app resources based on your business requirements. In addition, you can use Azure AD to require multi-factor authentication when accessing important organizational resources. Question 211. The term dash represents a physically separate location within a region. It could be a data center or a group of closely connected data centers. Option A, availability set. Option B, geo. Option C, region pair. Option D, availability zone. And the correct answer is option D, availability zone. Explanation. Azure availability zones are physically separate locations within each Azure region that are tolerant to local failures. Failures can range from software and hardware failures to events such as earthquakes, floods, and fires. Tolerance to failures is achieved because of redundancy and logical isolation of Azure services. To ensure resiliency, a minimum of 3 separate availability zones are present in all availability zone enabled regions. Next question. Which feature of Azure Active Directory will require users to have their mobile phone in order to be able to log in? Option A, Azure Information Protection AIP. Option B, Azure Security Center. Option C, Multi-Factor Authentication. Option D, Advanced Threat Protection ATP. And the correct answer is option C, Multi-Factor Authentication. Explanation. Multi-Factor Authentication MFA. The concept of having something additional to a password that is required to log in. Passwords are findable or guessable, but having your mobile phone on you to receive a phone call, text, or run an app to get a code is harder for an unknown hacker to get. Next question. Your organization has implemented an Azure policy that restricts the type of virtual machine instances you can use. How can you create a VM that is blocked by the policy? Option A. Use an account that has contributor or above permissions to the resource group. Option B. Subscription owners, administrators can create resources regardless of what the policy restricts. Option C. The only way is to remove the policy. Create the resource and add the policy back. And the correct answer is option C. The only way is to remove the policy, create the resource, and add the policy back. Explanation. You cannot perform a task that violates policy, so you have to remove the policy in order to perform the task. Next question. You are planning to set up a solution on the Azure platform. The solution has the following main key requirement. Provide the ability to store petabytes of data. Be able to run complex queries across the data. Which of the following would be best suited for this requirement? Option A, Azure Firewall. Option B, Azure Application Gateway. Option C, Azure Storage Accounts. Option D, Azure Synapse. And the correct answer is option D, Azure Synapse. Explanation. This can now be achieved with the help of the Azure Synapse service. Azure Synapse is a limitless analytics service that brings together enterprise data, warehousing, and big data analytics. It gives you the freedom to query data on your terms, using either service-less on-demand or provisioned resources at scale. Next question. A company has a set of Azure virtual machines. These Azure virtual machines will be hosting web servers. The web servers need to send logs to a central log store. Which of the following can be used for this requirement? Option A, Azure Advisor. Option B, Azure Monitor. Option C, Azure Service Health. Option D, Azure DevOps. And the correct answer is option B, Azure Monitor. Explanation. You can use the Log Analytics Workspace feature in Azure Monitor to store the logs. Option A is incorrect. Azure Advisor is a recommendation engine in Azure. Option C is incorrect. Azure Service Health is used to display the health of the underlying Azure services. Option D is incorrect. Azure DevOps is used as a tool set for implementing DevOps. Next question. Select yes or no for the below statement. Would the Azure Hybrid benefit for Windows Server allow a customer to use his existing on-premises Windows Server licenses? Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation. Yes. This is one of the benefits of the Azure Hybrid Cloud. You can make use of the existing on-premises Windows Server licenses. Azure Hybrid benefit is a licensing benefit that enables you to significantly reduce the cost of running your workloads in the cloud. Microsoft Azure lets you use your on-premises Windows Server and SQL Server licenses with software assurance enabled. Next question. A company has deployed several identical virtual machines to Azure. The virtual machines would host a web application and it would be accessed via the internet. Is it better to deploy the virtual machines as part of an Azure virtual machine skill set to increase the availability of the application? Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation: yes, you can achieve higher availability for your applications by adding virtual machines to a virtual machine skill set. Next question. Select yes or no for the following statement. A company must implement all Azure security recommendations within 30 days to maintain Microsoft support. Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation: Microsoft provides the required controls for the customer to implement secure practices for their Azure account. There is no constraint that mentions that you need to implement all security recommendations to maintain Microsoft support. Next question. Select yes or no for the following statement. Transferring data between Azure storage accounts in different Azure regions is free. Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation: all services that do cross regional data transfers are subjected to a cost. Next question. A company wants to start using Azure services. They have several departments that would benefit from Azure services. The company wants to give each department the option to pay differently for the Azure services they use. Which option should each department use to fulfill this requirement? Option A, a resource group. Option B, a subscription. Option C, an Azure policy. Option D, a reservation. And the correct answer is option B, a subscription. Explanation: an Azure subscription is a logical container used to provision resources in Azure. It holds the details of all your resources like virtual machines, VMS, databases, and more. When you create an Azure resource like a VM, you identify the subscription it belongs to. The billing for Azure resources is tagged to a subscription. Hence, to segregate the billing for each department, each of them can have a different subscription. Next question. You are planning to set up a solution on the Azure platform. The solution has the following main key requirements. Provide a service that could be used to quickly provision development and test environments. Minimize waste of resources with the help of quotas and policies. Which of the following would be best suited for this requirement? Option A, Azure Event Grid. Option B, Azure DevOps. Option C, Azure Kubernetes. Option D, Azure Dev Test Labs. And the correct answer is option D, Azure Dev Test Labs. Explanation: Azure Dev Test Lab is a service that enables developers to efficiently self-manage virtual machines VMS and platform as a service PaaS resources without waiting for approvals. Dev Test Labs creates labs consisting of pre-configured bases or Azure Resource Manager templates. Next question. Select yes or no for the following statement. Would the Azure Firewall service encrypt all network traffic sent from Azure to the internet? Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation: the Azure Firewall service is primarily used to protect your network infrastructure. Next question. You have set up an Azure subscription and plans to start deploying a few resources on the Azure platform. You need an Azure service that can create and update the resources in a declarative manner as a group. Which of the following could be used for this requirement? Option A, availability zones. Option B, Azure resource groups. Option C, Azure Resource Manager. Option D, Azure regions. And the correct answer is option C, Azure Resource Manager. Explanation: this can be done with the help of Azure Resource Manager. Azure Resource Manager is the deployment and management service for Azure. It provides a management layer that enables you to create, update, and delete resources in your Azure account. You use management features like access control, logs, and tags to secure and organize your resources after deployment. Next question. Select yes or no for the following statement. Would the company administrative team have full control over the underlying server hosting the Azure SQL database? Option A, Yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation. The Azure SQL Database Service is a platform as a service. Here, the underlying infrastructure is completely managed by Azure. Next question. You are planning to set up resources as part of its Azure subscription. You are looking at different security options that can be used to secure their Azure environment. Which of the Azure service could be used for the following requirement? Provide protection against distributed denial of service attacks. Option A, Azure Key Vault. Option B, Azure Network Security Groups. Option C, Azure Multi-Factor Authentication. Option D, Azure DDoS Protection. And the correct answer is option D, Azure DDoS Protection. Explanation. You can protect your environment from such attacks by using Azure DDoS Protection. Azure DDoS Protection Standard, combined with application design best practices, provides enhanced DDoS mitigation features to defend against DDoS attacks. Option A is incorrect. Azure Key Vault is used to store secrets, certificates, and keys. Option B is incorrect. Azure Network Security Groups is used to restrict traffic into and out of Azure virtual machines. Option C is incorrect. Azure Multi-Factor Authentication is used to provide an extra level of security during user authentication. Question 226. A company is looking for an Azure solution that will enable them to create private connections between Microsoft data centers and their colocation facility. This connection should provide low latency traffic and support 100 gigabytes of bandwidth. Which of the following is best suited for the requirement? Option A, Express Route. Option B, a virtual private network. Option C, Azure Application Gateway. Option D, Azure Local Gateway. And the correct answer is option A, Express Route. Explanation. Express Route is an Azure service that lets you create private connections between Microsoft data centers and infrastructure that's on your premises or in a colocation facility. Express Route provides private connections to Azure, increased reliability and speed lower latency. Supports bandwidth up to 100 Gbps. Connects directly to your WAN. Connect your on-premises networks using the Microsoft Global Network. Support for IPv6 workloads. Physical link encryption with MACsec. Option B is incorrect. Comparatively, the Express Route is the low latency connection. Option C is incorrect. Azure Application Gateway is a web traffic load balancer that enables you to manage traffic to your web applications. Traditional load balancer operate at the transport layer OSI layer 4 TCP and UDP and route traffic based on the source IP address and port to a destination IP address and port. Option D is incorrect. Azure Local Gateway is a local network gateway that represents the hardware or software VPN device in your local network in-house. This is generally created in Azure to set up a site-to-site VPN connection between an Azure virtual network and your local network. Next question. You have recommended staying with the basic support plan to meet the below requirements. Provide an option to contact Microsoft support engineers by phone or email. Is your recommendation in line with the requirement? Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation. The basic support plan has no access to support engineers. Next question. You want to restrict access to terminating the virtual machine to a specific group of users. What concept of the virtual machine would you use to accomplish this? Option A, policies. Option B, access control IAM. Option C, reliability. Option D, security. And the correct answer is option B, access control IAM. Explanation. If you go to the access control section, you can define a role assignment for a user that could conduct specific operations on the virtual machine. Next question. A company wants to migrate some scripts to Azure. They want to take advantage of the serverless capabilities in Azure. They choose to use the Azure Content Delivery Network. Would this service meet the requirement? Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation. CDN is used for delivering web content to end users. Below is what the Microsoft documentation states about this service. Azure Content Delivery Network (CDN) is a global CDN solution for delivering high bandwidth content. With Azure CDN, you can cache static objects loaded from Azure Blob Storage, a web application, or any publicly accessible web server by using the closest point of presence (POP) server. The right option for this requirement is Azure Function. Next question. Which of the following options would help to secure communications between millions of IoT devices? Option A. IoT Edge. Option B. IoT Solution Accelerators. Option C. IoT Hub. Option D. Azure Synapses. And the correct answer is option C. IoT Hub. Explanation. Azure IoT Hub provides a cloud-hosted solution back-end to connect virtually any device. Extend resolution from the cloud to the edge with per-device authentication, built-in device management, and scaled provisioning. Next question. You want to protect Azure resources against DDoS attacks and also get real-time attack metrics. What is the best solution to meet this need? Option A. Azure Firewall. Option B. Network Security Group (NSG). Option C. DDoS Protection Standard. Option D. Azure Directory. And the correct answer is option C. DDoS Protection Standard. Explanation. Azure DDoS Protection Standard combined with application design best practices provides enhanced DDoS mitigation features to defend against DDoS attacks. It is automatically tuned to help protect your specific Azure resources in a virtual network. Protection is simple to enable on any new or existing virtual network, and it requires no application or resource changes. It has several advantages over the basic service, including logging, alerting, and telemetry. Next question. You are looking for a tool that provides guidance and recommendations to improve an Azure environment. Which of the following would be best suited for this requirement? Option A. Azure Advisor. Option B. Azure Cognitive Services. Option C. Azure Application Insights. Option D. Azure Resource Manager. And the correct answer is option A. Azure Advisor. Explanation. Azure Advisor is a personalized cloud consultant that helps you follow best practices to optimize your Azure deployments. It analyzes your resource configurations and uses telemetry and then recommends solutions that can help you improve the cost effectiveness, performance, reliability, formerly called high availability, and security of your Azure resources. Next question. A company plans to deploy Azure resources to a resource group. The resources, however, will be located in different locations. Is it possible to have resources in the same resource group but in different regions? Option A. Yes. Option B. No. And the correct answer is option B. No. Explanation. You cannot have resources that belong to the same resource group but be in multiple regions. Next question. A company is planning to deploy Azure resources to a resource group, also planning to assign permissions to the resource groups. Would resources within the resource groups inherit the same permissions? Option A. Yes. Option B. No. And the correct answer is option A. Yes. Explanation. Yes. Resources in the resource group inherit the same permissions as the resource group. Permissions in the top level scope are automatically inherited to the level below, meaning subscription level users have the same permissions to the resource groups, and the resource group level users have the same permission to the individual resources within the resource group. Next question. A company has deployed an application to Azure. Users connect to Azure AD via the internet. There is a requirement that when a user attempts to log in from an IP address that hasn't been seen before, they must change their password. Which of the following options should the company consider? Option A. Azure AD Connect Health. Option B. Azure AD Privileged Identity Management. Option C. Azure Active Directory. Option D. Microsoft Defender for Identity. And the correct answer is option D. Microsoft Defender for Identity. Explanation. Microsoft Defender for Identity is a cloud based security solution that leverages your on premises Active Directory signals to identity, detect, and investigate advanced threats, compromised identities, and malicious insider actions directed at your organization. Option A is incorrect. Azure AD Connect Health is used to check the health status of Azure AD Connect. Option B is incorrect. Azure AD Privileged Identity Management is used for privileged level access in Azure. Option C is incorrect. Azure Active Directory is used to create users in Azure. Next question. You want to ensure that resources within the Azure resource group don't get accidentally deleted. Which Azure solution will help you to achieve that? Option A, Azure Logs. Option B, Azure Policies. Option C, Access Control. Option D, Diagnostics Settings. And the correct answer is option A, Azure Logs. Explanation. As an administrator, you can lock a subscription, resource group, or resource to prevent other users in your organization from accidentally deleting or modifying critical resources. The lock overrides any permissions the user might have. Option B is incorrect. Azure policies are used for governance purposes. Option C is incorrect. Access control is used to set the permission for resources. Option D is incorrect. Azure Diagnostics is used to enable diagnostics on the underlying resources. Next question. You have a set of virtual machines configured in Azure. One of them has been down for an extended period. Therefore, it violated the standard SLA set by Microsoft. How will Microsoft reimburse the downtime cost? Option A. By directly sending money to the customer's bank account. Option B. By spinning up another virtual machine free of cost for the client. Option C. By providing a service free of cost to use for a specific duration of time. Option D. By providing service credits to the customer. And the correct answer is option D. By providing service credits to the customer. Explanation. Microsoft offers service level credits if it does not meet the SLA targets, since this is clearly given in the documentation. All other options are incorrect. Next question. You are planning to have an Azure storage layer that can be used to store data that is infrequently used, but the data need to access quickly in the event of a failure. Which of the following storage tier for Azure Blob Storage would be suitable for this type of requirement? Option A, Premium Storage. Option B, Hot Storage. Option C, Cool Storage. Option D, Archive Storage. And the correct answer is option C, Cool Storage. Explanation. The Azure Cool Blob Storage tier is a good choice for data backups that are older, but that you might still need to access quickly in the event of a failure. Next question. An existing Azure application needs to be integrated with an enterprise messaging solution. Please select the correct option for the above given requirement. Option A, Logic App. Option B, API Management. Option C, Data Factory. Option D, Service Bus. And the correct answer is option D, Service Bus. Explanation. Azure Service Bus is a fully managed enterprise message broker with message queues and publish subscribe topics in a namespace. Service Bus is used to decouple applications and services from each other. Option A is incorrect. Logic App is used as a workflow service. Option B is incorrect. API management is used for managing API. Option C is incorrect. Data Factory is used as an ETL service on the cloud. Next question. A company has launched a set of virtual machines in their pay-as-you-go Azure subscription. After launching a set of VMS, they seem to have reached a limit. Further provisioning is not possible as well. What can be done to allow the company to provision more virtual machines? Option A. Increase the limit in Azure Advisor. Option B. Increase the limit in the Azure Monitor. Option C. Increase the limit using the Azure CLI. Option D. Raise a support ticket with Microsoft. And the correct answer is option D. Raise a support ticket with Microsoft. Explanation. As per Azure documentation, if you want to raise the limit or quota above the default limit, open an online customer support request at no charge. Question 242. You are planning to create several SQL databases in Azure. Which of the following is the correct category for the Azure SQL Database Service? Option A. Infrastructure as a Service IaaS. Option B. Platform as a Service PaaS. Option C. Software as a Service SaaS. Option D. Function as a Service FaaS. And the correct answer is option B. Platform as a Service. Explanation. Azure SQL Database is a relational database as a service hosted in Azure that falls into the industry category of Platform as a Service PaaS. Next question. Select yes or no. For the following statement, Azure storage account always replicates the data to the secondary region. Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation. As per Azure documentation, data in an Azure storage account is always replicated 3 times in the primary region. Azure Storage offers 2 options for how your data is replicated in the primary region. Locally redundant storage LRS copies your data synchronously 3 times within a single physical location in the primary region. LRS is the least expensive replication option, but is not recommended for applications requiring high availability or durability. Zero redundant storage ZRS copies your data synchronously across 3 Azure availability zones in the primary region. For applications requiring high availability, Microsoft recommends using ZRS in the primary region and also replicating to a secondary region. Next question. A company wants to make use of Azure for the deployment of various solutions. They want to prevent suspicious attacks and threats against Azure resources. What Azure service helps to prevent such attacks by using built-in sensors? Option A. Azure AD Identity Protection. Option B. Microsoft Defender for Identity. Option C. Azure Privileged Identity Management. Option D. Azure DDoS attacks. And the correct answer is option B. Microsoft Defender for Identity. Explanation. Microsoft Defender for Identity is a cloud-based security solution that leverages your on-premise Active Directory signals to identify, detect, and investigate advanced threats, compromised identities, and malicious insider action directed at your organization. Monitor and analyze user behavior and activities. Defender for Identity's proprietary sensors monitor organizational domain controllers, providing a comprehensive view of all user activities from every device. Defender for Identity monitors and analyzes user activities and information across your network, such as permissions and group membership, creating a behavioral baseline for each user. Options A and C are incorrect. They are used for protecting identities in Azure AD. Option D is incorrect. Azure DDoS is a solution to protect against DDoS attacks. Next question. A company is planning to host resources in Azure. They want to ensure that Azure complies with the rules and regulations of the region for hosting resources. Which of the following can assist the company in obtaining compliance reports? Option A. Azure AD. Option B. Microsoft Trust Center. Option C. Azure Advisor. Option D. Azure Security Center. And the correct answer is option B. Microsoft Trust Center. Explanation. The Trust Center is an important part of the Microsoft Trusted Cloud initiative and provides support and resources for the legal and compliance community. The Trust Center provides in-depth information about security, privacy, compliance offerings, policies, features, and practices across Microsoft Cloud products. Option A is incorrect. Azure AD is used for identity management. Option C is incorrect. Azure Advisor is used to provide recommendations in Azure. Option D is incorrect. Azure Security Center is a unified infrastructure security management system in Azure. Next question. You are planning to deploy a web server and database server in your Azure account. You have to ensure that traffic restrictions are in place so that the database server can only communicate with the web server. Which of the following would help you to implement these restrictions? Option A. Azure Service Bus. Option B.
Local Network Gateway. Option C. Virtual Private Gateway. Option D. Network Security Group, NSGs. And the correct answer is option D. Network Security Groups, NSGs. Explanation. A network security group in Azure is the way to activate a rule or access control list ACL, which will allow or deny network traffic to your virtual machine instances in a virtual network. NSGs can be associated with subnets or individual virtual machine instances within that subnet. Option A is incorrect. Azure Service Bus is used as a messaging system. Option B is incorrect. Local Network Gateway is used to represent a VPN device in a site-to-site VPN connection. Option C is incorrect. Virtual Private Gateway is normally used to connect networks via the internet.
Next question. A company is planning to set up a solution in Azure. The solution would have the following key requirement. Provide a cloud service that makes it easy, fast, and cost-effective to analyze streaming data using open source frameworks like Apache Hadoop. Which of the following Azure services would meet the criteria? Option A. Azure Content Delivery Network. Option B. Azure HD Insight. Option C. Azure Load Balancer. Option D. Azure Synapse. And the correct answer is option B. Azure HD Insight. Explanation. Azure HD Insight is a managed full-spectrum open-source analytics service in the cloud for enterprises. With HD Insight, you can use open-source frameworks such as Hadoop, Apache Spark, Apache Hive, LLAP, Apache Kafka, Apache Storm, R, and more in your Azure environment. Answer A is incorrect. Azure Content Delivery Network CDN is a global CDN solution for delivering high-bandwidth content. Answer C is incorrect. Azure Load Balancer refers to evenly distributing load incoming network traffic across a group of backend resources or servers. Answer D is incorrect. Azure Synapse is an analytics service that brings together enterprise data, warehousing, and big data analytics. Next question. A company needs to deploy several identical virtual machines. All of these virtual machines will have the same set of permissions as well. Where would you deploy Azure virtual machines to minimize administrative overhead? Option A. Azure Resource Groups. Option B. Azure Virtual Machine Scale Sets. Option C. Azure Policies. Option D. Azure Tags. And the correct answer is option A. Azure Resource Groups. Explanation. When you deploy a resource to a resource group with a set of permissions defined, the resource will inherit the permissions assigned to the resource group. An example is shown below. Next question. A company wants to host an application in Azure. The application connects to a database in Azure. The company would like to store the database password in a secure location. You recommend using the Azure Key Vault to store passwords. Would this meet the requirement? Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option A, yes. Explanation. Yes, this is the right tool to use. As per Azure documentation, Azure Key Vault is a cloud service for securely storing and accessing secrets. A secret is anything that you want to tightly control access to, such as API keys, passwords, certificates, or cryptographic keys. Key Vault service supports two types of containers, vaults and Managed Hardware Security Module HSM pools. Next question. A company has a set of virtual machines defined in Azure. They want to find out which user shut down a particular virtual machine in the last 7 days. Which of the following can help with this requirement? Option A. Azure Activity Logs. Option B. Azure Event Hubs. Option C. Azure Advisor. Option D. Azure Service Health. And the correct answer is option A. Azure Activity Logs. Explanation. The Activity Log is a platform log in Azure that provides insight into subscription-level events. This includes such information as to when a resource is modified or when a virtual machine is started. You can view the activity log in the Azure portal or retrieve entries with PowerShell and CLI. Next question. Which Azure resource will help you to meet the below requirement? Ensure that the virtual machine administrator team can only deploy virtual machines and their dependent resources. Option A. Azure Role-Based Access Control. Option B. Azure Identity Protection. Option C, Azure Policies. Option D, Azure Logs. And the correct answer is option A, Azure Role-Based Access Control. Explanation. You can achieve this with role-based access control. You can deploy the administrator to one group and just provide the role for virtual machine access. Azure Role-Based Access Control, Azure RBAC, is a system that provides fine-grained access management of Azure resources. Using Azure RBAC, you can segregate duties within your team and grant only the amount of access to users that they need to perform their jobs. Option B is incorrect. Azure Identity Protection is used to protect Azure AD identities. Option C is incorrect. Azure Policies is used to govern the resources in Azure. Option D is incorrect. Azure Logs is used to protect Azure resources from users accidentally updating or deleting Azure resources. Next question. Which of the following tools can you use on the Ubuntu machines? Option A, the Azure CLI and Azure Portal only. Option B, the Azure CLI and PowerShell only. Option C, the Azure Portal and PowerShell only. Option D, the Azure CLI, Azure PowerShell and Azure Portal. And the correct answer is option D, the Azure CLI, Azure PowerShell and Azure Portal. Explanation. The Azure CLI and PowerShell are available on all platforms. The Azure Portal can be viewed on any browser and can be viewed on almost all operating systems. Next question. A company needs to connect its on-premises data center to an Azure virtual network using a site-to-site connection. Which of the following should you create as part of this implementation? Option A, Virtual Network. Option B, Virtual Network Gateway. Option C, Application Gateway. Option D, DNS. And the correct answer is option B, Virtual Network Gateway. Explanation. Azure Virtual Network Gateway serves as the cross-premises gateway, connecting your workloads in Azure Virtual Network to your on-premises sites. It is required to connect to on-premises sites through IPsec S2S VPN channels or through express route circuits. Next question. Select yes or no for the following statement. Azure resources can only access resources within the same resource group. Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation. Azure resources can access resources that are in other resource groups as well. Next question. A company has an application hosted on a set of virtual machines. When it comes to virtual machine maintenance, which of the following is the responsibility of the customer? Option A, maintaining the underlying physical servers. Option B, security of data hosted on Azure virtual machines. Option C, uptime of the virtual machine service. Option D, updating hypervisor. And the correct answer is option B, security of data hosted on Azure virtual machines. Explanation. The security of the data hosted on the Azure virtual machines. All of the other aspects are the responsibility of Azure. Next question. A company wants to configure a set of Azure virtual machines. An application will be installed on these virtual machines. The company wants to ensure that user traffic is distributed across the virtual machines. You decide to use the Azure HD Insight service for traffic distribution. Would this fulfill the requirement? Option A, yes. Option B, no. And the correct answer is option B, no. Explanation. No. Azure HD Insight is a managed full-spectrum open-source analytics service in the cloud for enterprises. You have to leverage Azure Load Balancer in this case. Thank you for watching this video. Buy our AZ 900 premium questions with 50% off. Check link in the description.